Hola, hola, hola. What's going on, guys? Sheree, stranded. Great to see you. Um, yeah, I am not going to lie at all. That literally just happened. I don't know where those 3 subs came from. I appreciate whoever subbed to me. Thank you. You're amazing. We are coming up on 1 year of live streaming, and looks like one more sub. We got our first 100, which I mean, I got to thank all of you guys for not only giving it shout outs and other streams, everything else. I've got guys like SE in my corner that are backing me up. Appreciate the hell out of him. He got me 3 subs. Smurf's definitely been a huge benefit, and a good friend and a good ally. But yeah, I didn't even realize that I was at 99. I didn't even realize we picked up 3 subs. I checked that maybe 2 hours ago, and I was sitting at 96 still. So shout out to whoever subbed to me. I appreciate you, even if you're not watching. Thank you. Like, you guys are amazing. Tiny, like, little channel, but maybe we'll be the little channel that could. And if we are, that's because of you guys. It's all about you guys. I'm just the guy with the mic who's, putting paint on things. We're playing a game or whatever, but it's really the viewers. It's every one of you that are sub to me, believe in me, stay behind me, what have you. Even if you don't agree with all my takes, get pissed at me, whatever. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Hey, Eugene, how are you, brother? Yeah, I'm actually like kind of in a state of shock. Like, I'm taken aback right now because I 2 hours ago when I turned on the PC and everything else. Now, granted, took about an hour for Windows 10 to update. As soon as I turned on the Paint, stream laptop and set up the camera, everything else, it immediately went into like Windows needs an update. And I'm like, okay. It took an hour and like 10 minutes for it to update. I'm like, good Lord, thank God I didn't turn this on at like 7 o'clock because it would have been late. But yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you so, so much. I honestly, I'm hoping Shaquille Oatmeal is one of those subs and he comes in. Actually, I think it would be tremendous if those 99 subs didn't include Shaquille Oatmeal and he comes in and subs and becomes the 100th sub. Like, to me, that would be epic. That's like, you know how they always show the dove with the olive branch as like peace or whatever. I would be like, God damn, that's just amazing. Hey, Beans, good to see you. Thank you for always shouting me out, everything else, and other streams, all that kind of stuff. I do want to go into it a little bit with you about what you had posted earlier, which I can't believe. Blows my mind. Like, actually did blow my mind when I saw it. I was like, wait, what? But thank you so much for always believing, supporting, being there. Um, I know I piss you off at times, and you get mad at me. I, I say this all the time. I'm on the internet. I talk smack for like 8 to 12 hours at a tick, 6 hours at a tick. Lately shorter streams have been like 5.5 or whatever because I've got to get up early and open that store. But no matter how pissed you get or whatever, you're still supporting and realize like, hey, stupid shit's going to come out of my mouth in that time period. That's probably going to piss somebody off one way or another. But thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I'm also glad that the notifications are working. Let's hope SE's notifications are working when he goes live and what have you. Because to me, that's actually a crime. He's got so many subs. People love his content. His streams are always good. He's, whenever he streams, he's got a ton of people watching him at a time, everything else. And YouTube playing silly games with him. I think he should have been monetized a long time ago. A long, long time ago. And I think he gets screwed. And shout out to him. If you haven't checked out his content, I'm sure Sheree will pop a link, but make sure you're checking out SE Wolverines. Hook him up. He needs the watch hours. That's all he needs. Get him monetized. He deserves it. He's a really good guy. So a music request for what? Somebody to write music for him? I'll tell you what, he'd be smart to pick up Eugene at that point. Eugene's got some great music. Shout out to him. Let's take a look at the table, see what we got going on. I don't have too many news topics. Honestly, news is. I've been so busy. I haven't really been paying attention all that much here and there. So I probably won't be nailing out much news. We're going to be working on Invincible tonight. And I'm going to have to get the 3D printer fired up and running because I'm starting to run out of things to paint. Been slacking on the printing department. A little distracted with the store, what have you. And that's no excuse. I should always have that thing running. I think I've got 12 bottles of resin in tow as well as a full vat in there. So I've got plenty of stuff to print. I think I'm going to do more of the superhero busts, more of the creepy stuff. We're getting towards Christmas time, which means I've got to bang out a lot more horror stuff for the daughter-in-law. Well, I still consider her my daughter, even though she's my daughter-in-law. And I've definitely got to get some stuff done for my son, too. My wife, I've got a bit of backstock on her, so cryptid stuff like that will be coming out very, very soon. As a matter of fact, I thought about doing another How the Sausage is Made stream and knocking out a couple of the 3D prints, getting them set up or what have you. It was like, people don't. Some people like it, some people don't, and it can be very dry, tedious, especially when I'm walking through steps on this is what I'm doing to modify this model. I didn't watch the Jubilee. I had no interest. Sorry, guys. I had no interest in it. And I'm guessing ABL got up there and somebody, I think Beans was saying he got shut down or whatever. But since we're on the subject of Mr. ABL, so yeah, I'm sitting there in my Discord and next thing I know, I get this post from somebody who used to be his moderator that they've been banned on his Twitter account. I'm like, what? I have not banned a single person. There's people that have come in and trolled. I actually shout out to them because the two people that came in and trolled, they actually subbed to the channel and watched the content now. Right? But I never banned them. There are people that I've had fallings out with, right? Or, got upset about some stuff. They're still subbed to the channel. I never banned them. They have free access. They can come and go as they please. They can come in here, talk smack to me. I'm all right. I'm a big boy. I'm used to it. Hey, look, nobody's ever going to break my balls harder than my best friends or my family. Flat out. My hairline starts receding a little bit and my son's like, yeah, you don't even have a 5 head. You got a 6 head, stuff like this. Like they know where to hit me where it hurts. And, I've never banned anybody. I don't believe in censoring your speech unless you're coming in here dropping a bunch of racist stuff. I'm going to tell you, hey, look, back off that shit. And if you don't, then you're going to get silenced. Wait, I just hit 100. Q, thank you so much, man. Wow, thank you. Guys, we hit 100. I can't believe it. Q, you just came out of the blue. That's funny. But thank you, man. Thank you. You are awesome. I mean, if holy God, I hope I earned that sub too. I hope it wasn't just like, you felt sorry for an old dumbass and hooked it up. But even if you did, thank you. I'll take it. I'll take it. Thank you so much. Yep. Q out of the blue and just out of the blue. Bam. Here you go. Here's 100. Thank you. Holy crap. So we did 100 in under a year. I'm super happy with that. Holy, and it's all about you guys. It is all about you guys. This show is mainly like, yes, I got the mic. Yes, I'm talking smack. Yeah, I'm bringing up subjects, painting, whatever, playing games. It's you guys that are driving that chat, that are bringing in the topics. The stuff you want to talk about is what we're going to talk about. I may have stuff queued up that, like, hey, I want to tell you guys about. You guys don't want to talk about it, then we move on. So it's all about you guys, and I appreciate the hell out of every last one of you. You're amazing. Rub scrubs. That's awesome. That is awesome. Um, damn. Wow. Yeah, I mean, my internal counter or whatever, I'm looking at it and it didn't show up because YouTube is brutal like that. They uh they keep you from seeing it. I'm at 102 guys. We You guys are amazing. Thank you. Thank you all of you. I don't know. Damn. Thanks guys. All right. So, Holy Skunk, when you get your live going or what have you, come here, you notify me, you notify Sheree. We pop that bad boy up in the chat and we will advertise you, what, like every show, Sheree? I think we should advertise everybody every show for the most part. If you've got a YouTube channel and I can help you in some way, you let me know. I don't have a problem with it. I don't. We have a Discord. You can get in the Discord, joke around with the rest of the crew of Misfits. Um, there's a place for dank memes. If you do artwork, there's a place for that. You do music, there's a place for that. And it's all about building everybody as a community, especially the small creators that are just starting. So if there's stuff I can do to help you, let me know. Thank you, Q. That is awesome. I appreciate the hell out of it. You're pretty much YouTuber and Facebook. I can understand that, and I don't blame you. Um, Discord's just a easier way that we can communicate, what have you. But yeah, holy skunk. Let me know immediately when if you're starting up a channel, you're going to start doing lives, something like this. Hell, even if you've just got videos that are already lined up, let us know. And more than likely, we'll either hunt down the channel. But Sheree is the greatest mods on these internets. She doesn't miss. As a matter of fact, the bigger channel that she's at, she will hit us with some of their slogans every now and again if she's super tired and like, oops. Holy skunk, I can understand that. Like that, it's a rough one. Um, my son actually bought out the business he was working at age 26, and he's like basically the only tech that can work on this stuff outside of other businesses. Like their owners all work on their own stuff, so I get it. Like I've been covering it, and it's just I'm watching a pile of things build up that need to be repaired, and I have to keep telling him the main tech's out. He's on vacation. Took his first vacation in 7 years, and when he gets back in, we'll clear out your back stock. I wish I could help you. I'm not a tech. I'm not licensed to do what he does. You paid for freaking membership. I never paid for a membership or anything like that. You better not pay like I so here's the whole thing. Even when I get there, I tell people all the time, super chats and like, oh, you want to do super stickers, super chats, and what is it, membership? And I'm just like, nobody pay for that crap, please. Because honestly, you're just lining YouTube's pockets, and then they're going to 1099 me for it, change up my tax code, all this. Maybe I'll do something where I link a PayPal or something when I hit that level. But I'm going to read your chat regardless if you're a normal person in my chat or your super chat. Like I try to keep my eye on my chat the entire time. Again, the show is driven by the chat. Oh, you need help in other means. Do you need like artwork, music, stuff like that? Is that what you mean? Do you need help, talking about how to set up for live or I mean, most of mine is self-taught, but when it comes to music, I'm a complete idiot. I know what I like to hear. Legitimately, Eugene's music. He does music. You can check out his page. Artwork, you can talk to Beans. She might be willing to do artwork for you. She's not a bad artist. Yeah, and then there's another guy, Six. He's a pretty good drummer. But if it's stuff in that arena that you need help with, Holy, that helps. Se, you're amazing, dude. Um, we not only just cracked our 100th sub was Q, which is crazy, and he came out of the blue and gave me my 100th sub. But then now we've got Holy Smoke, and I shouted you out already. Like Se makes some excellent content, very good dude. He's amazing too, and I appreciate every last one of you guys. Okay, Holy Skunk. You know, like I said, if you can figure out a way to do email, I don't even know if I have my email in the description. I'd have to check. But yeah. Let's crack the old creative fuel called Rockstar and wake up a little bit. Yeah, the AI I'm noticing is a crutch that a lot of people are using nowadays. So YouTube to counter it has fired off their own AI, and their AI is screwing things up behind the scenes. Like maybe not from their perspective. I'm sure they're still reaping the rewards of AdSense and all this stuff at YouTube, but for creators, especially smaller ones, that AI is going in there and just rocketing through. It seems like even some of the bigger channels are getting smacked around by it. Damn, but yeah, like I'm super excited, Se. I finally like I'm not even just at 100. I got to 102. You helped, brother. Thank you. Um, I've said this before. You're a great ally to have, and I enjoy your content. And I want to see you get monetized. I want to see you get monetized way before I get monetized. I think you've deserved it and earned it over time, and it's a sin that you're not yet. Yeah, Eugene. I'm telling you, I think part of your issue may be either notification because I've gotten one or two notifications from your channel even though you put up like 4 songs since I've been subbed to you. Um, SE, I'm pretty sure it's something to do with AI. Like, there's definitely something shady with it with Wolverine's channel, and his stuff's all original content. So it's not like he's stealing somebody else's stuff, putting it up there, or anything like this, where they could screw with him. Um, I don't know, but with you, Eugene, it's weird. I don't get notifications. I don't get notifications for SE either, and I've got it on all notifications. So no matter what he does, if he farts in a church, it's going to warn me about it. Like, and he did 3 lives in a row because his Wi-Fi cut out, and not one of them shot me a notification. And I was pissed because I was like, I wanted to watch that live and interact with you. I actually wasn't streaming or doing anything. Like, I would have watched through the entire show. Ended up watching the afterplay of it all the way through. But at the same point in time, I would have rather been in the live and actually interacting with people in there and having fun. SE, like I said this before, I'm going to probably repeat it a couple more times too. I run my mouth on here. I paint stuff. I play games. I'm the guy with the mic, everything else. It's you guys that make it what it is. Like, the chat is what makes it what it is. And like, I'm happy that I have the group of people that I have watching, because everybody in here is like, everybody's good people. You can sit down and have a conversation with anybody in here, even if they have political difference, religious difference, whatever. Everybody is a good person that I've noticed. I haven't found anybody that's watching me or listening to me or, sub to me at all, that come into this live and they're like, yeah, I don't want that scumbag around my kids or something. Everybody seems like good people, and very real people. Like, it's not a bot army. You know what I mean? That's one of those fears too that I have. I don't want a bunch of empty people subbing to my channel. I would rather have 100 subs that are real people with real opinions, real ideas, can get angry with each other, but still interact with each other, have a discussion, have an argument, shake hands and walk away from it because they're intelligent, common sense human beings, than a bunch of bots or everybody in the same thing. I don't want a cult. I want actual individuals that can collectively agree on things or see each other's point of view and compromise, keep their morals, but interact and affect each other's points of view. And that's what you guys do. And I couldn't be happier. So it's really the community that has built this channel. Chatman Crothers. I like that. Here's to the next one. Hey, look, one year we got to 100, right? And like I said, I'll take that 100. I'll take that 102 and have them be real people that are good people versus a million and half of them are just terrible human beings. You know what I mean? I would rather, I want a quality thing as far as the community goes. I don't want it the same thing. I don't, like I said, I'm going to piss people off at times. People are going to piss me off at times, I'm sure. But, and you're going to piss each other off at times. But that's okay. That's what happens in real life. And I think that's an element that pisses me off when I see stuff like, wait a minute, you're a former mod for this channel. You made some comment on something that they said on Twitter and they censored and blocked you and kicked you. Like, what? Yeah, the whole point of notifications is to let you know when somebody posts something. I agree. Like, if they're not working right, like, what the hell? Now, granted, if you got like 400 accounts you're sub to, that's going to crap you a little bit, you know? Um, like it kind of gets lost in that stream of notifications. But I clear mine out daily. Like I look to see what people have posted, and I still have yet to see one in for Messi. You can't have this channel without catsup. I don't like catsup. I like ketchup. It's thicker. Catsup is very runny to me. But yeah, and again, I thank you. Like you guys, thank you. I can I can put on a mic. I can run my mouth. I can upgrade my camera. I can print stuff out. I can paint it, play games or whatever. But it's about you guys hopping in here and giving it that makes it what it is. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yep, I've seen that too. I've had that happen too, Stranded, where all of a sudden, a week later, I'll get a notification, Eugene dropped new music. Like, wait, what? Like, it's a good thing I have him in Discord because Sheree is on top of everything. She just like pops that. As soon as he drops the music, Eugene will post it, and Sheree's either posted it before him or just after him. So it's like, oh, Eugene dropped new tune. Let's go check out this banger. Nothing's impossible, Beans. I agree with you. Nothing is impossible, right? Um, but it's also, and I've said this a lot. If you're going to stream, my advice to you is you set your schedule, and then unless there's some kind of unforeseen emergency, you need to keep that schedule, right? I'm exhausted. I'm beat up. I did this, that, and the other thing. I got like an hour's worth of sleep and like passed out in a chair and woke up. It was like 6:45 or something like this on Thursday. And I was like, I told everybody I might not do a stream. I need to do the stream. 8 o'clock hits. The music's got to go off for a minute and a half. Then I got to start running my mouth, but I need to do the stream. Even if I'm not painting anything, even if like I'm exhausted, I got nothing to talk about, nothing in the tank. I got to fire it up because if you're not consistent with it, then the people that would normally tune into you go, well, he doesn't give a crap about my time. He doesn't give a crap about what I'm going through because I'm exhausted. I worked 3 jobs today in some cases. I did this, I did that. If you're going to do streams and stuff, oh my stuff's always scheduled for 8 o'clock, and I come in at 8:15. Like, what kind of disrespect is that showing to the viewer? At least have like an intro that goes 15 minutes long or something that you pre-recorded and have up there at 8 o'clock. Now, if you stream randomly, like SE does a stream whenever he can, right? Nothing wrong with that. But at that point, those notifications, like that's where YouTube is screwing him because those notifications need to go out the moment he hits stream. Oh God, level 2 GAM. Yeah, TikTok, I'm not a big fan of. I mean, maybe taking some clips out of this, out of my streams or whatever, and doing that. I don't know, but I'm not big with TikTok. I definitely need to do, and I don't want to do them cheesy either, because everybody wants to do a top 10 video, right? But I do want to do top 10 horror movies that with awesome twists to them, and then top 10 regular movies with awesome twists to them. Only because I've run my mouth on stream and said, "Oh yeah, like M Night Shyamalan, I can see through." Everybody always says he's like a master of twists. No, he's not. There's so many better ones, and so I've got to kind of put my money where my mouth is on that one. But I try to stay away from it. I don't like everybody wants to do top 10 lists. That's one of the things YouTube suggests. Do top 10 lists. That'll give it a bunch of subscribers. They're not wrong, but I also don't want to feel grifty, and that's not what I'm all about. I'm not about that life. Somebody took your beans and beans of truth. That's terrible. That's crappy. Um, yeah, somebody definitely always has GAM on lock, to be honest with you, which is why I was like, well, GAM's taken. GAM catches up. And I was like, because I'm always catching up on something, whether it's paint jobs, whether it's the news, whether it's pop culture, whatever. It's always me catching up. So rocking and rolling through that. Stranded Beans has always had amazing suggestions. That doesn't pain me to say that. The reason why the lighting's different in here, the reason why the camera's better because my wife saw my stream and she's not supposed to be watching the streams, right? Only because I paint stuff for her for presents. I don't have a problem with her jumping in and all that kind of stuff. Actually, it'd probably be funny to hear she and I get in an argument on mic. Not going to lie at all about that one. But she saw my stream. She's like, "Hey, your camera is terrible," and got me a new camera. Right? Microphone died. Got a better microphone. So, as annoying as my voice is to me, you guys seem to be all right with it. So I would rather come through nice and clear if I can. But a lot of the like moving the camera angle, the lighting, things like this, they were actually suggestions from Beans, and shout out to her for that. Because she's like, Gam, what about multiple camera angles? I tried it. I did it not on a stream. I just tried it and did not like it at all. Running off the one camera and then moving the camera around, that's fine because it keeps it like out of my way, what have you. And then going in for the final shot, moving it down, figure it works well. But the lighting was a big thing. Beans is like, it's way too dark. So I took that to heart and actually got better lighting, and I've slowly improved over time, but I'm still not great. My production value is probably crap. You enjoy it like talk radio? Thank you, Q. Like you're awesome to begin with for being number 100. But yeah, that's great. I'm glad you listened to the replay, everything else. And that was actually when I was first starting doing the streams. I was like, what do I want this to be like? Everything else. And the way I kind of want to take it and still want to take it is almost in an Art Bell direction. Shout out to him. He was one of the greatest of all times. And I always loved listening to like Midnight in the Desert. Like I didn't hear it when it first aired, but I listened to all the replays, stuff like this. And that's kind of where I wanted to go. I wanted it to be more of a conversation because if I just sit here and tell you my opinions and just run my mouth the entire time, you guys might not want to hear it. You might be like, oh, he's doing a show on this. Yeah, I don't feel like hearing about asteroids. Asteroids, why don't they call them hemorrhoids? Well, probably because then you wouldn't be a proctologist, you'd be an astronaut, right? Things like this. Yeah. And coast to coast, like Art Bell, the best part about Art Bell was at first when I was listening to him, I'm like, is he actually buying into all this stuff? Like, different people were clearly pulling his leg and BSing him. And I'm like, is he buying into it? And it was no, never let the truth get in the way of a good story is what he was quoted as saying. So he wanted to hear people's stories. So Stranded, yeah, that's actually one of my top 10. It's a terrible film. Like Sleepaway Camp is really, really bad. But the twist at the end is one, it stunned me. Like I was just like, like what? That's why. It's the why of it that is the twist in that one. And then I believe Sheree, did you watch Frailty last night? I posted a link to Frailty in the Discord, and I think Sheree watched it, and I'm just curious of her thoughts. If she thought that was like that's up there on my twist movies for horror. Like I that's like number three. But I really like the movie to begin with. It's just the twist at the end is like no kidding. So he disappeared. He did disappear. I knew he disappeared. I just don't remember when it was. And it was life circumstances. And shout out to Steve Kerfuffle. Hopefully he's still out there. Like I said, I think he hid in the well of Air Force One and rode with President Trump to Alaska to get the scoop on the whole summit, and then snuck on Vladimir Putin's plane. And he's probably over in Russia now. He's the man on the streets, and he's getting us live on the road coverage, which I'm hoping he'll get back to us. Also, shout out to the roving reporter Rebel without a reason. Hopefully, he drops through sooner or later. I'm glad to see he's good and he's all right. He was in ABL's chat, I think, the other night. So shout out to him. Steve is definitely I. Steve is another one that I give huge credit to. I listen if I'm going to talk about foundationals because we are at 100, over 100. I will give the foundationals to Beans, Mister, Sheree, Six, Devin. Shout out to Devin, popcorn for her. Um, Stranded for coming in later, but sticking with me. But those people that I just named from the get go, I was never even thinking about doing live streaming. And the reason I did was because I showed them some of my 3D prints painted. And they're like, hey, you should do streams or what have you. Give us a place to hang out. And on top of it, I want to see how you do that. I was like, okay, cool. Bet. And did the first one. And it was, I'll probably go back and look at it now. And it's probably a terrible stream. But they actually like believed in me from the beginning and have stuck with me ever since. Even if I do piss them off here and there, they go away and they'll come back later. And it's cool because you're never going to hear me say, you know, you're never going to hear me say, oh, that son of a bitch, like Mister, for example, right? Oh, that son of a bitch, Mister, he, like this, that, or a third, and never give him credit for believing in me in the beginning. And I give him guff all the time and tease him, but that's kind of our friendship. That's what I do with my friends. Yep. Painting my dolls, as Mister called it. He was like, yeah, it'd be cool to see you paint some dolls. Which, hey, shout out to you, Mister. Like, it's been a ride, brother. It's been a ride. One of the things I've always respected about Mister is that he's very fast witted, so I can go back and forth and banter with him, and he's always got an answer ready. Who was it? I think it was it Mark Twain that said wit always has an answer ready? Yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm an asshole. I've told you guys this. I'm an asshole. Um, I'm a good asshole. I'm like a good person and an asshole at the same time. But I've never apologized for that, and I try to keep it right on the level. Tell you guys nothing but the absolute truth as I see it, and I could be wrong. And when I'm wrong, I'll say I'm sorry or apologize for it. I think that's another thing. Um, if you really see things for a reason of monetization and keeping a cult following and stuff like this, that you're lying. And I don't want to do that. Like, I want to tell you when I find something to be hokey or bullshit or what have you. And I also want to, but try not to hurt your feelings about it. I've kind of learned that over time too, is that, some people get real touchy about certain things. And I didn't even realize how impactful it can be when you shoot something down that you find to be bullshit that somebody really believes in. Oscar Mayer, I don't like quoting him. He was a wiener. Hey, Devin, how are you? It's great to see you. Yeah, I heard that about you, mister. I definitely heard that about you. They used to call you Hansy. That was your nickname, Counselor Hansy. So how are all you lovely people tonight? I've already gone 42 minutes. My mouth's just run and just total excitement because I can't believe we're over 100. Thank you again, Q. And happy I can keep you entertained while you're on the road, too. Uh, like, threw me all off. Um, I mean, should I get into new? What do you guys want to get into? You know, um, you want me to talk about the paint job? Do you want me to talk about the news? Would you like me to talk about? Shout out to him and rest in peace, Terrence Stamp. Definitely one of a kind actor. You knew his voice when you heard it, and great guy. Great guy from everything I've ever heard. Class act. Zod and Superman 2 is probably his most notable role for me. He's had many roles over the years, from a ranch hand on a western to yeah, like well, actually, it was what Young Guns. I want to say. I think he was like the main guy that was trying to teach putting together all those like Billy the Kid and everybody else. But it had a vomitorium. Very nice, Mister. Very nice. Yeah. But shout out to Terrence Stamp. You know, I have to show, and hopefully YouTube don't hit me for this one. But shout out to him, and I would definitely be remiss if I didn't show one of my favorite things involving Terrence Stamp that kind of shaped my childhood, and it came down to this scene right here. This was one of those scenes that just shaped my entire childhood, and this is how I'll always finally remember him.
General, would you care to step outside?
Superman.
Superman, thank God. I mean, get him!
Come to me, son of Jor-El! Kneel before Zod!
I love the window break. It's that window break that does it for me. Like they just like fell off the set. Like they threw a dummy through the glass or what have you. They legitimately threw the dummy through the glass. Just fantastic. Fantastic. Oof. Fantastic. It's ma'am. You want to step outside and call me sir? But I'll always remember Terrence Stamp in that role. Just come, son of Jor-El, kneel before Zod. Like when he makes the president kneel before him, and the president takes the knee or whatever. He's like, "I do this for the entire world, the safety of the entire world." And then he kneels down. And he's like, "Oh God!" And Terrence Stamp's just like Zod, like not God, Zod. Yeah, for some reason, Macho Man is pretty much what I think Terrence Stamp should have been. They should have had Randy Savage in there. Could you imagine? Oh, yeah, son of Jarrell. Come, kneel before Zod and feel the madness. And just like jumps out the window. But yeah, like Terrence Stamp, shout out to him. Um, and then later on, what was amazing when they did Smallville, he played the voice of Jarrell, which always screwed me up. I'm like, wait a minute, I know that voice. Wait, so General Zod's now Jarrell? Like, that's crazy. Yep. Elbow drops from Krypton. Yeah, Bonesaw. Can you imagine then would that make Feora, the girl out of the trio? Because you had Nan, who was the enforcer, you had General Zod, and then you got Feora, right, who's Zod's wife. That could have been played by Miss Elizabeth. So it would have been like Macho Man and Miss Elizabeth. And then I guess we could do the mega powers with it and have Hulk Hogan play Nan. Like, let me tell you what, brother. And just like Macho Man, like they do the whole like, oh yeah, and shake hands and like electricity between them. But yeah, you shout out to Terrence Stamp. Class act, like I said, from what I understand, and it's a shame, but he's older. It's gonna happen. We're burying a lot of our heroes. We buried Ozzy already. Malcolm Jamal Warner was actually pretty young, comparative, and him passing away. Terrence Stamp, like we're losing him. We are losing him. We're losing icons. Hulk Hogan, we lost him. Like Hulk Hogan outside the ring, real shady shit. In that ring though, like he was an icon. I didn't care for him outside the ring, but it's kind of like actors in Hollywood. They have their political views. You may not agree with them. You may be like, oh, Jesus Christ, when they talk. But if they're a great actor, you can still appreciate their work. And Hulk Hogan was like that. Yeah, we could make it with AI. Um, I don't know, man. I kind of don't like it. Gene Hackman in there too. Gene Hackman is Lex Luthor. He's not my favorite of Lex Luthors that have been brought to the big screen. I actually really like the latest rendition they did of Lex Luthor. Shout out to the actor, and I can't remember his name for the life of me right now, and I really should. But you guys know who I'm talking about. Beast from X-Men. Renfield from the movie Renfield. Like that guy. He did a great job as Lex. Still, I think my favorite portrayal of Lex, as far as live action goes, probably goes to Michael Rosenbaum. I loved him as Lex Luthor, where he was like cold, cunning, calculated, but still flawed. Like, granted, it was Smallville, so he was flawed, but I always liked Michael Rosenbaum's version of Lex too. Yeah, yeah. Kevin Spacey as Lex Luthor, I didn't like him. I honestly didn't like him as Lex Luthor. The only thing I liked about him as Lex Luthor is the one scene when they're on the yacht and he says, go ahead, say it to Lois Lane. She's like, Superman. Well, he's like, wrong. That was about the only part of him as Lex Luthor I liked. It also didn't help that movie had uh, Kumar from Harold and Kumar go to White Castle in it. Like, I was like, wait, he's just a goof? Like, he's just one of the goons in the background? What is this? Like, nobody can measure up to a goof like Otis from the original Superman movies. Hello, Leo. Good to see you. Um, Make sure you guys smash the like, all that stuff. Sub if you're not. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. You guys are amazing. Somebody Shaved Me. I always liked that's a great song. Remy Zero, Somebody Save Me. It's a good tune. It gets stuck in your head. Old TV shows like that, though, some of them had some amazing jingles, and not even just old ones, newer ones too. Every time you knew when Sons of Anarchy, for example, came on, you know, riding through this world all alone. You were just like, yep, that shit gets stuck in your head. Somebody Save Me used to get stuck in my head. You have a lot of classic songs from good shows that when you hear them, come and knock on my door. As soon as I hear that, I know Three's Company's on. I I gotta say though, I'm still like I'm caught off guard that we went from 96 to 102. Boom. And like I said, I can't do this shit without you guys. You guys are amazing. Must be a bald faced liar. That's awesome. So that's just it. How did Lex Luthor lose his hair, guys? There's a couple different reasons. There's from he shaves his head to one of my favorite reasons is back in old DC comics, Lex Luthor and Superboy, not even Superman yet, when they did the Superboy run of comics, Lex Luthor had like this big old mane of red hair. And he was working on a way to make it where Superboy was immune to kryptonite. And there was an explosion in his lab while he was working on this thing, and all his hair fell out, and he blamed it on Superman or Superboy at that time. But he blamed him and was like, "I will get even with you, Superboy." That was like one of my favorites. It's like, yeah, he was all about helping Superboy. He was all about the good guy life, and then just switched because he went bald. I'm pretty sure, people at the hair club for men, like that, it would be a lot of angry supervillains then. Yeah, the new Superman was not bad. Um, Again, I think the weakest part of it probably was the way they did Superman to an extent. I do like the fact he was a Boy Scout, like where he even saved the squirrel for God's sake. Didn't destroy the city, everything else. I think when we look at the like Snyderverse, he tried to go for all my superheroes are going to be badass, that kind of thing. Like, oh no, they got to be like just gritty and nasty and just like my Superman will just twist a guy's head off if he feels like it. My Batman's going to come in and strafe machine guns across the ground and just wreck people. And it gets away from superheroes are supposed to do everything to save people, to save the city, protect the citizenry, the innocent, and all that, while preserving the life of the villain in most cases. It's a rare occasion, and it usually leads to some major conflict if they didn't save the villain in time. And Snyder kind of went into the full like, nah, my superheroes are just going to murder people, like flat out. Let's just kill everybody. They don't care. They'll use Superman will use his laser eyes and just like lobotomize Lex Luthor, so this way he can't harm anybody. Like what? He's got that disorder. Like oh, I can't remember the guy's name. He actually just played. I know exactly what you're talking about, Mister. And there's actually an actor, and he's a fantastic actor. He just played Metamorpho in the new Superman, but that actor was in Gotham, the TV show Gotham, and he played Victor Zaz. And he's kind of creepy looking because he has not a hair on his face, on his head, anything else. Like it's that disorder. But goddamn, is he a good actor? Like everything I've ever seen him in, he's a good actor. Leukemia, not leukemia. There's some other disease that does that though, where you have no body hair, no hair at all. Yeah, everybody said that. And you know what? Maybe it's because I'm a dude, but I never noticed that Superman had a fat ass in the new Superman movie. My wife, that was her first takeaway. Like, okay, watching Henry Cavill as Superman, he comes out after saving the oil rig. He's got no shirt on. He's dripping wet, and she goes, "God damn, that boy's put together." And like half the ladies in the movie theater when we were watching it was just like, "Yeah, she's not wrong." You're like, and I'm just like, I can't even argue. Like the boy, holy shit, right? I'm like, if that's the standard women held men to, we're all fucked. Um, but then with this new Superman, I'm like, okay, cool. They got the undies on the outside, all that stuff. That was all I noticed about it. And then my wife's just like, end of the movie, she's like, yeah, Superman had a fat ass. I'm like, what? Like, I didn't even notice his ass. Alopecia. Hey, look, we don't talk about people that have alopecia. Last time somebody did, he had to learn a harsh lesson to keep somebody else's wife's name out of his fucking mouth. I'm just gonna say that now. I don't think you're ready for this jelly. Jesus Christ. Bye, alopecia. Bye. So tonight I am going to be painting Invincible. There's two ways of doing this suit. I have a problem with this model though, and I reprinted it twice. And I'm sure you guys can see this ridge line here. This was the tightest I could get it, even blowing up the head part more. I'm going to have to do an actual resin weld on it after it's done being painted and then go back and paint it again. Now, I don't know if you guys know anything about Invincible or anything else. It's actually, people think it's a newer thing. It's actually an older comic. I would be lying to you if I told you, oh yeah, Invincible, read all of them, love all of them. It's an amazing comic and everything. I read it at the time. I was a huge fan. No, that would be bullshit. I didn't even know what Invincible was until the Amazon animated series came out. And then I went and read all the back comics to it. The Amazon series actually follows the comic pretty damn well. Like, pretty well. Like, pretty much spot on. And I was blown away because I just figured, I was like, okay, it's a knockoff Justice League until the end of the first episode that has a major twist to it. And then the story just gets more dark from there. What's up, E-Rock? Good to see you, brother. You still on the road? So, the story of Invincible is kind of like a Justice League. It's a kid named Mark. He's a teenager. He's half human, half something called a Viltrumite. And his father is a guy named Omni-Man. Now, Omni-Man, he's from planet Viltrum. He's come to Earth, all this kind of stuff. And he's basically like Superman. Like, he's got the same kind of power set as Superman, everything else. And that's why I thought it was a knockoff. So Mark, when he becomes, I want to say it's 17 or 18, all of a sudden his powers kick in. Like, he never knows if he's going to get he gets the powers. And so he becomes a character named Invincible. And the big twist at the end of the first episode, spoilers for anybody who's not seen this, but it's been out for quite a while on Amazon. I highly recommend watching it, and I'll actually show you one of my favorite clips from it. But Omni-Man ends up turning around and killing the entire, like, basically knockoff Justice League at the end of the first episode. And you're like, what the hell did I just see? And he doesn't just, like, kill them in a nice way. He massacres them. So then basically the last episode in the first season is Mark fighting Omni-Man, trying to stop him. And of course, Omni-Man, it's basically like beginner Superboy fighting full bore, been Superman for years, Superman. Except for Omni-Man doesn't care who he hurts. So if you've ever seen The Boys, think Homelander, but a much, much better, indestructible version of Homelander. The thing is, when you're watching like comic book shows, comic book movies, especially animated stuff, you might get like a blood splatter. Like somebody might get punched and like blood splatter or shot, and they do like, the shadow of them or what have you. This goes into pretty dang graphic detail of what it looks like when people get BTFO'd. I mean, brutal. So the last episode and the scene I'll show you guys so you get a context of who Invincible is. Omni-Man has basically now come fully out. They figured out he's the one who took out the entire Justice League knockoff. And Mark is trying to stop him. He's fighting his father. And his father's like, look, we need to take control of Earth. He's like evil Superman. Like, we need to take control of Earth. There's these humans, everything else. They're basically like pets to us because of their lifespan. We're going to live for thousands and thousands of years. Omni-Man's putting them through buildings and cities and just destroying everything. And he knocks them down through the ground into a subway. Well, Omni-Man basically tells him flat out, like, look, I'm trying to think how to say this. He's basically like, look, these people are just flesh and blood. You can kill 1 billion of them. It's not going to matter. They'll keep propagating and everything else. And he goes, to prove my point. And that's basically, they're in the subway. Omni-Man has Invincible down. And he does this thing with Invincible. Because Invincible is also pretty much indestructible for the most part. Like, not completely indestructible, but he can take a hell of a beating. Like put him through one side of the earth to the other and he's still alive. He's going to have broken bones, blood coming out of him, everything else. And Omni-Man pulls this stunt in the middle of the subway and just to prove to him. And he basically uses Invincible as a weapon. So here we go. Let's cue it up. Let's cue this up. And I will switch it over. Let me see. What do I need? I need to turn this one off, I want to say. I got it all set up and yeah, there we are. So he's again, the guy in red on the upper left, that's Omni-Man. That's his dad. And he's voiced by J.K. Simmons. And then he's got Invincible Mark on the ground in this subway. And yeah, we're just going to let it play. Graphic warning to any young viewers out there. This is horrific. This is brutal because he's about to use him as a weapon. And yeah, there we go. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, you can see just the level of violence and ugliness. We got the, oh yeah, I gotta adjust that. There we go. Fix that crap. Get this back up. But you can see the level of violence, ugliness, and just what did I just see? see. Hold on. I think maybe I got copyright hit. Let me see. Oh, so I just got a note. This is interesting. I'll read this guy off to you guys. Good to see you, Bob K. Okay, here we go. Avoid restrictions on YouTube live streaming. This just came in to me while I'm streaming. As of July 22nd, we are increasing the minimum age required to live streams to 16 years old. Okay, doesn't affect me. I've got that like quadrupled out or something at this point. This means that creators will need to be 16 or older to be able to live stream on YouTube. Additionally, live streams featuring 13 to 15-year-olds who are not visibly accompanied by an adult may have their chat disabled, and the account may temporarily lose access to live chat or other features. Please note that in the future, we plan to take down these live streams, and the account may temporarily lose its ability to live stream. And then it's going into it. It's going into it. So that just came up. Granted, we're way past July 22nd, but that's a warning to anybody who's younger and wanting to live stream. Please insert your soul into the slot provided. Exactly, SE. Exactly. Now, I know I had to set up like double verification, all kinds of crap, because I wanted to use custom thumbnails. I know I had to do that in the past. I'm wondering if they're going to ask me for my ID, all that kind of stuff going forward. Runaway train never coming back. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen it, make sure you check out Invincible on Amazon. It's the show is great. Like, it's actually a great show. Very vicious, villains and stuff like that can be heroes at the same time. A lot of twists, a lot of turns. I know how the whole story ends, and it's a very dark ending. Like, it's not a happy ending to the story, but the show itself is really good, really gritty, definitely brutal. I mean, YouTube is, well, I'm sure there's some pressure from like UK. SE, when it comes to that, I guarantee you, because they did that Child Protection Act. So we'll start easy. I'll knock out the rock. This rock goes in here like this, I believe. It's not going to sit right until I glue it, but that's actually where his feet go. So when it's done, let me see. I think this one goes up here, and this one goes here. So he's actually going to be balanced off this rock and on it. It's actually a bigger model, believe it or not, or a bigger 3D print. Yeah, we could do a call-in show, but and that might be a goal. But that's one of those things where, you ready for this one? I would have Sheree monitoring the call-ins, like who's calling in. And that's one of those things that I would have to sit down and discuss with Sheree. Sheree has she is my moderator on everything. David has full on control of the Discord. So he can jump in and out of any chat channel. He can change things. He can set things up for me, because he's actually a master of Discord, believe it or not. Sheree, though, David made her a moderator and titled her Greatest Mod, so that she could monitor things for me. ABL, the thing is, I like the call-in segments to an extent. It's one thing if we're sitting here having a conversation, right, mister? Like, I would love to have you call in, for example, or get on Discord voice and start discussing everything about electrical engineering. Or if I'm talking about a woo-woo subject and I need the science behind it, I would mute my mic and just let you talk and explain to people like, yeah, this is woo-woo and this is why. Right? Stuff like this, because each of you has knowledge that I don't possess. I can pick things up from you, but you're an expert in your field, for example. So I'm going to trust you implicitly when it comes to anything to do with your field of expertise. But you know what I mean? Stuff like that. I'd love to have Danny Boss, for example. Shout out to him. I haven't seen him in a minute. Hopefully everything's well with him. I know he's taking a break from everything, but I would love to have him just go off about everything going off over in the UK and explaining to us what he's seeing on the ground, what he's actually going through, stuff like that. And I would ask pertinent questions like, okay, what about this, Danny? Is there a way to, because he's done a lot of voice and chatted through, but we're only getting a small picture and he's got to keep editing it instead of having a conversation. It's much different when you start getting into a conversation with somebody. That's fine if you only got a robot voice. Trust me, nowadays, everybody's got a robot voice, it seems like, and they have Chat GPT write their videos for them in a lot of cases. I've noticed a lot more AI driven BS going on YouTube. Yep, there you go, Q. That's a good call. You could call from the road, tell us, all that kind of stuff. Anything that you're seeing out there, any of the BS. Especially, I don't know if you're traveling interstate, but if you're traveling interstate, for example, you've been driving all night, you got hands wet on the wheel, do, 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 do. Maybe have, actually, I think it would be interesting to get Sheree and get some of her takes on life, just getting different people's takes on life. It's something that I've kicked around and thought about, but I would have to do it in a certain way. Otherwise, it's not going to work right. And it's going to be like Mr. said, you're going to get people that call up and just want to, or dial into the Discord and like say the N word all of a sudden and jump out like, hee. And you're like, yo, you're a scumbag, dude. Like we're not all about that life. Let's have conversations about different topics. We'd have to throw topics out there though that everybody wants to discuss. Like I think the other two news topics, the only two that I had really in the description at all, is the war talks. So like Trump and Putin did their summit and they made progress or whatever, and now it comes down to Zelensky coming in. And at first it was supposed to be Zelensky and Trump basically meeting with Trump's team. And it seems like he's bringing other European leaders with him now. So I don't know if they're traveling to DC, they're just going to do Zoom call all together or what. But now the ball's basically in Ukraine's court, and it's going to be real interesting to see where this goes. Because last time Zelensky came to the White House, that was a whole blow up in front of the media, and it was not good. Greyhound from and to New Orleans. Okay. Oof. Oh man, that must be that's got to be interesting. You've got to see, but you have to have some funny passenger stories, Q. Like you have to have some funny passenger stories. I mean, granted, you can't talk about anybody that's on there right now, but I'm sure you have seen some stuff. I took a bus from I don't even know where it was in New Jersey, all the way out to Oklahoma, and like Greyhound, and it was brutal. Like it was brutal, but some of the stories while I was traveling were great stories. Like I definitely came back with a whole bunch of great stories. A lot of them involved people that I met or helped. It actually helped while I was on the road. Some were good people, some were just complete jerks. Yeah, the stealth, the bombers, the B-2 that flew over with the fighter escort. Well, I mean, not just that. When Trump met with Putin, did you guys notice Putin had like this little strip of red carpet to walk down, and like Trump's was all like ginormous and wide, like he was at, like Hollywood, and Putin's was all small. You know that was another boss move that Trump pulled. Like, but at the same point in time, the most interesting thing I think that screwed everybody up was Putin pretty much stating that when Trump says that in 2022, if he was president, this war never would have started. That's very, very like. Now, is Putin just trying to flatter Trump? Do you think he's buttering him up? Or do you think that was like, I think it was a true statement? Because the whole pullout of Afghanistan, it was what, 2 weeks later? That's when Russia went into Ukraine because they were like, oh, these guys can't even handle a simple pullout of a country that they've been in forever, and they planned this stuff out. They're off kilter, they're off pace. This is the time to strike. Not too bad and good money. Dude, that's awesome to hear, Q. That is awesome. I mean, if it's something that doesn't burn you out, and it's like, okay, I'm chilling, driving, listening to stuff. Passengers aren't too big of dicks, stuff like this. I'm sure that could be, it can be relaxing. I've always been afraid with something like that because I've gotten it on long road trips of road hypnosis. That always worries me. It's like you start staring at that road and you get the 7 mile stare and just kind of get in the zone. But I guess if you've been doing it for long enough, you know how to control that and everything else. He took a lot of short buses. I believe that for some reason, mister. I believe it. We used to call them tart carts when I was a kid. The short bus. Like, oh, damn. You only got like 5 kids in your neighborhood. They're sending a tart cart to take you to school and back. Used to call that the tart cart. Oh, that's weird. Randomly, my damn chat crapped on my tablet. I was keeping up with all the haps and craps, and I don't know why that crapped out. Yeah, you're right, mister. Yeah, that was shown. He not just he went over and he paid his respects. But he said that in the press conference too, that he's like, yes, there's actually history here and stuff. Don't get it wrong. Putin is a master when it comes to manipulation, all that kind of stuff. Like he is actually a killer. He's ex KGB. He's no joke. Like that man is no joke at all. But at the same, so he knows how to play that angle of, yeah, I'm going to humanize it and everything else and talking about joint, forces. However, and I don't know if you guys have seen this, they showed the map of what Putin wants. And I realized something almost immediately. Go back and look at that map, and then you can kind of realize not only is there a whole huge coal depot right there, part of the land he wants, but there's also a ton of rare earth minerals. And I could be mistaken. Maybe somebody can correct me. I know there was rare earth minerals up north, but I think those are the same rare earth minerals that Zelensky promised the U.S. in that deal he was making with them to kind of pay back like reparations for us supporting them in the war. If that's the case, it makes sense to me when, you know, Putin's talking about, yeah, we need to do business with the US and everything else, that he wants that territory. And that's just it. If Trump's willing to work with him on it, I have this weird feeling that they're basically going to not so much just screw Ukraine, but yeah, they're going to screw Ukraine. Yeah, the rumple strips. Those things are amazing, though. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a time before that where people used to go off and just wham right into the woods. I had one time I had a ball joint blow out on my car, like 65 miles an hour, and should have known it was going bad. And if I didn't drive in New Jersey during like ice storms and stuff, I would never have gotten out of the skid. It was the only reason why I was able to get out of the skid. I should have bit the farm right there. I should have died. Scared the shit out of me too, especially when I realized what exactly broke. Like when I finally used, because I got it down to about 15 miles an hour and then used a guardrail to stop me the rest of the way. And I was like, got out and looked. I'm like, oh my God. And like panicked, but it felt like I was on ice. And I just treated the car like when I used to hit ice when I was in New Jersey. So I got lucky. If there had been another car on the road, I probably would have sideswiped it. Um, thank God for working the graveyard shift at that point. That was definitely a close call. But yeah, the rumple strips, those things definitely help. The ball joint blew its load. No, it separated. So that's just it. I'm not a mechanic or anything, but it basically links your steering to the actual wheel in the front of the car. So turning all the way to the left, turning all the way to the right, one wheel will turn. The other wheel's not going anywhere. It's just going wherever it wants. It's going to the left. You're turning to the right. The other wheel could go to the left, or it could stay straight, or it could go. It can do whatever the hell it wants. So you're basically steering with one tire. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'll tell you what. At that moment, if I ever did believe in Jesus and everything else, I would have told him to take the wheel because I about I mean, it was pretty much at that moment when I realized that it was the ball joint that had blown, broke free. I legitimately like, I wish I had worn Depends because it was, it was definitely scary. Like I was like, damn, I could have really just died here. Like there's people that have, and as a matter of fact, the tow truck driver had even said it to my wife. He's like, wow, he blew that thing like it's clean broken. He's like, I've seen people that this happens to them at like 15, 20 miles an hour that go off in the woods and just right into trees and stuff. I can't believe he recovered. So it was definitely like, well, little angel on my shoulder, I guess. That was like, geez, like 7 years ago. So it's before I actually, it's probably about, yeah, a little bit before I had met any of you guys. But it was crazy. Definitely crazy. I don't have that worry with the damn new car. But yeah, the I have a bad feeling that Zelensky may derail everything when he comes to the White House. Everything that's been built up. And I also have the feeling that if he does, then Trump is going to throw his hands up and just tell Putin, go ahead and take them. Just go full tilt into them. We're done funding them, whatever. And at that point, this war is over in one way or the other. Because I really do think that Russia has kind of been holding back, and the only reason why Ukraine is even able to put up the fight it's been able to put up is because we're all funding it. I think even Europe, they're going to be like, yeah, unless we want World War III, then we're going to have to back out of this too. If the US doesn't have your back, you're kind of screwed. So it's going to be a rock and a hard place for Zelensky. But last time he did this shit and came to the White House, it did not work out well. It was ugly. It was bad. You think Belarus will come in on it? I mean, so far the two regions I've seen that Putin wants to take is basically like linking land to Crimea. Crimea, a river, as Mr. would probably say. So that's the problem when it comes to Zelensky. I don't know that he's so much sneaky. I think it's more like it reminds me of old school mafia that's controlling a politician. Like basically the politician is a puppet and the mob is behind them going, oh no, Hughes is going to do this. We need to call Smurf and see if Smurf can change things. Like Smurf might be able to make a call to Zelensky like, hey, you know what? Look, you got to calm down with all this war stuff, man. Like, this ain't good. What's up, Forever? Yeah, Crimea is one of them, mister. I think it's 80% of them all speak Russian. And because I think Putin took that under Obama. So that long ago. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they did a vote recently, and 80% of the population of Crimea wanted to stay with Russia. And that's a huge one because they're controlling basically the water. Like that whole little inlet right there. What is it? The Black Sea. They control that whole area. Like Russia actually controls all that. And then it's like Donetsk or Detansk. I can't remember what the hell it's called. And then one other little area that kind of linked towards them. But Russia controls right now because of the war. They've taken over all of the one region, and then the other region, there's like this little sliver that they have. They've taken over, like, I'm going to say, looking at the map, it was like 75, 80% of the other one. Yep, that gives them access to the Mediterranean. Correct, Bob. You should know. You're a salty dog. That's just it, SE. I don't think NATO will give it to them because if Russia really wants to play hardball, then they'll cut off oil and natural gas supply to Europe, which is basically getting the bulk of their energy directly from them because Europe did that whole thing where they wanted to go green. So they shut down all their coal plants. They shut down everything and then started buying foreign energy. And I know Europe, I want to say Russia sells some of it to China. A chunk of it to China, it gets refined and then sent back to Europe. So technically it's Russian oil. Okay, so what Mr. just said, that is actually the name of the two areas. The next, is that it? The next? I can't even pronounce it. And Luhansk. And yeah, that's just it. That's what Russia, or that's what Putin wants out of the deal are those two areas. Um, and like Mr. just said, they voted to be independent of Ukraine, and pretty much they would go right back to the Russian Federation. Which, let them have it. At this point, if they're going to give you a security guarantee in the war completely and promise no more incursions and all that, maybe let NATO move troops to the border. So set up like little border stations, okay. And guaranteeing that's it. This what we wanted, and we're done. It's 5,000 to 7,000 people dying constantly. Like you're running out of people. I saw a video the other day. A guy pretended to be like a hydraulic jack and was hiding in like this truck. It was hysterical. I was like, it wasn't funny, but it was funny. Like they lifted the back end of this like dump truck looking thing, and it came up, and you saw the guy's legs up to his belt, like he's standing there like he's a hydraulic jack. Correct. It's an unwinnable. From my perspective, there is no winnable situation. There is no way that Ukraine could turn around and take Russia out and conquer them. They can't beat them. They can stalemate them with our help and with NATO allies funding them and everything else. You can play to a stalemate, but it's really now that becomes a war of attrition. Russia has, it reminds me of in Avengers Infinity War, where they have the whole shield around Wakanda, and they land the ships, and then they have like the dog monster things, and they start running them into the shield and weakening the whole shield, and they keep going, and the Proxima Midnight is just like, we have blood to spare, and you're just funneling them in and letting them get wrecked, but it's destroying it. And slowly but surely, they've eroded all those different spots in Ukraine. So eventually, it's just a matter of time. Attrition, just you're going to wear them down, and they may get little victories here and there, like drone strikes or whatever. But Russia hasn't unleashed like the actual beast. They could drop one MIRV nuke that's non-radioactive in the middle of Kiev, and yeah, it would not be good. The amount of destruction, death, everything else would be catastrophic. That's awesome, Essie. Why does it have to be a Black Sea? And you're not wrong, mister. World wars have been started over less. And yes, you could fire missiles from the Mediterranean into Russia. You do have a chance they get knocked out. Now, if we're talking hypersonics are crazy. Russia possesses them. China possesses them. I'm sure America possesses them too, even though, they say we're working on the technology. I think that's total BS. I think there's definitely things that I've seen that just, what the hell? There's nobody that can touch America when it comes to technology, which is one of the other things Russia wants to establish a business relationship with us, are AI manufactured chips. I mean, yes. Yes, because Crimea is right there. If you look at the Black Sea, it doesn't matter if you fire over other countries. America possesses, and actually Russia does too, we have intercontinental ballistic missiles. They go up into space and then they propel a little bit, they shut off their rocket, they ride the wave, and then they just drop right on their target. And they come in hypersonically. So something like a Patriot missile or something, taking one out, it's kind of the equivalent of trying to shoot down a exploding bullet with a BB while it's coming at you. It's super ridiculous. Like, you have to be right on target and really precise to hit it. And it's coming in so fast that it's hard to hit. Oh no, you're fine. I get it. That is an honest question. But no, look at it this way. Our B2s just went in and hit Iran, right? Did they just go, oh, we're in Israel, which is an ally, magically we're in Iran? They had to fly over other things. So either they're giving the other countries heads up, like, look, we got a bomber wing coming through in that case, or the stealth is just that good and they don't even know that they're there. So if they're crossing over, like, say, Syria, Iraq, or whatever, maybe they're given a heads up that, yeah, we have a bomber wing, don't shoot at us. Otherwise, the stealth is just good enough where our bomber wings can now go through their radar without being detected. Now, Russia has funneled a lot into their military. Like, they really have funneled over the years, funneled a ton into their military, but I don't think their tech's there. China, same thing. China doesn't have the tech. Like, their tech's there, but it's mainly stolen from America. Yeah, there you go, Bob. That's a good way. When you're doing something like that, a lot of times you're just hitting your target, and it's basically, ask for permission. No, we're just going to apologize later. Don't ask for permission, just do it and apologize later. Because realistically, say like the strike on Iran, what was Syria going to say? Hey, we're going to start a war with you? No. Hey, look, we flew over your shit. Sorry about that. Yeah, there you go, mister. Because you're not technically traveling over their country. You're traveling in low orbital space. And nobody really can claim, like, oh, well, you're in our airspace or we own that. It's space. It's wide open. Yeah, Putin did want to join NATO, but that kind of defeats the entire purpose of NATO. Like, if you brought Russia into NATO, what the hell would the point be to NATO? You might as well just disband it at that point. And Bob's kind of right. The UN, in my view too, is, look, I want people talking with each other and everything else, and different countries settling their cases diplomatically, but realistically, they just don't even care. It seems like anytime UN votes on something, nobody really cares. Everybody just kind of ignores it anyway and goes and does whatever the hell they want. So, what is the point to the UN? I think that's why whenever somebody is kind of out of favor, they make them a UN ambassador. Like that one dude who was leaking to Israel. They're like, oh, yeah, he's coming out of his role. He's going to go be the ambassador to the UN. Like, oh. Yeah, you're right, mister. It would. It would be completely anti-China. At that point, if Russia joined, it would be completely anti-China. The problem is that Russia and China are now sharing a pretty good working relationship, and that's not a good thing. That's actually, you're creating another, technically, an axis of evil again. I agree. I agree with that, actually, Essie. I don't think NATO is technically needed at this point. Um, I mean, Trump just got more spending set up for it. I think it's 5% of GDP now from each European country, like the EU, all that kind of stuff. It's 5% per country for NATO. But I think NATO is kind of, it's old thinking. I think if Trump actually does ever pull out of it, then that would be the end. Like, it'd just be over. It'd be like, oh, well, EU can defend itself, UK can defend itself, whatever. Really, Mongolia. That's that's actually really interesting. I don't know a ton about Mongolia other than I like the Who. HU, that is. Like, I like that band with the throat singing. But outside of that, I don't know much about Mongolia. Sorry. I don't. I mean, most focus now has been on what's going on in the Middle East. And that's that whole shit show. But it does look like there is a possibility of peace too. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I won't hold my breath. I'll tell you guys that much. Now you're fine to rant, dude. I love it. You're teaching me something. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to dominate the planet. I don't want America to dominate the planet because we have too much going on here. We have too much bullshit going on in our own country to go and like spread it across the planet. Things will get real bad at that point, I think, because we're kind of deluding ourselves. I think that's my personal take. I think that's part of the problem is we went to go play police in different places, do regime change wars, all this to people that were friendlier to us, and we seem to make it worse whenever we do. Just my opinion. And I get global, like, hey, look, global empire, all this kind of stuff. I just personally really think that if we focus on us domestically, we'll be better. Like, we'd be much better off. Focus on our homeless. Focus on the drug addicted mental health issues. Focus on, like, I actually like the idea of Trump sending troops to go take out the cartels. That's just a hot take of mine. I'm like, you know what? That works because they hurt us domestically worse than a lot of this other stuff we're fighting for. Like these other wars we're fighting for. If we could fix ourselves domestically, and then once everything's perfect here, or set up and established, and there's a standard again that we're running against, then you can go be, like, I'm going to be the world cop. That's fine. But I think that's part of the problem is we've got our eye off the ball here and so focused on other places at times that we've diluted we've diluted ourselves. I mean, I like the America First, Bob. That's a good call. But at the same point in time, I also think we need to watch geopolitics. We need to pay attention to that stuff because that's how you get something like a 9/11. That's how you get, and I mean, whatever takes on 9/11 or whatever, but that's how you get hit here on the homeland is because you put your head in the sand and you don't watch the rest of the world. So we do need that presence in the rest of the world, but I don't think that should be the major focus. That should be the minor focus. America First should be the major focus. If the Brits were running the show, we would be importing a lot more Pakistani / Middle Eastern refugees. Because that's what's going on with Britain right now. They're taking in so many damn refugees that it's changing their country. As Mister says, the running tinfoil hat joke. Right. So should we change them over and call them kings? like monarchs. And I don't know about corporations because last I checked, high school clubs have like president of the yearbook committee, for example, class president. Just more of a title. And they don't call like the head of a company, usually the president of a company anymore. They call him a CEO, chief executive officer, chief financial officer, stuff like that. Public relations head. A prom queen, huh? Losers. Your best. Losers whine about their best. Winners go home and fuck the prom queen. Actually, she was the prom queen. Really? Don't know what's happening in the world anymore? Um, I don't know what's happening in bigger scopes on most stuff myself. It's just the war zones I've been watching because I do want an end to all wars. I don't want people dying. I want it to be people, not the like. Basically, I want a lot of the unnecessary killing to stop. Like, there's all kinds of problems in Africa. I don't pay attention to them. Right? Ukraine, Russia. Or I wouldn't be paying attention to it. Like if they were just like bitching at each other, I wouldn't be paying attention. It's the fact that they're actively mass killing people, like five to 7,000. So you're not wrong. I don't know about British politics, which is why I would love to like have a call in from Danny or David and tell me what exactly they're seeing there. Um, Same thing, Japan, China, stuff like this. I do know this. Apparently, President Xi, has come out and had a phone call with President Trump and promised him that he will not invade Taiwan while Trump is in office. That's huge. If that's the case, that's a big step. And with their trade negotiations coming up, I think that's going to play into it. Well, that's just it. So much war, right? And this is one of those things. Does Trump actually win a Nobel Peace Prize? He stopped a war between India, Pakistan. Uh, I, I keep wanting to call it Al Jazeera. Maybe it is Al Jazeera. But he stopped like 4 or 5 different wars that were either about to start or were ongoing. Congo and Congo and somewhere else. They had a war that was going on for like 10 years or something. And he just ended that one. They all came to the White House, signed peace deals. Yep. The weather. Yeah, the weather. You do have, I guess it went up to Cat 5, but you have Hurricane Aaron. And at first, when I was looking at the predictive model that the news put out, I was like, oh shit, that's headed right towards me. Like, I'm going to get smacked here, guys. Like, if I don't stream for like 4 or 5 days, it's because I got no power and I'm underwater and probably fighting alligators in the backyard. And then I go to the site. It's called windy.com, windy.com. And it shows basically all the wind patterns. Has it all on thermal, everything else. So you can track for a week. And that storm, because I think there's either a low or high pressure. I don't know what the hell it is, right? I don't know the difference. But whatever, that's blowing across and actually pushing the storm off the coastline. And it looked like it was going to hit Virginia. It might even miss Virginia and hit up as high as like New York, Vermont, that area. I'm not waiting for aliens to show up. I can appreciate that thought though. that aliens, this would be a time for them to show up, right? But then again, I'm also the one that keeps going like, okay, when we get in the Epstein files? Oh, wait a minute. You want to go back and relitigate Russia, Russia, Russia? Well, wait a minute. What about those Epstein files? Can we finish up with those first before we go opening this other can of worms, guys? Because, this shouldn't be difficult. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Like, you're completely just doing the whole, you're trying to wag the dog, and I'm not buying it. I want my Epstein answers, guys. I don't know about you, but, people are, Pam Bondi's doing this, that, and the other. Well, great. Tell her to go back and give us some Epstein files then. Oh, you guys can't do that? Why is that? You guys even said that, like Trump even said, oh, declassify the grand jury testimony, everything. What happened with Ghislaine Maxwell? What happened with that? What is going on? You're distracting. I'm going to say this part too, because this is actually one of the news headlines I wanted to talk about a little bit that has me a little worried. So I think it's a good idea, a bad idea kind of situation. But the whole thing with DC where that he mobilized the National Guard to take control, law and order, all that stuff, I get it. You got a crime problem, right? I don't like it. I like it. I like the fact he wants to fight crime, and he's taking it serious. Everything else. I also don't like it because it almost feels to me that it could be considered martial law. And that is a worrying prospect. If the federal government takes over a state, now granted, DC is kind of a special case, right? But they said if it works here, he might consider doing it in like Los Angeles, New York, stuff like this. The federal government taking over local law enforcement is a very scary prospect to me. That worries me because it does remind me of like martial law. Now, I would like to believe, and this is probably the way this plays out, that once they have a handle on things, that they call them back and, that's the end of this story. It doesn't go any further. But I also worry sometimes that this could be a model where local law enforcement ain't doing it. So you know what? We're just going to use the federal government to supersede everything. You can say Trump doing it, right? Oh, it's a good thing. He wants to fight law and order. Okay, that's great. Trump's in there for 4 years. Let's say a Democrat wins. Let's say they use that same precedent and use it against, I don't know, people complaining about COVID vaccine shots on YouTube or something to that extent. All of a sudden they start really hammering home, oh, you're one of those Trumper guys. You're this, that, and the other thing. I look at government overreach on either side of the aisle worries me because the other one can use it when they're in power. And I think it could be a slippery slope. Like I said, don't think it's going to work out that way, but I'm going to call it out anyway, just because. I'm going to throw that out into the zeitgeist like, yeah, guys, be careful. Yeah, Bob, that's what I'm saying. DC is kind of a special case, but he has talked about doing it. And if he declared national emergency, for example, due to crime in New York for, we'll use New York as an example. Let's say he pulls that stuff in New York. Hey, it's a federal emergency. The crime rate, the citizenry, they demand this. And then he launches them into there or activates the National Guard. He did it in LA too. So it was legal. He was able to, it was definitely legal. It's just one of those things. Like I said, I don't think it will be, but it's a slippery slope that worries me sometimes. Did they do that in New Jersey during COVID forever? Like I wasn't in New Jersey for COVID. I was down here in the amazing state of South Carolina that shut down for 13 days, and then on the 14th started opening everything again. And then you would walk into a store with your mask on, and they'd be like, "You don't have to wear that in here." I am painting a rock. I am painting a rock right now. But it's actually like a piece of concrete rock. Because these feet, let me see if I can get them in the right position. No, that's definitely got to go there. Because his feet actually sit on this rock like so. So the rock will go into the base like this. And then the legs come up. Let me see. Let me connect the body. Connect the body so you can kind of see what I'm looking at. Granted, it just buried the rock, but... Oh, God. Yeah, I forgot how long, like, his legs are, everything. Let me find the right piece. That's it. So you're going to have legs that are basically this long. Oh, don't you snap. Oh, you son of a bitch. I heard it too. I heard it cracking. I have to glue that back into place. But yeah, this is going to go here. And this is probably going to be a two round paint job, especially now, because I'm going to have to glue that back together. I really need to shape down some of these joints, but that's going to go in there. Then that comes off the rock like this. So this gives you some idea of how tall he is. Actually, his butt cheek's that way, so like that. It's going to go up to the body, but it glues in, and he's actually a pretty big model. Like just looking at the legs. Just looking at the legs to the torso on it. It's a pretty big model. Yeah, you can see all the flaws clearly too. But no, I mean, I did the base rock just because it's easy to paint while I'm talking smack. The bigger part is, and like I can't believe I just cracked that one piece. Which I got to shave that down anyway. It's the knee pad on this. Knee pad's going to have to get glued back in. I might even reprint it. I don't know yet. But yeah, you got the knee pad. And then this goes up to, like I said, this is going to go on the leg, or the leg will go like this. God damn, what a pain in the ass. The guy who cut this apart, I've shown you guys when I cut something in Blender. He did this basically to hide his cut line. The only problem is it made this piece right here very flimsy. You should have probably cut up at an angle here. Like I would have cut an angle across the muscle right there and just kept this all one piece. You thought it was the pet rock from Valheim. Nice. I would have had to stick some googly eyes on it. Maybe I'll do that in the back just as a joke. It's not going to be a month of streams. It'll actually go pretty fast because his costume is pretty easy. The big problem is, like I said, this will be one that I'm going to have to weld and then show again because I reprinted this head twice and this body twice. And you can see, and the reason why is because when he did the cut for the model so that he could key it, this is the key, and get it so it held together, he cut this too thick. Like the cut tool he used was too thick. So it screwed it up, which is a big pain in the ass. Like you've seen it with my other ones, how they just fit together and they're real tight and you don't really see the seam. Like I try to cut them where there's no seam. whoever did this already had the model prepared. I tried to find the whole model all together and almost put it back together and cut it myself, but no luck on it. But it shouldn't take a month. It should actually go much faster. I mean, that rock I could probably even glue in there right now and just put it on the base and have that set. But I'll throw it aside. Yeah, because I still have to reprint the head of the Batman who laughs. Otherwise, I probably would have painted him. That's pretty much the last two I have left are this Invincible and the Batman who laughs, and then I've got to print other things. Like I got to start up again. I've been slacking on making sausage in the background and having the printer run 24/7, like I was doing for a while there. Just it happens. I'm a slacker like that sometimes. Let me see what we are looking at for the paint job anyway. I definitely had some images set. Let's see, image 1, image 2. Fire them over. The bottom one's right off the comic. Well, actually, both of them are from the comic. The bottom one's right is the cover of Invincible number 13. That gives you an idea of the paint that I'm going to have to choose and everything else. Like the suit's kind of easy. It's mainly black. Um, Again, I could cheat because his newer suit is like this real dark blue and black. That's all it is. The old suit is yellow. Let me take a look. What color yellow do I want to use? Maybe I'll start working on the arms. I'm thinking this bright ass lemon yellow might match up well with him. I watched a guy earlier today he's actually like a pro at it. Some heavyset British dude. Shout out to him. I can't remember the name of the channel, otherwise I would name it. And he had the $150 Awada airbrush. He was like using Citadel primer and all the different Vallejo like paints and all this kind of stuff. He was doing mainly everything by airbrush, some stuff by hand. And he definitely paying like $50 to $100 for the STL files, the actual model files. And he was like a pro at it, and his shit looked really tight. But I was like, okay, now let me see you do it on a budget. Let me see you do that where you didn't spend $5 for a bottle of paint. You spent $5 for 6 bottles of paint. Like a mustard yellow. Well, I mean, they're the same color. I'm seeing what we've got because the first layer is going to be weak. I am thinking that you're right, though. I think I am going to have to go to a darker yellow and then use this color yellow because we can see a lot deeper right here, where I've got a pretty decent buildup of the paint. It is going to be too light, so I am going to have to go to probably like the school bus yellow and then use this light for highlight. But since I've already got it poured, I might as well use it as a base coat. So I'm just going to base coat it with this so I don't waste the fucking paint. But yeah, I think that's way too bright. Like it's too light too. Take like 12 coats to get it where it's looking good. Something like this, I might actually be better off airbrushing. I might be better off just hitting her with a spray and edging in on it, but then the stream will shorten by a lot. So let's extend it out a little bit. Besides that, worst case, well, I can just call it a fail, right? I don't think it'll fail. I am pissed about that knee pad though breaking. So that's going to be a pain in the ass to put back together. Well, what else is going on in the news, guys? I don't have Rebel in here like hitting me with the Twitter stuff, and I don't have my man on the street, Steve. Shout out to him, like lighting it up and telling me like, "Oh yeah, Gam, did you see this?" I know there were 9 teens down here in South Kakalaki that just got charged as accessories before and after the fact to this 16-year-old's execution, we'll say, over a girl. I don't have a PO box. I do not. I think I have the Discord for my fan mail. People just hit me up on Discord. This actually goes all the way into his mask. Just knock out these yellows. Which I'm guessing this guy must have based it off of the newer design of Invincible. Like the black and blue one. Because he actually doesn't have it lined out there. Yeah, I mean, this top half is definitely going to go to the yellow. I guess this is going to be a blue then. Yep, and they were all white. That's correct, Bob. They were all white kids. Yeah, so the South Carolina thing, I don't have a business email either. I check my GAM catches up mail infrequently. But yeah, Bob, you're right. So basically, what happened was this 19-year-old was dating this chick. The girl left him for this other guy. He threatened the guy with a gun at one point, said he was going to shoot him. Then the girlfriend turned around and like the guy she got together with was like 16, got him out, and the 19-year-old kind of ambushed him. Like, but the other kids that are charged, they basically knew about it and helped set him up to get out to this one part of the woods or what have you. And then the 19-year-old pulled the gun, did his thing, and yeah, they found the body. They linked everything back together, and kids are getting charged as accessories. Like it's not good, not good at all. Pretty horrendous story, and it's all over a girl. Because sometimes, and I'm not saying this about every girl, sometimes girls like, and I've had this shit happen to me actually. They like to see you get in fights with others over them. They like to see two guys get in a brawl, stuff like that. Now, whether or not she knew he was going to do this, but apparently all the kids knew that the 19-year-old actually did have a gun and was armed. Thank you, Q. And Q, congratulations on being number 100. Thank you. You're awesome. And hopefully your ride goes smooth. Hopefully we give you some interesting crap to listen to. But stay safe and safe trip. And what is it? Happy trails? Happy trails to you till we meet again. Yeah, women can build you up and they can tear you down. She can kill with a look, she can wound with her eyes. She'll ruin your faith with her casual lies, right? But no, I definitely like it. It was usually teenage girls. Like I don't know if it was just an ego thing. I don't know. Women would have to explain that one to me. But having two guys like brawl over them, they used to like that stuff. Like, oh, they're so into me. They're gonna fist fight over me. I don't. I'm sure that still happens. Well, obviously it still happens because of what just happened, but I don't know if it happens with the frequency it did when I was a kid. That shit used to happen all the time. You'd have two guys in high school that were just beating the crap out of each other, and it's like, what's it over? Oh, he slept with my girlfriend. It's like, yo, she's a hoe. That's why he slept with her. Like, you need a new girlfriend, buddy. She's willing to do that to you. What do you think she's going to do to him? And not like guys don't do the same thing, you know? But yeah. Dude, us and the doll painting adventure, me trying to paint like this. Like my hands already do this, mister. Right? You want me to be on a bus and really be like all over the place? Like I just gotta draw this straight line. Well, don't you guys have like meetups or something with ABL and he planning something like that? Aren't you guys going to meet up in like Atlanta and California and like New York or some shit or Chicago? I think he was talking about at one point. I don't know if he's still doing that stuff. Like I said, I stopped watching. Sorry guys. I dropped in. I literally woke up, tuned in, saw he was still streaming, figured I'd jump in because if Steve Kerfuffle had dropped through, that would be the first show he was there on. And unfortunately, he wasn't. I was glad that Six and Rebel were there. That was great. I was happy to see both of them. But and make sure they're good. You guys had already told me like Rebel's good or whatever, and Six is good. But it was nice to actually see him be like, "Hey guys, what's up?" and all that. But yeah, Steve is he's an enigma wrapped in a mystery. He just, although his name was Way of the Road, so there's something to be said about that. I mean, how do you know? Like maybe it's like normal people. How do you know it's all it would be all creeps? Could be normal people. I know I wouldn't go. I'm a weirdo, so there's one weirdo eliminated from the mix. But how do you know? Like he's got normal people that watch him, right? I think he does anyway. You guys let me know. Has it gotten like stranger or something in that chat? I would I would honestly want one of you guys to go just so you could come back and tell me like oh yeah, there was like these like 70-year-old white ladies that were all hitting on him. Like, and he was all uncomfortable. Like I think that would be funny. That could be that could be a show unto itself. Because it really does seem like he has a lot of older folk. Hell, Bob would go and be a superstar. He'd be like, "Hey, ladies." Because I can read GAM. Yeah, and that's right, mister. That dude is yeah. Yeah, that dude, he definitely really does like little Asian girls that look like schoolgirls a little too much. Not like, "Oh, you're so cute. Let me get a selfie here for my anime collection." More like, "Hey, you ever been down to a dungeon before?" Like he definitely strikes me like that one. You guys could meet FNA Ranger SEAL Team 6 or whatever. FNC Nintendo Switch Survivor edition, you know, like that dude, you could meet him. Sheree could meet him. Be like, you're my favorite caller. I kid, Sheree. I kid. Don't send Rick James after me. I'll be the one in a mascot costume with a camera. Like, holy shit, Sonic the Hedgehog showed up to this meeting with a camera. What the hell? Like, what is his mascot? I don't have a mascot either at this point, but what the hell's his mascot? I still can't believe I got 102 viewers. You guys are fucking amazing. Thank you. Just epic. All right. This stuff is very thin and not base painting very well, so I'm going to switch it up and we will go to a thicker, darker yellow and see what we get out of it. Actually, the thicker, darker yellow looks like crap too. It's going on very thin on that black background, but we'll work with it. Really want to get the guts thick. Might even go to a darker yellow and then come back to this yellow because the coloring is hitting right. Like when it second coats, it's not bad. That first coat sucks. Definitely need to get the thickness in there. Yeah, let me get into we are going to go into a really dark ash yellow for the line work in the middle, like across the abs and some of the muscle lines and fingers and everything, joints. Yeah, there we are. So this way I can just blend on top of it. We knew you were a furry. Jesus Christ, mister. Hey, if that's the case, we need to keep her away and out of sight if she ever does meet up. But, you know, like there is some kind of meetup with ABL and that Big Show dude shows up. Everybody would have to be on guard, make sure she doesn't like end up in the bottom of a well and, you know, that dude Big Show standing up on top of the well going, it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again. Yeah, I'm definitely one of those that would probably just blend into the background. Like you wouldn't even know I was there. Be a fly on the wall. Be all quiet. People would be like, hey, can I buy you a drink? Nope, don't drink. Stuff like that. It would definitely be the quiet one. The one that would definitely disappear into the background would be Devin. Devin, nobody would even like notice at first. She'd just be quiet, and then all of a sudden we just hear munching, and it would be like popcorn. Like, just why do I smell popcorn? Look over and there's Devin just munching and watching everybody, writing shit down on a pad. Like, oh god damn. I think there's a couple that would be like immediately recognizable. I think Mister would probably be recognizable like almost immediately. Six would be recognizable because he'd be wearing a mask the entire time. Sure, everybody would be noticing you because they would be bowing down to you and be like, "You are the greatest mods." My God, sure, everybody would want pictures with you. They'd be like, "Oh my God, greatest mod ever." Which, man, I'm bringing it back to this. So explain to me, if you would, Miss Beans, what exactly you said to get banned from ABL's Twitter. How is that a thing? You were his moderator, everything else. How do you end up going from moderating a channel to banned from Twitter? I can't, it just doesn't compute to me. Like, were you, hypercritical about something? Did he not know it was you? Like, how did that work? I mean, I've said this before, and I'll say it again because I said it on Discord, and I would say it directly to anybody who does stuff like that, like the banning stuff. Unless somebody's seriously disrupting your channel, your social media, something, and doing it on purpose, how is your skin so thin after being on the internets for this long that you banish people to the cornfield basically if they don't agree with your take or they give you any kind of pushback? I don't mind Europeans with a mouth. You know, I'll make you rage quit. That's all. Like, but I'm not going to ban you or silence you. Like, we can respectfully disagree. I can piss you off or whatever. You're going to come back later and it's all good. Or, you're going to piss me off and I'm just going to be like, okay, whatever, and move on from it. I don't understand the whole, like, you're a content creator. The audience is pretty much your boss at that point. I don't understand, like, unless you're taking like personal jabs at them, like, oh yeah, that's why your wife left you and shit. Like, okay, your mother was a hamster and your father reeked of elderberries. Okay, I can kind of understand. You really insulted him, but I don't get like the whole banning people thing. Like coming down with a ban hammer. I mean, it could be that I don't have like 1 point something million subs. I do have 102 though. Thank you guys. But I don't have like a million subs. So maybe at a million subs, something like this, even 100,000, you're just like, if I piss one or two people off and they go away and never watch my shit again. But even if I had 1,500 people that watched me constantly, I would know their names. I would be able to look at my chat and be like, oh yeah, this person's pretty important. And when it comes to that channel, you are one of the big cheerleaders. I wouldn't say cheerleaders. And one of the supporters that is very vocal on there at all times. So that's confusing to me. Okay, so what happened, Bob, was our Discord. I hopped on it earlier to tell, like just to check in. And ABL banned Beans from his Twitter. That's what happened. Like, she tried to post, I guess, a comment or something he said, and Beans took a screenshot of it, and she is 110% banned from his Twitter, like being able to interact with his Twitter account. And that's where I'm at too, is like, I'm trying to figure out like what did you say to him to get yourself banned? Like, did he just do it for no reason? Was he just like, you know what? I don't need to hear your mouth. And it confuses me too. That's where I'm at, Bob. That's even why I'm kind of talking about it, because I don't understand. I understand smaller guys that have no life experience, that they get upset about things or whatever and ban people, but I don't understand bigger creators doing the same thing, like acting like smaller counterparts. Wait, is that so? Did you post that? Is that something you said, like on the Twitter thing? Like you were weak as f on Jubilee, and then you were like you went to post something else and you were banned, or did you say something like that before it? Because that actually is weak as fuck. If that's the case, you know, god damn, in a very nice way. Yeah, I could believe it. I can definitely believe that. I mean, look, people are going to run their stuff however people are going to run their stuff. I've said shit much worse than that and haven't gotten banned. And well, maybe not on Twitter because I don't I don't use my Twitter. I don't. I have a Twitter account. I may look up a news story or something, or if something's going on, like when Elon Musk had that catastrophic meltdown with Trump and all that. I went to Elon Musk's account, for example, and just looked it up. Like, wow, he really is saying this shit. Like, that's not just some CNN, MSNBC talking point. He's really like, yeah, you know, the reason why they're not releasing the Epstein files is because Trump's in them. Have a great day, DJT or whatever. I was like, God damn, dude, Musk is going scorched earth. You know, like all pissed off. Anybody who votes for the big beautiful bill and all that nonsense. So I've wanted to see it firsthand. I did, but that's pretty much the extent of my twittering. I don't tweet. I don't X. I don't any of that stuff. Just if I did, it would be stuff like guys just got hit with a shit spear. Everybody, please secure your gas masks. You know, like I would put stuff like that on there and be funny. I know, and shout out to him because he's missing. But Steve Kerfuffle, he goes on there and pisses in people's Cheerios all the time too. I wonder if he got banned. Mister, thank you for dropping in, brother. We always appreciate you. Please be safe. Be safe in all your travels. You know, we worry about you. And always good to see you, brother. And thank you for sticking with me since day one. Bob, you're right. You're 100% right. I mean, somebody chats in right now, they're like, dude, you're painting like shit. You're this, you're that, you're the other thing. Be like, all right, yeah, there's definitely room for improvement. And, you know, at least you're providing me with some kind of feedback, right? Your personal point of view, whatever. I don't take it in stride. You need thick skin. Like, it's the fucking internet. Everybody's going to do shit and say stuff. But banning somebody because they said, like, yeah, I wasn't impressed with you on Jubilee versus some of the stuff, there's certain people I can understand why he would ban them. When they call him an Uncle T, they call him the N word, stuff like this. Yeah, man, ban the shit out of those people. You don't need to take that kind of abuse, right? At the same point in time, like you just said, if you're throwing yourself up on the internet, you're basically putting yourself out there to be criticized. I put myself out there to be criticized. Regardless if it's good criticism, bad criticism, I've thrown myself out there. So if I take a blasting and people don't like something I say on a take or whatever, well, let's have a discussion about it and, you know, square up and settle it, you know. Or I don't like your paint job on that. Okay, well, sorry, man. You know, I'll try harder next time, what have you. But, and I know when I'm painting like shit too. Like right now, this yellow is coming out very patchy, for example. Like I'm actually trying to nail texture that's on the 3D print that it's kind of hard to see, which is why, like here, well, actually, let me bring that out. You see how there's like these black spots, it's because there's actually a texture on there and I'm trying to pull the texture out without erasing it. So I'm going a little thinner than I normally would with the paint. I'm just going to have to layer up a lot harder. But just the same, I'm honest about myself. I'm flawed. I'm a flawed dude. Plenty of shots you can take at me, and I get it. But at that point, somebody saying like, "Hey, Gam, you did this stream. You thought you were being funny. You weren't funny in it." I'll go back and watch it and go, "Well, either I thought I was funny. Sorry you didn't take it as a joke." For example, I don't think I'm above criticism. So that's just it. When you're a public figure that's big, 1.09 million, I think. Is that it? Is that sub count, Sheree? That's a lot of people. That's a shit ton of people. And some of them are not, maybe they're hate watching you. You got to learn to deal with them. Fair enough, Bob. Bob is 100% right unless he's wrong. Yep, good call on that one. And yeah, that's just it. So I've said this before because I have criticisms on him and break his balls or whatever, and his channel crushes mine, right? Calling it for what it is. His live count, his viewers on his videos, he crushes me in every metric, right? So I'm sure he could go on a hate campaign and destroy my little shit channel on the internets, right? If we were comparing that kind of thing, he blows me out. There's plenty of people that got more subs, more views, more this, more that, more the other thing. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna do what I do and keep going. What's up, E-Rock? Back again. Guess who's back? Back again. E-Rock's back. He brought his friends. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, and what you just said there, Beans, I met some really amazing people there. Really great people. And I think you said it pretty well. I noticed that I really watched during the election coverage, stuff like this, and for takes on stuff going on with politics to an extent, because then once I started researching politics myself, I was like, wow, he's only telling half the story. Or just his spin on a story, and I'm better off watching this shit on my own. And then I ended up staying because of my interactions with all of you guys in the chat. That's what honed me in and kept me coming back. Since I started doing this, like doing my own thing, I've kind of noticed that you have a group of people that aren't going there as much or as frequent. Going there every now and again, but legitimately, it feels almost like, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, you guys are also peeling people off that chat and bringing them here. Like E-Rock, that's how I met E-Rock. He's a great guy. Rebel or Eugene, I can't remember who it was, brought SE in, and because they're both great people, and SE is an amazing dude. Shout out to him and his channel. Like all of a sudden, it seems like if you found somebody that you connected with in another chat, you guys are bringing them here, and then everybody's just having a great fucking time. Let's keep that up. Definitely. E-Rock, pop that up. Sheree, can you drop a link to his site? You guys can check that out. I agree with you, Bob. That's one of those things. Essie and I had this conversation about monetization can go to people's heads, but you're 100% right, Bob. His whole quote unquote being an entrepreneur relies on his YouTube channel, relies on his social media and following. So at that point, I don't know, because I'm not a big channel, so I can't speak to this personally. But maybe there is some kind of point that you reach where you either forget who's always been there and supporting you, or brought you to the dance, however way you want to phrase it. Maybe there's a point where viewers just become viewers, numbers, and dollar signs. I don't know. But if I ever get like that, I've already made this promise to Sheree, and I've made this promise to SE on a stream because they were the last two in the chat or whatever. And I know other people were watching when I did this, but I'll make this promise to you guys. If I ever get big for my britches like that, if I do get a decent sized following and I'm monetized, and I start treating everybody like they're just a dollar sign to me, I will shut my channel down. That will be the end of my channel. And Sheree is 110%. I'm going to say this, and hopefully she agrees with me, but she's my ride or die on this. And if she comes to me and says, GAM, this is how you're getting, then that's it. It's game over, guys. I will do one final stream where I say, hey, I've gotten like this and it's gone to my head and I need to step back and walk away from the channel for a little bit, or just completely shut it down, because I don't want that. I don't want money to corrupt me like that. So I have a safety valve. I've made sure it's in place since day one. And it started with Beans. Beans was that at one point. Beans still has a lot of influence where she can say, like, GAM, you're getting too big for your fucking britches. But Sheree is she's the one who can kick me in the nuts. Mainly because she's married to Rick James, and Rick James will come and slap a bitch, right? It's okay, E-Rock. You watch it when you can, man. And look, I'm just happy you're here, right? And the fact you told me you're not going to be around, if you disappear for a week, month, whatever, okay, cool. Right? It's when you don't tell me and then you just disappear, I'm like, oh shit, what happened to E-Rock? Anybody know? Anybody heard anything from him? But you telling me ahead of time, that's one thing. And I'm 1,000% in that camp too. I do think Sheree should, on that other channel in particular, because I know it's making money, she should get paid. She should get paid a cut. If I make money, Sheree makes money. I've told Sheree on the side, flat out, look, I will put your PayPal in the description. Set up a PayPal so people can tip you for being my mod. So this way you're making money regardless if I make money. I'm not terribly worried about it. But this way, because she does a lot of work. It may not seem like a lot of work, but the fact that I say, hey, Sheree, can you post, and next thing I know, that link to one of your YouTube sites, one of your, my Discord, whatever, is immediately in the chat. The fact that she's here when she's got other things to do with her family, everything else, and she's here 99% of the time. There's that 1% where something comes up and she can't be. That's fine. But she deserves to get paid for it because she's not even just dedicated to it, but she's good at it. See, and I like that, Beans, because I never knew that. I never knew the big back talk was because his wife or his ex was a bigger woman. I never knew that. That's actually, in my opinion, pretty goddamn sad. And Bob's got it 100% right too. If somebody's like, yeah, I was with my wife for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years or something, and they're giving me advice on marriage or on relationships, I'm going to listen to them because they've been through the bullshit. Like, there's points in my marriage where I went through bullshit. You know, drove my wife crazy or she drove me crazy. That's going to happen over time. Being married for 4 months and thinking you're an arbiter of how a relationship should work, you already failed. You failed not even just like a little bit. You fucking failed. Thank you, Sheree. It honestly means the world to me too. Um, most of the misfits, you know, like I said, the stranded life form. I always shout her out. Why? People always ask me, like, well, not always, but there are plenty of people that have asked me, like, you're always shouting out stranded over a lot of other people that tune into you. Why? It's because stranded has been there for every one of the streams, and when she's not, she listens to them the next day, and that's it's a respect and not just a loyalty to me, but it means she actually gives a fuck. And you know what? That needs to be rewarded, even if it is just a shout out. That's the part I don't understand. I lose one of you guys, and granted, 100 people or 102 people now, right? Amazing. I couldn't be more ecstatic about that. But you're not just goddamn numbers to me. That's why, like, you know, oh, Steve disappeared. Oh, well, bye, Steve. No, where the fuck is Steve? Like, like it actually, you know, you you should be worried about the people that are viewing you, especially the ones that are there constantly for you. And I don't understand that with some creators. How they just like how they just blow them off like that, you know. But then again, maybe the eye opener should have been to everybody when it comes to that channel when everything went down with what was his name? McQuaid? Was that dude's name? The one mod? Maybe that should have been the eye opener. That yeah, he's just going to tell you to fuck off if you get somebody that's because I don't know if the other dude was given super chats every week or what the deal was. The big back talk or whatever. I don't even pay attention to it. I'm sure that bothers women a lot more than it bothers me. It does bother me when there's somebody who's working class that says something in the chat and he points it out and he's like, oh, well, you know, you need to. Don't you fucking tell somebody what they need to or can or, you know, like, that's not your place to judge them by the job they're doing. You know, okay, dude's a trash man and you're like, oh, you need a better job and all that. Brother, he's making like $25 an hour, $30 an hour. And maybe that's all he was learned or qualified to do. Like, don't judge people on their life circumstance like that. I try to tell you guys, like, look, improve your life circumstance. Everything else, but don't tear down where they're at in life because you can sit on a fucking microphone and run your mouth. You know, maybe that's just me. That shit pisses me off though, a lot. Let me see. Dude is a narcissist. He is. You do remember the T. Dude is a narcissist. He is always right. Can't argue with him. His opinion is fact. See, my opinions aren't fact. I tell you guys when they're opinions, and I tell you what the objective fact is in something, and say this is why I'm arguing this way. Right? I try to get away from that because I know I'm not always right. And that honestly saves me a lot of fucking apology streams. Yeah, he lost it because the people disagreed, and then got totally BTFO'd on Twitter over that too. Like it was bad. Because shout out again to Steve, but Steve pointed out that he's like, yo, he's getting the shit he's getting taken to the cleaners right now by people on X. And I'm like, really? Went and looked that up, and Steve wasn't wrong. People were calling him like, you're doing race bait content and all this kind of stuff. And then I remember the live after he did it, he was like, man, I thought I was going to get away with a whole show without that being addressed. And it was like, really? Then stop throwing dumb shit out into, you're not even watching legal channels. There's another streamer that watches all kinds of court TV and stuff like this, and he would have a better take than ABL. Like, and I don't even like this guy, but he would have a better take than ABL on that because he's actually paying attention to what's going on. Shout out to him. Like, what the fuck? What are we talking about here? You cussed your belted boss. It's your last rodeo. I mean, oh God, that's that's a whole lot of not good, E-Rock. Sorry to hear. Well, it's funny, but not funny, I guess. If that's game over for you in that job. Like you gotta hit the skids and find a new gig, I guess. Shit, cussed out a boss. Yeah, that rarely ends well, brother. It rarely ends well. Damn, Bob, you're a good man, Bob. First thing out of Bob's mouth. Not, sorry about that, anything. Nope. How can I help? That's a good thing. Should be doing that for each other. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't know about underage or, age or anything like that. Age is just kind of a number. It's, do you think they're going to age out? Like the channel just ages out eventually? Is that what you're saying, Beans? Because I mean, eventually, I guess my channel would age out too because I'm an old ass man. I mean, granted, I am watching like all the pop culture and all that kind of stuff. But just the same, you could kind of say like eventually I'll age out too. I don't think I have noticed though that the chat is kind of older people. Some with good intentions, some with bad. But I also have noticed that most of the chat isn't there for what's going on screen. They're there to talk to each other or share similar takes on different matter being shown, discussed, what have you. I have noticed that. Jesus Christ, E-Rock. Man. Yeah, the last falling out I had with a boss, I just thanked him for the opportunity and everything he had done for me and moved on with life. That was it. And we're still friends to this day because of it, I think. I think if I had gone off on him, that would have been game over. Like, we would never would have talked again or whatever. But I actually respected him, and I thought he was a decent boss, did what he had to do for himself, and I was not happy about it, and just let him know and moved on. And so did he, to be fair, you know. But we were cool after. We were definitely cool after, to a point where I'm not going to say who it is, but you guys have seen him in this chat before. And shout out to him because he was actually an early supporter too that watched a bunch of the shows. Good guy. Yeah, sometimes you do have to cuss. I have a true story. I had a store manager I was working for, and I was ready to rock and roll in my own store. And I had this thing called a no bullshit policy with my district manager at the time, this guy named Ben. And Ben called me because I interviewed for this one store position, and other dude interviewed for the store position. And he gave it to the other guy, and I said, "Yo, what the hell? Like, I was a store manager for Blockbuster or whatever. Why would you overstep me like that?" He goes, "If you want me to be honest with you, it's because the guy you're working for now said that you weren't ready." I said, "You're kidding me." He goes, "We got a no bullshit policy between you and I." He's like, "He said you weren't ready, and because of that," he goes, "I know you're ready." He goes, "Next store that comes up, I'm giving to you." And he did. Like, to Ben's credit, he did. But he's like, "Yeah, so you need to have a talk with him." Man, that store manager came into the store. He's like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on?" I was like, "Yo, don't you walk around the fucking side of this counter. I'll blow the whole store up with you." I was like, "I will beat the ever loving fuck out of you where you stand unless you tell me some truth right now. Why? This is how it went down." "Well, I didn't really say that. I said this." And I was like, "Nah, no, 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 no. I will get him on the phone and then you can lie in front of both of us." I was like, "But I got a no bullshit policy with him, with Ben. So you better start talking." He's like, "Man, Christmas is coming up and I didn't want to lose my best guy." I was like, "So you fucked me over so your life was easier." He's like, "It happened to me when I was coming up." I'm like, "Yeah, that's no reason to, visit that on me." I was like, "Look, I'm going out front. I'm smoking a cigarette. I need to cool the fuck off." "Well, we ain't gonna fight, are we?" Yeah. 2 days before Black Friday, that's when the other store opened up. So I ended up getting pulled from 'em anyway. Screwed him completely over. Hysterical. On this live, what is the thumbnail? I don't even know what I did for a thumbnail. I mean, I appreciate you, Beans. Is it the Invincible logo or whatever I did? I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. Oh, that's actually the opening logo to the cartoon. I, but thank you. I do appreciate that. I figured anybody who's seen the show would know because when I type in Invincible, it could be a couple different things. So this way they know I'm actually painting Invincible. Um, but yeah, Iraq, as far as you go, man, look, one door closes, another opens. There's a reason why you finally get fed up with shit and need to move on. There's a reason why, if it wasn't my son's store and I didn't have to cover him, I would never step foot in retail again unless I was in dire straits. Like, if I was hurting for money, everything, I would go right to, name it, Walmart, whatever, and just be like, "Yep, I can hold keys, I can do all this, everything." I fucking, after a while, you lose your love for the game. Some people love their jobs. Some people do their jobs to keep the lights on, keep the mortgage/rent paid. They got kids they got to worry about, so you do what you have to do. Um, but yeah, never think that there's not another opportunity or there's not time to switch your career path, your job, whatever. Huh. I'll have to remember that. But thank you for that feedback on the because I usually just use the GAM logo until we do like the finale or whatever. Like, I'll change it up to whatever I get painted tonight as the thumbnail for it. It also helps me remember where I'm at on like something that I'm painting. this thing's going to take like four or five coats on just the yellow alone. Because this yellow is like that black really does bleed through. Like, I mean, the yellow is super patchy. There is texture to the actual suit. So getting it to stick and thinking I'm going to do this in 1 or 2 passes, that's not going to happen. Like Bob said, it'll take you a month to get this one done. I don't think a month, but at least a couple streams of repainting, and using craft paint instead of actual model paint or something is definitely to my detriment. But at the same point in time, taking $3, $4 of resin that's been printed, throwing 89 cents worth of paint, and that's if I were to use the entire bottle, using a $5 set of brushes from a Walmart, or if I have to fire up the airbrush, my airbrush is 40, I think it was like $140 total for the air compressor with a tank and the airbrush itself. So doing it on a budget and showing people stuff on a budget, that you can do it, and almost you're not going to come out like a pro, but give somebody something to do on the side. Like maybe they want to do it as a hobby or just do something for themselves. That was kind of my thing too. Like you can do this where it's not breaking the bank, or like, oh, I need all the professional grade shit to paint a 3D print. No, you can do it with craft paint. Actually, you didn't know this about me. I was a hand model for a while. I used to have to wear this costume, and I did hamburger helper ads. That's what I used to do, E-Rock. I was a hand model then. See, Bob, that's where you and I are different, right? You like being the smartest person in the room. Whenever I feel like I'm the smartest person in the room, I go to a different room where I'm not the smartest person. I don't like I like learning more about shit from other people than I do like being able to tell everybody something and being the smart one. I think there was a point in time where I liked being the smartest person in the room and I wasn't learning anything, and then it's real easy to turn things into an echo chamber at that point, in my opinion. Oh yeah, of course I'm taking the piss, dude. Yeah, that was my Mr. joke of the night. Hand model, hamburger helper, because everybody remembers the hand. Yeah, I don't know. I went from working short order in a very brutal bar for a long ass time and always kept it as a spare job to doing computer consulting, networking, everything else, to DJing, working in a bar and retail, to running my own, running a store retail, and then just stuck with retail and other side jobs for a long ass time. Oh shit. You didn't get the joke? That's funny. Yeah, I had to wear the glove suit. Speaking of which, E-Rock, that's one of those things. I know you were talking about you wanted a mimic. Did you want like one of the chest mimics? Like, were they in a treasure chest? Did you want one like that teddy bear or like a normal everyday object? You never told me. I know you like the teddy bear, but I don't know if you like the others. I actually do have a story that's kind of funny. Your son would love it. Yeah, I mean, you got to tell me though. Do you want a chest? Do you want like a teddy bear? Like, what kind of thing do you want? Because honestly, I got a ton of views on that one. And if it's something that your son would love or whatever, and I know you said he's special needs, that would be a cool one for me to do. You want the teddy? All right, I'll reprint him. Give you. Did you want me to do like a different kind of paint job? Like I can make them green, I can make them blue, I can make them whatever fucking color you want. Did you want tongue different? You know, stuff like that. Painting the same thing over again. Feel like I'm just knocking off. You know. So I don't know if you want something specific to like his favorite color. You know, stuff like this. We'll work that out. You don't have to. You pay for the shipping. That's all I'd ask. Just pay me for shipping. The rest of it is the rest of it. Not a big deal. It's for a young person that has special needs. It's kind of a special case, man. Definitely a special case. If I ever find a Henry Cavill, for example, like a good Henry Cavill, that one 110% I already would have done for Beans. She's been asking me forever for that. I keep wanting to do one for Sheree too. Sheree won't tell me one. She keeps all her like personal stuff like that hidden. You know what I want? I want Rick James and I want him slapping Charlie Murphy. I'd be afraid to paint that one. Be off a little bit on the complex of the skin tone or whatever, and people would be like, "You racist son of a bitch." Mm, I used to love retail. I really did, especially when it was something like GameStop or Blockbuster, because I could help people find something awesome. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you never played this video game? This video game's awesome. Barely anybody knows about it. Everybody knows Call of Duty, Madden, all this shit. This one's an underground hit. I used to love that. Not so much anymore. Not so much anymore. But I do have a funny story. So, next door to my son's shop, think there's a very high end store. And one guy who works there, shout out to him. He's been really, really cool. I've been covering the boys' store, and I go out back to smoke a cigarette when there's no customers or what have you. Smoking a cigarette, he comes out and he smokes a cigarette. We've been saying hi to each other, you know, hey, how's it going over there? Hey, how's it going over there? That kind of thing. And he's like in his 70s, and he's gay. And this dude, out of nowhere, the last time I worked, so Saturday, hits me with, he goes, look, I don't talk politics often, but how the fuck can anybody be voting for Democrats at this point? And man, I just died laughing. I was like, holy shit, how do you know I'm not like, I got the long hair, everything. How do you know I'm not like a lib? How do you know that wasn't going to completely take me out of my shoes and offend me? Like, how dare you, sir? Oh, okay. Very cool, Bob. Yeah, you said it was like SAP, right? Was the software? He should look mighty ripped. He's invincible, damn it. He's a superhero. He should look like a like have those muscular. I'm not going to say what they're called, but it starts with a C, ends with an M, and they call them, you know, something gutters on the sides, right here, like right here. You should have those. He should be ripped. I mean, the yellow is super spotty. Like I said, it's going to take like 3, 4 coats for this one. Surprisingly, the Bizarro came out very, very well. I'm probably going to print a bunch of that guy's stuff. I think it's 3D Wicked is the name of the guy who designed it. I got a bunch of stuff that he's done that I think I'm going to do a bunch of those busts because I really like the way that looks and the Hulk looks. Very nice design on them. High detail. They paint nice. All that kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I gotta. You just want that same teddy bear or whatever? I can reprint it. Um, I mean, we'll do it on the stream. We'll do it on the stream, so this way you got like a running record and all that. I'll sign the bottom, all that shit for you too. I don't usually do them on request like that, but the fact that like you said, like your son is special needs, everything else, and you think he'd love it. I'd love to make a kid's day like that. I think that's just good karma. I mean, Bob did say he likes being the smartest person in the room, which is cool. Um, I don't think he said he likes telling people what to do, though. I don't like telling people what to do. That's one part I always hated. Although, I'll tell you what, my training regiment when I was in charge was brutal. Definitely brutal. Think, well, wait, you're a Taurus, Bob's a Taurus. So isn't I'm gonna say Sheree has to be a Capricorn then, right? I'm just gonna take a wild guess and say she's a Cap. She strikes me as kind of a Capricorn. You're a Gemini. That explains why you have twin personalities. That's a joke, Beans. Yeah, I guess so, Bob. If you're like, you're going to listen to me or no paycheck for you, sir, I think I would definitely be listening up at that point, too. I think that would bring me around to what you were instructing. Jesus. Money is definitely a good motivator, I'll tell you what. Yeah, you do this or you're not going to have a job. With me, it was always training my guys. Because I always said it to them, you've been sent to me to be made or broken. And if you're going to be made and I'm going to sign off on you that you're ready to rock and roll, then you are going to be the best at what you do. God damn, out of every assistant manager I had, if they didn't like go off to something else, like my one buddy Perez in his case, he ended up becoming a Camden cop and all that stuff. Like that's where he was going anyway. He didn't want to be a store manager. There was only 3 that never got their own store out of all my assistant managers. Everybody else got a store, became a store manager. And two of them were fired. The third one was Bagum D, actually, and he got screwed because my old boss came to me and said, "Yeah, I'm putting him over here. I'm pretty much going to be wiping out the store manager. He can run the store or what have you, and then we're going to make him a store manager." So I signed off on Bagum D leaving me and going to a different district out of my store and everything because she pretty much, my old boss had promised me this, and then she screwed D. She never made him a store manager. She screwed him over. And he ran the other store. The numbers were all up when he was in charge, everything else. And then she started using him in different stores as like a problem solver, but didn't want to give him the big paycheck. Pissed me off to no end. And then we found out later that because my old boss was a lesbian, that she was basically giving the big keys to girls that she was sleeping with. You named them after the Book of Eli? That's cool. Damn. Jesus Christ, Bob. Yeah, I think there's women I trained, and they always were like I feel like I'm a mom in here dealing with children, like every time, and it'd be like, well, you kind of are. Like you're talking to a bunch of video game nerds that, in certain cases, not all cases, because I definitely had guys that work for me that were ladies' men, right? But I was like, in certain cases, they don't even know how to interact with a girl. The most they've interacted with women was, oh my God, you play Call of Duty too, like that kind of thing. I was like, so yeah, you are kind of gonna have to kind of mom them through this. But I never cared about gender, color, any of that stuff. It was always like, can you do the job and are you good at it? That was the most important part to me, always. I didn't care about sexual orientation, none of that. It was always, are you the best? Can you be the best of the best? And if you can, welcome to the party, pal. If not, yeah, I'm going to wash your ass out one way or the other. Definitely use that line, welcome to the suck, ooh, ah, more than once. I mean, that makes sense. It's just Gemini's are twins. That's why I was making that joke. That's why I was making that joke. Jesus Christ, if I could actually get this yellow to coat, I'd be good. I'm trying to. I tried hitting it when the paint dried, rough. Then I tried hitting it while it's tacky, still rough. It just does not want to coat. I'm gonna try hitting the abs again while they're dry and see if I get a better coat this time. Seems to be coating a little better. I'm gonna have to wait for the paint to dry to get second or like fourth, fifth, sixth coats. And even then, it's still a little patchy. What a pain in the butt. Yeah. What you guys are saying. You've said that before, E-Rock. I had a buddy, well, actually an ex-boss, who used to say the same kind of thing. He was like, "Yeah, if you want a woman to stay with you forever, you do this." And I was like, "Yeah, no, it ain't happening. Ain't ever gonna happen. That ain't happening. Like, nope, I'll pass." Well, then she better go find somebody else. He used to say the same damn thing, and I was like, "Nope, I'll just keep on trucking. Thanks. I'm good on that." Yeah, I think we've already used up our graphic content warning for this stream, by the way. But what else is going on, guys? Any new movies? Any new shows? Poor Sheree only got halfway through Frailty, so I can't even. I really wanted her opinion. Like, so far, are you enjoying it, Sheree? Or is it like, yeah, I only watched half of it because I got friggin' bored? Here's another one for you guys. I'm going to throw the title out there. Don't give away the spoiler ending or the twist. Has anybody ever seen a movie called No Way Out? I'm just curious about this one because that's actually on one of the two top tens. Like the ending to No Way Out with Kevin Costner. Yeah. Okay. So you have, yeah, that's on there, Beans, of my like, oh shit twists. Um, but yeah, don't give it away. Like I said, I'm gonna doing a video about twists and then trying to figure ways of explaining why it's so great without giving away the twist is going to be brutal. Like, talk about really having to think outside the box. Because, but yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Sheree. Yeah, like I said, I always like that movie. Anytime it's on, I stop and watch it just because it caught me so off guard. Like, it was this little, when it came out, it wasn't like a huge film in the theater either. Like, it kind of like was more cult classicy, but not even. And anybody I've ever suggested it to or recommended it to has usually liked it. I might have had one or two people who didn't, but I always liked it. I always thought it was really good. I'm definitely going to have to learn to base paint with something other than black when I'm doing certain color schemes. Because white and yellow is just brutal to work with. You just saw that one free. Yeah, it's an old one. Good one though. Very good one. There's and I think, is it David Wan? Shout out to him. He's always putting up in Discord. YouTube has free movies with ads. So I've been trying to look through them and seeing if there's movies that are going to be on my top 10. So this way you guys can kind of see them free. I'll have to look on Hulu, Pluto, and what's the other one? God damn. There's another free site, and I rewatched actually Spartacus on it. I was shocked it was on there, and I can't remember what the hell it's called. I think it's Tubi. I think that's the name of it. Tubi? That sound right to you guys? But they have free movies and shows on there. Because Stars, I never had a sub to that channel, like a paid subscription, because it was like supposed to be like an HBO Showtime. And they had some really good shows on. They really did. They had a show called Black Sails. It was actually pretty good. They mixed historical stuff with people or guys that were in Treasure Island. But they actually did do like real history of what happened in Nassau and what have you. They just had like Long John Silver in it, that kind of thing. Tubi and Peacock. Yeah, Peacock. I have I have because of Bagum D. Shout out to him again. He lent me his stuff for it, but that was mainly I don't watch shows under his account because he mainly gave it to me for the WWE pay-per-views. The only thing is that WWE is about to go over to ESPN. Like they got some kind of new streaming service that's going to start up in a couple either this month or next month or whatever. And WWE is going to them, and it's like $30 a month for that one, and I am not paying for it. Like you're not getting $30 a month so I can watch some wrestling. I'm gonna have to surf the high seas and figure a way of getting those pay-per-views for free or very little, even because I don't watch sports. Sports to me are fucking boring. Like playing sports, yes. I definitely am not one of those guys that's like, if I was on that field and I was the quarterback, I would do like, yeah, no, I'm not armchair quarterbacking or anything else. I'm not good enough. And if I was good enough, I'd be playing the sport, right? Dude, that's awesome. His name is Tom Clancy. Tom Clancy stuff, what's scary about it, because he has had a hand and a very big one in some of the better video games. Um, he's frightening actually because he actually does talk to people that are high up in government intelligence, all that kind of stuff, so that well, when he was writing, when he was still, I think he's passed. Rest in peace, Tom Clancy. Pretty sure he's dead, but everything that he wrote was based on actual playbook stuff from our military and everything else and stuff they were developing, working on, what have you. There's actually a game, it's called The Division. When it came out, it was pretty fun and then kind of went down the crapper, especially the sequel. And the whole premise behind it was New York City, this terrorist group took dollar bills and they used a genetic 3D printer and they printed out this virus and infected the dollar bills and then went out on Black Friday and distributed them to different shops, like went into different shops and bought stuff. So when people were getting their change back and everything else, they got infected by this virus and it like wipes out New York City. Yeah, the first division. The second division was not good. Like, or the second game, Division 2, wasn't good. But the first one, like when it first came out, it was actually a lot of fun. And then you find out, like through the course of the game, this is what the terrorists did to implement their plan. But it was like 3D printed viruses. Like they used genetic code printers. And of course, we know about what is that? There's a there's one that they're using now. I think it's called CRISPR that does that kind of thing. But yeah, they based it off of actual tech that was coming up, so it's kind of spooky. Yep. Frailty has both McConaughey and Paxton. It's also got what's his name? Played Billy or not Billy. Curly Bill from Tombstone. And it's gonna kill me. Powers Booth. He's in it too. He's an FBI agent. Those are like the big names that are in the movie. Oh, you got almost 1,000 hours in Division. So true story. I had I was one of the better players at that game when it first came out. Right up until the DLC came out with the new fire ammo, and that became like the OP thing, and you had to buy the DLC in order to get it. And that's when I tapped out. I was like, God damn it, all my gear is basically like garbage at this point. All my ammunition is garbage, and I'm just getting melted now by people that bought the DLC. I was like, if it's going to be pay to play, I'm done. And just put down the controller and never played it again. But yeah, Division, the first one was a ton of fun. I'll never forget we had this one dude with us, and he'd always be on the mic, like in-game mic, and be sitting there like singing while he was running. Please don't do it. I don't want to have to kill you. Please don't do it. It great. I've met some really good people in that game too. I mean, so Sheree set, what, January 1st, we wanted to be at 100 subs, right, Sheree? I think that's where you wanted me at. You're like, I think you can get to 100 subs by January 1st. Instead, we did it within a year of streaming. And it, like I said, I didn't do it alone. Guys like SE coming in and going, yeah, man, I'm going to talk to a couple people and get you a couple subs. I was just like, okay, cool, but you don't have to do that and everything else. And goddamn, if he didn't come through, and then like I still get a kick out of the fact that his name is Q out of the blue. But God, like shout out to him because I didn't even realize he listened and was just one of the people that listened and never subbed. That's amazing. I'm happy to have him on board or her. I never even asked like if it's a him or her. I'm hoping it's a him because if not, then kind of a dickhead thing. But it was little things like that that really just pushed us over 100. And I'm still like caught off guard because, like I said, it was at 96 when I checked 2 hours before the stream start. So I was like, okay, no new subs, everything, and all of a sudden, bam! Shout out to all those people. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And shout out to everybody that's always here, too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can't do this shit without you. I'm never going to not say that. And if I do, well, there's a problem and a glitch with GAM. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, he had said something about that to Sheree, and I didn't catch it. Like, I was like, okay, Discord. But now that you say that name, yes. Shout out to him. Thank you, Jay. That is awesome. But we are slow and steady, right? SE has told me that the first 100, once I get past the first 100, it'll grow exponentially after that. But that first 100 that's the mile marker you got to hit, and it's a bear getting the first 100. And let's keep it going, guys. I don't know. Are you guys having fun with this still? If you're not having fun with it, I'm still having fun with it. I think if it becomes tedious and nobody wants to be here and everybody's fucking miserable, I think that might be, a game over at that point. But I think everybody's still having fun, enjoying it. Look, the show's got to be good because Bob hasn't beat anybody up during it. I'm just saying. Like if Bob punches somebody during the show, then we know we've kind of gone sideways. But the fact Bob hasn't gotten in a fight and beat anybody up on here, that's a good thing, in my opinion. Yeah, he had a friend, something skunk, and he said, "Yeah, you can help me with something, but not on the internet." I don't know what that means, but shout out to him, and we will. I'll have to see what he needs. See what he needs. Never hit anybody who didn't deserve it. I can believe that. Trust me, there's a lot of people that deserve to get hit that never do, too, Bob. That happens as well. Damn, I'm gonna have to detail brush all around that face. It's gonna be rough. Yeah, I mean that's got to be rough, Sheree. Pulling this like Sunday streams. What was funny was I even told Sheree I may not do Sunday streams. I may start shutting down the Sunday stream because everybody's got to work early. Everybody's busy. Stuff comes up. Poor Stranded. She tries like hell. Shout out to her to stay up for these, but she's got to work early, so she just starts listening to them on the back end. I'm like, then there was another part of me that was like, maybe I should shut down the Thursday streams, do Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I just do a 3-day run. Um, but I don't know that I like that. The crime scene cleaner, I like that game too. I think that game's a lot of fun. Um, well, it's not so much just that it's fun; it's very relaxing. Like, cause you're just basically that could be paint everywhere. And I don't know what the next mission is on crime scene cleaner, but I have my suspicion it's a museum, which is a pain in the ass. Because basically what it is, these billionaires or whatever, they did like a Squid Games, but it's more like a battle royale where they took a bunch of people that needed money, put them in the museum, and let them just fight it out. And the last person walked away with the prize, basically. But it's huge. Dear Lord, Bob, you and the chair? What the hell did the poor chair ever do? It was literally sitting there minding its own business. Yeah, see, there you go. That's one of my things is that I think the spacing out of the shows is better. Doing the Thursday Friday, I won't change off Friday. Um, but I will warn you guys real soon. Smurf has let me know that because he took full time hours at work, he's got like maybe one or two shows left, and then Smurf unfortunately is going to have to work on Fridays. So we might be losing Smurf for that. The only positive is that the Gears of War remaster is coming out in a couple weeks, and it's not a type of game that Smurf would play. And also, Helldivers is coming out in a couple weeks, and pretty much I think David is going to play that with me. If not, it'll be my buddy Twisted. So you'll get to hear some of the shit that comes out of that dude's mouth. Hey, bud, what's going on, bud? Good to see you, bud. Twisted's he's pretty funny, but there's a reason why we call him Twisted too, because some of the stuff he comes out of his mouth, it is rated rated X for no one. Just FYI on that guy. But he is my bash brother, so it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if we actually have the team of like my buddy Twisted, his brother Johnny, who's a big fat piece of shit. But you know, we like to tease him, and he's fun because he's kind of retarded. Rebel, great to see you, brother. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, E-Rock played the one night. Remember, I was playing Marvels. E-Rock got in there and gave me support, gave me heals and stuff. David's come into like Marvel Rivals, done that. What's going on, Rebel? What is the new news? How's my roving reporter? Great to see you, man. I'm not going to switch to gaming with Smurf Night. It'll come back up again. Just let him settle into his schedule, then he'll start getting Fridays off again. Um, and to Smurf's credit, I said to him, "Oh, that sucks." Everything and Smurf is doing it. He's like, "Yeah, I get to help my buddy out with his stream and play games with him. I'm good with it. I'm definitely going to be playing games there, Gam. But you know, he's happy because he gets to help me out with the stream, all that kind of stuff, and Smurf's a really good guy. I like playing with him. Everything else, I break his balls, but you can see even with my friends, I break their balls, and if I push him a little too hard, like Smurf got pissed the one night. If you guys were watching, and told me flat out, like he was like, "God damn it, Gam, like you're just gonna criticize me," but I'm happy because Smurf will say that to me, and if you noticed, my tone changed because he's got to smack me into reality again, like. We're not playing life or death here. We're playing a game, brother. Like, oh yeah, thank you. Sometimes I need that. I get angry. Rebel, yeah, I was worried about you. I was worried about Six for a minute there, but SE, shout out to him, had told me he was like, yeah, he's been over my stream. And then you were in ABL the other night. I was like, oh, good, he's alive. Everything's good with him because Steve Kerfuffle is missing, and none of us know what happened or anything else. So, and when you guys disappear and I see you all the time, it's like, okay, either I pissed them off and they're taking a break. Maybe they're just taking a break from my mouth, and I'm all right with that. But I do actually worry about you guys because you never know. Life happens, and shit happens with it. What is new, Rebel? What is going on in the world of anything? Anything good on Twitter? Anything like interesting or out of the ordinary? But yeah, if I know him, definitely an open up to sub, like maybe game night, something. Gotta find the right game though, Sheree, for shit like that. I'll tell you what, it'd be funny if Sheree's got an Xbox. Maybe, just maybe, we can get her to download the new Gears of War. I'll play Gears of War with Sheree. Watch Sheree run up with the chainsaw bayonet and just take out a couple locusts here or there. Oh, very nice. Going ham on comics auctions, huh? Very cool. Anything good? Any good new runs? But yeah, yeah, same shit, different day. I feel you there. She's a Lancer beast. Yeah, well, that's me too. Although I do like, and I can never remember it, but the sniper rifle. Watching me and Sheree partner up and go take down General Ram because that is your big bad in the first game. So this one thing happened on Twitter. Yeah, Rebel ABL banned Beans on Twitter. He called her a big back and then like just banned her from being able to comment on his tweets. And she's not even a big back. Nice. Yeah, dude. The sign slabs, especially like the gradeds, those are always a beauty when you can get a hold of them. A lot of people have been moving to digital, and I'm like, yep. And then when they alter those comics, you're going to wish that you had the fucking paper. Yeah, see, that's just it. I'm going to have to add Sheree because if she's getting that immediately, that could happen. You could see a GAM Sheree night. Sheree can get in Discord. We'll have to figure out how to balance out her volume so she's loud. But yeah, we could partner up and go through Gears of War remastered. I haven't played in a long time. You have the guy viewers like watching you. Brick James will be out slapping people. James will be beating people's asses. Like, what do you say? What the five fingers say to the face? Salapa. Enjoy yourself. Yeah, Rebel, that really happened, dude. Yeah, I'm not like normally I'd be joking about stuff like that. No, he really actually blocked her. She brought receipts and everything and showed me. I was like, what? I thought you'd get a kick out of that because you and Steve usually tell me everything that's going on there, especially like when he's getting ratioed or whatever over takes. I was like, that one's crazy. And I still don't get it. How do you go from a former mod to yes, you're banned? Oh, that's the pupper going off. What's he going off at? What's the matter, pup? Shit, he came down the hallway to tell me about it. He heard something or saw something. Give me 1 second, guys. Good thing I got night vision cameras on my back porch. Well, actually, all around the house, but yeah, the night vision cameras. I'm like looking and like, why are you barking? What's going on, dog? And I looked on the night vision. I see like 3 deer in the backyard. I'm like, oh, okay. You're telling them long-legged doggies get out of my yard, or I will chomp your ass. Bob is stroking his chain, saying, you're messing with people I like, sir. Don't make me kneecap you. Uh-oh. Bob's going to a bar. Bob's going to pick a fight. Bob's going to call in and be like, hey, ABL, this is Chesapeake Bob. I heard you banned beans on Twitter. What the hell's the deal with that? It's not deer season. No, they're watching you call it, Bob. Those are emergency deer. Bottom drops out here and I can't get the food. They're my food source. Wait, he's wiping original supporters and super chatters? Really? Like who else? You didn't tell me that one. That's news to me. I don't know. You know what the death knell will be if he ever tells Sheree, yeah, I don't need you as a mod anymore. That'll be the one that everybody just loses their goddamn mind over. Like, excuse me? Yep, that's what I said, Rebel. I was like, I didn't watch it. And this is why. I didn't say it that way, but you know, you said it right. I always thought like I was like, yeah, I didn't really watch that one. I didn't even know he was on it until Beans like got banned on Twitter for saying something about it, apparently. But you know, Beans, she's always in there. She's always running people down, making fun of them. Beans would punch a baby if it looked at her wrong. That's what I've heard about her. I'm kidding, Beans. I'm kidding. I said that earlier too, Rebel, about Anthony McQuaid. I said that should have been everybody's wake up call on loyalty, right? But he's shouting out Monique more. Um, I mean, I'm gonna ask this in kind of a rude way, but this is because I don't know the entire situation. Is he banging her? Because you guys said she does like all kinds of other stuff for him, right? I'm just curious. Is he like doing things in the background we don't know about? I did not hear about a woman punching a baby at a daycare. Jesus Christ. That's what I said too, Bob. I said the same damn thing. I said that, oh my God, I said the same goddamn thing. I was like, who the hell is Monique? And what is she doing here? And then everybody in chat, in my chat, had to correct me and say, oh no, she does like video editing for him and all this other kind of stuff. I was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And they're like, do you watch his regular videos? I said, well, no, I don't. And they're like, that's why. But yeah, I mean, hey, look, that's cool. If he wants to piss off all the people that brought him to the dance and all that other stuff, you know, I'll wish you the best of luck at that point. I'm already kind of not there to support it to begin with because I've had my fill of just bad takes and half-ass storytelling. Like you're not telling me news, you're telling me half the news. So that's me. I've never pushed that on anybody else. I've never said unsubscribe, never, any of this kind of thing. But like, how do I say this right? I guess I'm just going to say it like this. If you fuck with Sheree, I got Sheree's back 1,000%. And you treat her some kind of way, I will go into your chat and I will go the fuck off. Because, like, and I'll be honest with you, I'm pretty sure Bob's right there with me on that one too. Like, Beans quitting was Beans' choice, right? Like, when Beans stopped being a mod, that's fine. He wasn't nasty to her, wasn't nice to her, nothing, just, okay, bye, right? Kind of deal. But if you treat Sheree some kind of way, she's not just the glue, she's also my friend. And I can honestly say that she is actually my friend. And yeah, I will go the fuck off. Oh shit, Rebel saw it too. Really? It was a black chick who punched a white kid? I mean, not like their race matters. Like anybody punching a baby's fucking what the hell's wrong with you? That's crazy. That is absolutely just nuts. Yeah, like Bob would take it to the next level. I'll get a plane and have a conversation. I said that about somebody else. Like I know where that dude is, and I know where his family, everything. I got enough money in my pocket for bail and a plane ticket. Like, but I'm not 20 something anymore. And when it comes to ABL, it's not even that. I would just say a bunch of shit in chat, probably get banned immediately, thrown out, and we would just call that a day. Jesus Christ, the kid's face was black and was it like an infant or was it, like a kid that's like 3 or 4 years old? Like, what do we got going? I mean, not like it's right to hit a kid that's that young anyway. And what did the parents do about it? That's the other question. Because calling the cops is one thing. It had been, like my kid, and I'm pretty sure most of the people in this chat, if it had been your kid, what would you have done? Because I will tell you, there would have been a hole dug somewhere with some lime in it waiting. I'll just leave that right there, allegedly. I got the allegedly in, Sheree. You don't have to yell at me. Sheree, you don't have to, the whole thing is you have beyond earned that kind of backup out of anybody. Like, I can be an asshole and I can piss people off, right? I got a mouth on me. That's fine. It is what it is. It's just my personality and just the way I talk sometimes. I can piss people off. You have been nothing but polite and amazing to damn near everybody. Like, I can't find a nicer person that there's nobody that I know has ever said to me, like, oh, that's Sheree. I don't like her as your mod. I don't like this. I don't, hell, even like Smurf doesn't really pay attention to shit like this. And he was like, yo, your mod, Sheree, is amazing. She is fantastic people. When I come into your chat and everything else, it's like I feel immediately welcomed. All this kind of stuff. And I've, never met her, but she is an amazing, terrific person. And I think I can honestly speak for everybody here who's interacted with you that you are probably one of the nicest people on the internet I've ever met. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I got you. If the shoe was on the other foot, shoe was on the other foot or whatever. But at the same point in time, like I said, distractions. Not like the lady should not be out on bail. Well, she should be out on bail, but it should be a pretty high bail. She should be facing child abuse charges, and honestly, an extended jail sentence. And she will not be treated in jail very well either. I will say that. Like, if there's any kind of justice. Like, we've seen everything that's going on with the Ohio case, and that's been pretty fucking ugly too. That has definitely been an ugly, ugly situation. Like I said, I've had to talk about it like 4 or 5 times now because stuff will come out like, oh, dude was shouting racial slurs. That's why they beat his ass. And it was like, okay, well, he deserved it then. And then it turns around and apparently they were shouting racial slurs at him to begin with. And that's was what kicked off the whole thing. And it was like, God damn it. Get the story straight all in one tick so we can just cover it and be done with it and then watch how it plays out after. But you keep adding and subtracting from the story. I can't give you a solid take because the facts keep changing on the ground. This is where I need Rebel or I need Steve Kerfuffle. Shout out to him again. To, like be there and be like, I'm live on the scene and reporting from the streets of Cincinnati. Who said anything bad about you? No, but I don't. Some people I'm sure you rub the wrong way but like I said with Sheree, uh, sorry, sorry, not sorry. Like, can you tell me a time that you can think of where you saw Sheree be, like indifferent or even mean to somebody, especially to people she doesn't like? Like we all know about the homeless baker or that other chick, and Sheree has never said a bad word to him. She's always like, "Hi, how are you?" and very nice to see you. Great to see you again. What have you? You were always like, "Hi." We could tell by the way you typed it. Hi. Now fuck off. Like that's basically what you would put in the chat without saying the F off part. Like, go ahead, say something else, fucker. Like we'd read what you said. It was a joke, but they can have the day they deserve. I still love that quote. That is your quote. And yeah, I attribute that to you every time I fucking hear it. Have exactly the day you deserve. Like, oh God. Yeah, I know it's a joke, Beans. It's a joke. Um, and the shoe store looted. Jesus Christ, Rebel. I mean, you're not wrong. You aren't wrong. It does seem to be though something is bubbling up in Georgia. South Kakalaki, not so much. Although we just did get rated like 44th worst state to live in or something because of education and safety and all this kind of stuff. Um, but Georgia, especially like the Atlanta area, has been getting sub. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know if it's gone like liberal or what is going on, But it does seem to be a lot more shit out of Georgia is getting bad. And it's not affecting like South Carolina. It's not affecting Tennessee, Alabama, like any of the other southern states. You know what else is a joke? 911. You mean calling it? Yeah, well, and I think I've told this story, Steve. I mean, Steve, Rebel. I was reading kerfuffle up there while I was speaking. Um, I've told this story. I told the police when I was working graveyard shift right before I bought my house. I'm like, I'm moving out here, and they're like, "Oh, you're moving to the Wild West." So is it really like that? They're like, "Yeah, if you call 911, it's going to take them 20 minutes to show up." I was like, "Well, shit. If somebody robs my house or breaks into my house, what do I do?" They're like, "Ah, just shoot them. If they run out of the house before you shoot them, drag them back in. We'll take care of the rest." I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "Yeah, Wild Wild West, dude." They're like, "You won't get robbed because of it, but in the event you do, then just know that's how you want to kind of handle the situation." I was like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yes." Like, no shit. They're like, "We don't expect you to wait 20 minutes for us to get there to, defend yourself or your family. And we understand. And we will just write it up accordingly." Wow. Now, fortunately, I haven't had to do that. But in the event I ever do, I always keep that in the back of my mind. And I think that's why I haven't had to do it out here, is because everybody that knows anything knows that their neighbors are pretty much armed and shoot to kill. Like, don't even fuck around with it. Like, so people don't try to steal from each other, nothing. Yeah, you've told us that, Bob. Like, all your neighbors are cops or whatever, which is good. Got your back covered, you know? It's a good area. No major problems there. Um, so wait a minute. Her mom is homeless and a babysitter? And what is she like, calling in and complaining about that? Like, you know what really grinds my gears? The homeless. That's why my mom is my babysitter. And she's homeless too. I mean, I've never heard this woman's phone call. Well, if we're being quite honest, I never will. So I just got to run off of what you guys say. But and she said, actually, to tell you the truth, I hate saying this too because she did away with the old slabs of pizza that we all used to get during lunch when we were kids in high school. But Michelle Obama's school food thing was actually a good thing for nutrition. It actually was a good thing for nutrition. That's crazy though. How often does that person call? Like every show now, or do they call pretty consistently, or is it like, oh, they call here or there? Because I know Sheree has said that's not one of her favorites, and you guys keep bringing her up, so I'm guessing she's a repeat caller. It's almost as bad as the one lady talking about, hey, where should I move to? And she called like 5 different shows in a row, and was that's all she kept asking was, where should I move to? Should I move to Tennessee? Like ABL's like, yeah, I got a spare bedroom. You can move into that sucker. God damn it. Then what is up with my chat timing out? I'm going to keep flipping screens. Yep, that was body positivity screwed a lot of things up. I mean, I think that's so body positivity, I think, is an overcorrection. I think there were people that were actually getting eating disorders and stuff like that because they wanted to look super skinny. So they were trying to combat it and then just went too far with it. I live in the UK. All me gubs is kitty fiddlers. Yep. Yeah, actually, you know what's fucked up? David has kind of said something about that too. David has 110% said some shit like that to me before. Like, right, GAM. I'll tell you what. They all about, they look at me and they call me sexy ass. Oh, a kitty fiddler is exactly what you think it is. Yeah, David's in the UK too. He has to be careful with what he says because the government watches him. Worse than us. Like they watch him, and if he says something out of line, they will show up at his house. Like, right, you need to come down and turn yourself in at the jail, lad. I was just talking about Helldivers, brother. I was just talking about it. What's the game plan with it, David? Who we got playing outside of you and I? I know you're going to play with, as you would say, your mates. But who else? Who we got on board for it? We got the hillbilly and his brother. Do we have? I don't think Smurf's picking it up, so we won't have him. You got 4 different groups. Well, I guess it's me and you then, because unless good old Rogue the Leaf picks it up, maybe we'll play with him. Which he'll be like, golly, I don't know what I got to do on this game. Giant bugs. Where's my raid? Actually, I haven't watched anything to do with it, so I go into it fresh. I've just heard it's a great game, so I went off the hype, so to speak. Helldivers is basically it's Bob. It reminds me of, and I'm sure you know the movies, Starship Troopers with giant bugs, and you're like going to different planets and blowing up these bugs. Wait a minute, what? Who the hell is Amanda? I appreciate you making ours priority, but you don't have to. I mean, if you're jamming with Johnny and well, Concrete, I got to be specific when I say Johnny to you. If you're jamming with Johnny and Alex and all those guys, I understand. They're good people. Like they're real good people. We still have to do some phasmagoria sometime. I think people would like that jump scare shit, especially if you guys pull the. I'm gonna get pictures of the ghost up close. Yeah, if you know the movie, if you know the movie Bob Starship Troopers, the game is just like Starship Troopers for the most part, from what I've seen. Wait, she said if Jesse he absolutely won, it's already proven. In fact, he did pull a hoax. Two, I hope somebody that was there asked her, what if that was reversed? What if some white dude pretended he was beat up by six black teens and then started a firestorm somewhere? And they went and everybody lost their shit, you know? I hope somebody asked her that question. Because that's just it. Screwing around with that stuff, doing the hoaxes, I'm like, I get it, you want notoriety or whatever, but no good can come of that. It's bad enough you got real situations that happen that can get ugly, let alone somebody bullshitting one. So, yeah, I don't know. I still won't watch that damn Jubilee though. She also said race is not biological. So basically, you guys were watching somebody who was like eating crayons, glue, and some of the glitter from grade school, trying to debate people, and they were failing at it. Is that what you're telling me? Because I'm not a biologist or a geneticist. I don't even pretend to be one on YouTube. But I will tell you that yes, that is just the point. You can't help what race you are because it is actually baked into your genetics. Call me kooky, but your genetic traits are kind of what determine the melanin in your skin, um, all those kind of things. At Sheree, Dave Chappelle did the best sketch about that when he called him Juicy Smollett, and he was just like he goes, You know, everybody was like, how come black people didn't come out and support him in greater numbers? He's like, we did support you with our silence because we knew it was bullshit. Yeah, but the thing is, I've never heard of that woman. And now I have. So her bullshit is working in one way or another to make her semi-famous, even if it's for the wrong reasons. That's what. That's one of those things I fucking hate. Some people want to be famous just to just to have their name out there. It could be the worst reason possible, but they want that recognition from people. However, being on that panel, if you weren't able to tear her up, that sounds really, really bad. Because even Jordan Peterson got owned on Jubilee. I've only seen one or two people not get owned on Jubilee. So, and I stopped watching it because it was like, what am I watching? That's what I thought. Shit comes down to his nose. Fuck. Okay, yeah, so right to the bridge. I gotta lighten up with the paint though, so I can get layer on here. Yeah, well, no, actually, Juicy Smollett was embarrassingly stupid, but not half as bad as the Bubba Wallace one. When it turned out it was just the rope to pull open the garage or whatever, the like little rope, and he's like, it was a noose. Somebody tied it into a noose and threatened me because I'm a black NASCAR driver. It was like, what? What? No problem, Bob. You have yourself a great night, sir. We'll see you again very shortly, I'm sure. Right. Well, I wouldn't have walked out of it. I'd have been like, oh, me next, me next. You're a grifting bitch. Actually, let's see. I probably would have called her grifting, trifling ass, pigeon toed bitch and gotten thrown off the show. Like, you're a grifting ass, pigeon toed bitch. Damn fake ass hoe. Really got myself in trouble. Like, would you call me what, boy? Like, well, time for me to go. Did I ever tell you guys about the ho ho ho? That's messed up, Rebel. That's some bullshit. So, quick side story. It's me and my buddy Umar, and we're in the GameStop, and these two women came in, and they were trying to get their hands on like I want to say it was a Wii Fit. I'm like, well, we got a shipment coming in next week or whatever. Oh, that's after Christmas though. Said, I'm sorry, ma'am. You know, had a chance to pre-order. Man, that's some bullshit. You just, if I was a white customer, you sell it to me, right? And Umar's like, ma'am, no, no, that's not how we do things here and everything else. And she's going off. She goes, oh, so I guess I should just tell my child that Santa didn't come this year. And I looked her dead in the eyes, and she was standing there with two of her friends. And like, I mean, this woman had to be like 250 and just straight out of Camden. And I leaned forward and I looked at her and went, ho. And then looked at her friend next to her and went, ho. And then looked at the other one and said, ho. I was like, ho, ho, ho. And she said, what the fuck did you say to me, white boy? And Umar had to jump in front of me and like, oh, man, he was talking about the Santa comment and all that, and like had to cool everything off. And he's like, he started pointing behind his back, like, get to the back room, like, get the fuck off the sales floor. And like, it was hysterical. Umar's like, dude, are you trying to lose your life? He's like, yo, you do that with a guy. He's like, man, you can scrap it out. He's like, those women were about to like just cut you. Yeah, but true story, true goddamn story. Um, and yeah, I think you might be right. I think less of the population feels the way that they portray it. I think things have changed a lot, and then the media will sensationalize stuff or report stuff on purpose to kind of reignite or redivide. You know, um, I really think that is the case because that's always going to be a playbook. It's always going to be a playbook. The more they keep the population divided, the more they can get rage bait and anger out of something based on race, the more clicks they get for one. If it bleeds, it leads. We all know this. We all know that adage. We all know that's the case. I do, you do a video on how nice puppies are, you'll get 1,000 views on it. You do black child beaten by a white nanny, you're going to get 1,000,000 views on it. This is just the way things are, unfortunately, because everybody wants that, and then the vocal minority, as I like to call it, you know, they come out in force and freak the fuck out. The media covers that freak out and gets them more clicks. It's a fucking business model. Yeah, well, I mean, we did. We did. They, like, there are some people that are racist as fuck. Everything's based on race to them. And you should feel sorry for those people. Like, you really should. Because they're always going to be limited. Same way you blame people for things that have happened in your life. Now, in some cases, yeah, it is somebody that might have cost you your job. This boss had some kind of axe to grind with me, screwed me over, treated me like shit, wanted to bring his nephew in to replace me, stuff like this. That absolutely happens. But then there's other people that nobody really did anything. They just didn't perform up to like the task. They didn't put in a hard day's work, whatever, that actually do get clipped out or fired or make a mistake. And they they want to blame everybody else for it. They don't take culpability or responsibility for their own actions. And those are the people that piss me off. Because it's like, yo, bro, you're sitting in your own pile of shit and it's your fault. My my entire thing with me burning out back in the day and hitting rock bottom and everything else, 99% of that shit was my fault. It was bad choices. It was me fucking around and finding out. It was self-inflicted wounds. Were there other people that, definitely didn't help the matter? Absolutely. Could I have changed all of it back then and didn't? Absolutely. So I always look at myself as, yeah, this is my fault, or take the blame when it is actually my blame to take. Yep, and Rebels got it. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. People need to own up to their own failings. Um, you know, Obama. Obama is definitely one of the people that is most guilty of it too, because his whole first run was hope and change, hope and change, hope and change. That second run, 110% was vote for me or you're a fucking racist. And that's a shame. Like I still get I still always get the kick out of the videos where it's like Donald Trump's a racist. You know he dated a black woman and funded Jesse Jackson's run for president, right? What? No, no he didn't. Yeah, look it up. Yes, he did. He absolutely did. So, what are we talking about here? Oh, he's a piece of shit Republican. Well, you know he used to be a Democrat, right? Until you guys like fucked that up, right? No, he wasn't. He was always a Republican. Yeah, no. No, he wasn't. Look it up. Facts are a bitch. The only people I can't argue with are people in New Jersey when it comes to Donald Trump because they'll be like he fucked up the casinos and screwed people over and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, actually he did. I mean, if I were, you know, for telling the truth, I wasn't really paying as close attention to politics as I am now. But when he first ran, I remember telling my buddy Haas, I said, he'll be your first black president. He said, no, he won't. There's no way they're going to let a black man in that office. Haas was from Camden. And I kept telling him, like, yeah, dude. I was like, he's got the swagger. He's got the cadence. He is going to be your first black president. No, he won't. No, he won't. No, he won't. They won't let that happen. They won't let that happen. Sure enough, Haas had to come in. Man, you fucking called it. How'd you know? I was like, I'm telling you. He had that swagger. He's got that. There's something about him. He's very charismatic. He's amazing when he's giving speeches. He's relatable. He's fun, and it doesn't matter what color your skin tone is. You can get behind him because he's got a message of hope and change. Now let's see what he does with it. And well, we saw what he did with it. He made shit worse. He's half black. He's not all the way black. And it is mom. I think his mom's white. He's mulatto, which hey, nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I didn't. I just saw him. Who was he running against? Like, who did he run against? He ran against McCain and Romney. Even the Republicans didn't want either of those people to ever touch the presidency. I don't care what color you are. Like, even just your political alignment, people were like, McCain's a war hawk and Romney's a piece of shit. Like, I don't. Yeah, and you're not wrong. He was a cornball, right? But that's just it. He wasn't scary to white people. That's what I'm saying, Sheree. Like, he didn't scare white people. You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those kickers. If he scared white people, then they never would have put him in the. Oh man, the one that I think is I really like the guy. I really like the guy. He'll never be president, and he's like, because he's too good of a person. But Tim Scott on the Republican side, he like he just doesn't have it. I don't know how to describe it. He just doesn't have the charismatic swagger. He doesn't seem to exude the confidence or something. But Tim Scott's actually a really good dude that I would love to see be a president and never will be. I can't stand his slow talking ass. Today. Yeah, and that's just it. The whole thing with Obama, the one thing most people miss is he was groomed to be a presidential candidate and president his entire life. Like that dude was built. He wasn't just natural and everything. He was built. He was trained, he was instructed and built to be the president. I still think I'm going to swear to this till the day I die that eventually it'll come out that they ran Biden in 2020 because Hillary didn't want to do it and they figured that he was going to lose. I don't think they actually thought he was going to win. George Bush Sr., um, he was one, like, it's crazy. When I was a kid, I always thought he was a nerdy, like, little weakling. George Bush Sr. was a fucking badass. He was like head of the CIA for a while. He actually was a staunch, like, he was a warmonger, but he's a badass. Like, you didn't want to fuck with him. And as a matter of fact, Reagan, it was between Ronald Reagan and George Bush Sr. when Ronald Reagan got the nod and took George Bush as his vice president because he was such a badass and because he had so much command of the Republican base. But yeah, he's actually a fucking badass. I always thought he was like a wiener, and he wasn't. When I was a kid, I used to think he was a wiener. He takes it in a poop shooter. Nice. Yeah, I could definitely believe that Obama, I'm not saying he's gay or anything, but I think he'd hold a hard one in his mouth till it went soft. George Bush Jr., the most impressive thing with him was landing that jet on the aircraft carrier. But he, unfortunately, with him, he dictated most of his presidency over to Dick Cheney. Like, Dick Cheney knew how to puppet master his ass behind the scenes, and he just let him do it. You all right, Bob? Bob's like, yeah, I'm going away or whatever. And he's like, yeah, you know what? I ain't going away. I'm back here and I'm going to yell at things. Are you all right, buddy? Oh, here's one for you guys I saw the other day, and I didn't believe it until I saw it again. Until I watched the thing for full context. Did you guys see Hillary Clinton said if Trump can pull everything off without any major concessions, the peace between Ukraine and Russia, she would write a nomination for the fucking Nobel Prize herself? Oh shit. Bob, what? Yeah, you're right, Rebel. You're right. Oh. Oh shit. Really, Bob? Well, I thought but he's from the streets, yo, so don't question it. Are you sure he's not talking about after his dad passed? Because he said his dad died young. But he said he was raised by a single parent. Yo, you got Bob fired up, guys. Oh, I might have to tune in next week to ABL show just to see what happens. Oh, okay. So his parents split before his dad passed. So therefore, his dad didn't have a place in his life. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Bob's kind of right here. Didn't he talk about them living in like some house and his dad only made like 20 grand a year? Now, granted, I looked that up and the median income for that time frame was like 21,000. Yeah, I know. Well, okay, his parents got divorced when he was a kid. I didn't know that part, but I did know his dad died early, so I didn't know if that's what he was referring to. Like his dad died and his mom raised him. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's how I always saw it too, Rebel. That his family stayed together up until his dad died. That's how I always heard that myself. Bob, hashtag me too. That's what I always believed. Like Sheree and Beans are like, no, that's not the case. But yeah, like the other guys are saying, ladies, that's how I've always heard him tell that story too. And yeah, Rogue, are you getting Helldivers too? So yeah, you guys are actually telling me information I didn't know, Sheree and Beans. I didn't know that. He's always talked about it like his mommy and his daddy lived together, and his daddy died of a heart attack as a firefighter because I didn't know his dad was out hoeing. Damn, maybe that's what gave him the heart attack. It wasn't the firefighting; it was the hoeing. But no, I'm right there in the camp with Bob and with Rebel. I've always every time he's ever talked about it, he never said, "Yeah, I was raised by my grandma and my mom or anything." I was raised by my mother and father. That's how he's always presented it, as far as I know. See, Beans, Sheree, I'm glad you guys are on the same page. But I'm telling you, from the guy's point of view, this is what we've always heard. I never caught that part of the story ever, and I normally would have caught something like that. I'm sure you guys are correct, but like the rest of the guys here, we never caught that part of the story. Like Bob came in like, God damn it, all pissed off. He wouldn't be that pissed off if he even thought that was an inkling. Right, Bob. Like in a way, he's always led me to believe that he was raised in a nuclear family. Like his dad paid for their house and everything else on a $20,000 a year fireman's budget, right? Is that always the impression you got? Because that's the impression I always got. Like I said, I'm sure Beans and Sheree are correct because they're paying attention to that a little bit deeper than I'm going to say us guys do. But I was always under the impression because of the way he says different stuff when he's talking about that crap. Right, but okay, I agree, Beans, but I understand what Bob's saying. He's not saying like vibes, but we never heard that. I've never heard that part of the story. I have never heard that part of the story because of the way he talks. He talks like his dad was in the home the entire time and basically like paid for everything and worked himself into an early grave because he was a firefighter. I never got the impression that his parents were divorced at all. But it does make a little bit more sense now, certain things. Like when you guys say that, like why he's got to pretend like he's from the streets and he's tough and stuff like that. And in that, I mean that, if he saw his mom struggle or something with bills because she's a single parent, that would make a little bit more sense in context. But just the fact that Bob's so pissed off should tell you that honestly, he was under that impression as well. Bob doesn't get pissed off like that real fast. I mean, he might be pissed off because he banned you on Twitter, Beans. But just the same, yeah, I never heard that aspect of the story either. And Rebel saying the same fucking thing. Like Rebel wouldn't be like, oh yeah, like he would have been like, that's some shit. You don't need a man in the house, but it helps. You don't always need a man in the house. I'm not saying like actively get rid of your husband or whatever. Things are going to be much easier, but a single mother can raise kids on her own and do a good job. I watched one woman that didn't have a man in the house, and she used to come in with her three boys all the time, and she was doing a fucking damn fine job of raising those kids into young gentlemen. And she was in the fucking middle of the hood by herself, working three jobs, like working her ass off. But those kids, they respected her like she was their father because she took care of them so well. Yeah, see, Rebel's under the same impression that I was under. I I was under that impression because some of the stuff he said along the way made it sound like his dad was altruistic and taking care of him the whole time, taking care of him and his mom the whole time on like a shit salary, which turned out to not be a shit salary. Turned out to be right in line for what you would make for that line of work at that time. You know, I mean, truth be told, I would hate to see ABL have kids. I don't think he would be a very good parent. Matter of fact, I know he wouldn't be. He doesn't have the temperament. It's just not there. And I mean, you guys are free to disagree with me on that one. I don't see the temperament there for a little kid because we all know how little kids are. They'll fuck your entire house up. No, Bob. Honestly, up until Sheree, if Sheree and Beans didn't just clarify that, I would have been pissed off too. So I still feel a bit misled myself, but they're saying, yeah, yeah, that's always been the case, and I trust both of them implicitly. So I know they're not just lying on some shit, or covering ABL or something. They're like, no, this is just facts. So I can't blame you for feeling that way either, Bob. cannot blame you for feeling that way, feeling misled or like you were bullshitted. Because, like I said, he gives the impression to the viewer, if that's not clarified, that, or you didn't catch that in a stream or whatever, that he was always raised and his dad just died when he was young. So, yeah, we'll take my dad for example. My parents got divorced when I was 7. My dad left. Gone. Right? Had his new life, had his new wife, everything else. Covered child support, kept me on his insurance till way past after. Paid the mortgage on the house, all that stuff. My mom sat on a couch eating bonbons, collecting rent money off me at like 14. Like, well, it was really rent money when I was 18, but at 14 years old, basically like, hey, electric bill went up this month. Can you give me money? Stuff like that. Um, Most of the stuff I learned was from other people's dads. Hanging out with my friend, Big Sam. Well, not Big Sam. Big Sam is their dad. Taught me a bunch. My other buddy, his dad, Dave, taught me a whole bunch. Um, Go through the list. My boss at work taught me a bunch. They treated me like I was part of their family. They all this stuff, and then having kids of my own. That's just it. My son goes out to Vegas, shoot pool. Hey, can you cover my store for me? Not even a question. I got you, kid. Not even like, well, is it going to set you back? Do you got something going on or anything else? Nope. Don't even worry about it. You don't even think about what I got to do. You go take care of you, and I got your fucking back. Because he can look at me at any time and know his dad's got him. And they appreciate that. So I do think that having a dad in the house is better. It's not impossible to raise good kids on your own. It's more difficult and challenging if you don't have a good dad there. Beans, you've met me, right? Well, not met me in person or anything, but you've definitely listened to enough content on the internet. Do you think I wouldn't call up and ask somebody about their deceased parent? Like, I don't know, bad taste, good taste, or whatever. Hey, can you just clarify something? You know, like, you think I wouldn't do it? I mean, we can take bets. I bet you he won't even answer my damn phone call though, because every time I've tried calling, he doesn't answer. So, but I would definitely I wouldn't have a problem. I wouldn't be like, yo, is it true your dad was like, out hoeing and left you with your mom? Like, I wouldn't say shit like that, but I would definitely ask, can you just clarify what your growing up situation was like? Like, were you raised by a single parent or not? That would be the way I would phrase it. Oh shit, Bob. Bob, shout out to you. Question for you, Bob. You'll still be in my streams though, right? Damn, Bob's just not even fucking around. Like, zero fucks given Bob is what we're gonna have to rename you, sir. Awesome. Then I'll still see you because you won't see me much in that stream either. Especially after Steve Kerfuffle's found. Although I'm pretty sure once he's found, if he does come back on that stream, Sheree will message me and go, yo, Steve just showed up or what have you. That's awesome, Rebel. That's, you know what I mean? That is that's not just awesome, that's an admirable quality because I was a pain in their ass. I know. I was a troubled kid. Like I was a fucking little asshole, right? When my buddy's dad, Big Sam, passed away, I messaged him immediately. I'm like, I'm so sorry for your loss. I actually put up a whole Facebook post about him and said like he was a good man who took time and all this. And then I got back, thank you for your touching tribute to him. He always liked you, even though you got into trouble all the time. He always had an ear and a shoulder for you, so that you could talk to him or what have you, and he'd be more than ecstatic to know that he had this effect on your life, as he really did. He was a very good man, and raising three sons of his own. He was raising three boys of his own. He included me and stuff with that family. Then the other one was a heartbreaker when he passed away because he used to call me his second son because I was always over there, and he always treated me like one. He never treated me like anything less than. He was always really good people to me. Yeah, hopefully everything's good with him too, Rogue. That's where I'm at. Rogue and David, I actually heard from somebody today that I haven't heard from in quite a while who hit me up on Discord, which caught me off guard. And it would be one Mr. Hacksaw. Shout out to him. Out of the blue, just messaged me to see how I was doing and to make sure everything was okay. I was like, no shit. He seems to be just being normal Hacksaw too. Like he's doing all right. Our friend the potato is in good shape. Yeah, I think you're right, Beans. I think that's where he's at. Um, yeah, and again, Rebel, like you put something to those boys' lives that is going to be invaluable when they get older, like guaranteed. And you didn't do it because of you were getting some kind of money out of it. You did it because you're a decent human being and a good dad. So shout out to you, man. That's awesome. Yeah, Danny's laying low. He's doing his thing because I get a kick out of it. Sucker, I got the Ethiopian Bible. Been reading a little bit. Like I read a little bit today, just reading through it. Um, and man, it's a history book to me. Like it's not religion. It's just a history book, and it's interesting when you're just reading it, and then the apocryphal texts. I can't wait till I get to them. People are like, "Oh, they mention aliens and all this." I'm like, we'll see. We shall see. I know if I got biblical questions, I usually I used to always ask Roga the Leaf because he had to learn the spirit when he was young. Let me tell you what, living out in the Alabamas, they would have beat him if he didn't. I do like the fact that everybody asks questions about different people. I do. I think that's an important thing for all of us. It shows an appreciation for each other and life itself because we all want to see everybody not have the day they deserve, Beans, but we want to see everybody do well in life. I can't believe we're at fucking 102 subscribers, guys. How in the fuck did that happen? You guys are listening to my mouth. I put some yellow paint on this damn thing, and yeah, 102 people. Well, actually, I painted a rock too. Yeah, actually, the rock didn't come out bad. I got some good highlights in on it and everything else. Doesn't just look like a gray blob. We even had SE drop by for a little bit, which was amazing. But yeah, I am over the moon, and I am going to be fucked up for a minute over having 102 subs. I thought for sure we were going to get to like maybe crunch time, like December, and somebody was going to be like Merry Christmas, and we'd pick up like 4 subs and get over the top, like yay, or inch closer. That shit hit like a cannonball today. Shout out to Q for being number 100 and bringing a friend. That was amazing. That was fucking just out. Blows my mind. Completely blows my mind. There you go, Bob. Dude, Bob's really like. Remind me, if I ever get the inkling to start bullshitting on a stream, not the bullshit with Bob in the stream, because yeah, he will fucking lose his shit on me. Oh, thanks, SE. I appreciate the hell out of you. Hey, man, I didn't even think you were here and was shouting you out. So hopefully that tells you where I'm at with things when it comes to that stuff, you know? Yeah, I covered that earlier and showed the whole Superman 2 scene. Come, son of Jor-El, kneel before Zod. Yeah, I showed it earlier. Yeah, it broke my heart. Broke my heart, Rebel. Oh, dude, you're fine, SE. Like I said, I thought you tuned in a while ago, and then we're just like, okay, I'm good. It had bounced out, and I was just like, oh, okay, you know, like something came up, or SE, you know, you don't have time to watch the stream, whatever. I don't expect people to sit here and like base life on my streams either, you know, like it, like I said, shout out to Stranded Lifeform. She'll come on at like probably 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning, and start watching the replay of this. You know, so even then, I don't expect her to watch the replay, but I'm going to shout her out just the same. Even if you're here or you're not here, I still try to shout almost everybody out. Um, and for whatever reason, I got to keep remembering, because he's always here and always awesome and always watching. But shout out to Forever Demonetized. Great guy. For some reason, I always give these shout outs and always forget to mention him. And he's always here. And I'm always like, there's somebody I'm missing. Somebody I'm missing. It's Forever, because he's quiet. He comes in, drops a couple lines, and then sits back. Yeah, Bob, I would say yes, man. If you're going to drop it in the super chat, and if you're going to ask him if he was raised in a 2-parent home and that's how you're going to ask him, that's fine. If you say, you know, like, was your dad dead or some shit, like, don't do it that way. Or was your dad a hoe chaser? Don't do it that way. But if you're just going to simply say, like, were you raised in a 2-parent home, to see what he's going to say. If he says no or he says yes, you have your answer. And Bob's not asking him about his dead dad. He's asking if his parents were ever fucking like together or they were divorced. That's a big difference. He's not questioning him about the validity of his dad's job, if you know, like anything. He's just asking, like, "Hey, were you raised in a two-parent home?" There's nothing wrong with that question because Bob's actually asking for knowledge. If Bob was doing it to try and insult him or, you know, something like this, that might be one thing, or insult his dead dad. Like, I mean, if I sent a message, like called in and was like, yo, you were raised to be a bitch like your dad or something, like, yeah, okay, I could see taking an exception with that. But if Bob's being honest and earnest and just asking, like, were you raised in a two parent home so that he gets clarity, I don't see an issue with that. I mean, that's your, is it prying or none of your business? That's really your call, Bob, because the whole thing is if you feel like you've been lied to or misled, then I can't blame you for wanting clarity. You know, going off half cocked and being like, oh, this person said this and being all pissed off about it and not having that clarity after you've had Sheree and Bean say, no, you know, this is the story behind it. That throws that question into you. But maybe you can get clarity from more people in the chat that think exactly the way you thought, the way I thought, and the way Rebel thought. Because it wasn't just you who thought that way. It was all three of us. And the two ladies were the ones that are like, no, this is the actual story. Right, Beans. I agree with you. And I just said that. You guys clarified what the story is. I believe and trust you, but Bob wants his own clarity. And if he needs that clarity to move on past it, nothing wrong with asking that question. And it's like me saying, yeah, my parents were split when I was 7. What about it? I don't give a shit if my dad's dead or my mom's dead. Fuck. It's just part of my history. And if you guys had questions about it, I don't have a problem answering them. How's that skin my nuts? It doesn't. That's fine. Like, I'm not saying you're in the wrong either. I can understand what you're saying as well, that it might be a touchy subject, right? And you feel like, you know, you're kind of lingering into somebody's like family history. The only problem is if that's the case, then he should never have thrown his family history out there like that. Right? And if you're going to tell the story, like anytime I tell the story about my dad or my mom, you're always going to hear me say they got divorced when I was 7. My dad went on to a new life. My mom basically laid on the couch, right? Like that's just part of my story. I'm going to clarify that almost. I'm not going to say every time, but most of the time. Yeah, Rebels got it. Rebels got it right there. If you need that clarification and it bothers you terribly, tragically, I just look at it. Look, and I might not be the best one for to ask, honestly, because I look at a chunk of what he tells everybody is for the most part bullshit to begin with, right? So here's the thing. Here's one of the things that me watching or whatever. I was an entrepreneur at what 22 or was it 26, guys? You guys could tell me. Okay, I can accept that. That's believable. What were you an entrepreneur for? Now, I know you used to write articles. I know that you got big on YouTube or what have you. But what was that entrepreneurship for? Can you guys tell me that? Because I don't know. I honestly don't know. You didn't bring down the stream, Bob. And honestly, that's just it. Beans said her piece. She's good. You good, Beans? I'm sure you are. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but she just said it. You do you. I spoke my piece. She's good. She's just throwing out there what her opinion is. And that's, hey, we're here to hear it, right? I'm going to throw out my opinion. Rebel will throw out his opinion. I agree with Rebel's opinion that if it's something that's really going to bother you or take away from the show or make you look at ABL in a certain light, clarify it before you go too far, is my advice. You know, I don't want to be like, yeah, Bob, I hate that motherfucker, you know, like that kind of thing. And, or any shit like this, like it's really up to the individual. And, I still want to know what the entrepreneurship was. Was he selling like, you know, tickets to a club? Was he selling drugs? Was he, you know, buying, you know, like buy some cars and all this stuff? Because I know he also said it around that same time he was working at Cracker Barrel, if I remember correct. I respect everybody's opinion, no matter how wrong they may be. Yeah, honestly, you're not wrong though, Rebel. That is funny, but I'm kind of right there with you. Like, yeah, everybody's allowed. You can have your opinion. You know, I may not agree with it, but you can have it. He was doing graphic design. He was doing that in college. And then he did some video game art, which to this day still kind of baffles me a bit. Because I believe that. I honestly do believe he went into graphic design or whatever. Maybe he was designing t shirts and all that kind of stuff. But if that's the case, you would think there would be a lot more art displayed on his channel. Just saying. Like, for example, if Beans is doing her thing and she's not doing the plant thing, I guarantee she would have artwork of hers in the background or something, right? Like I can reach out on my desk right now and go, look, guys, here's the Punisher fail. Right? Here's the failed Punisher. I can reach out, I can grab the Hulk and be like, here's the Hulk, because it's art sitting on my table. Shit. Now the Punisher really is failing on me. He like won't go back on his post and sit. That makes sense, Bob. Okay, now that I can understand. Thank you. That's clarification I needed. Oh, yeah, get some rest, Rogue. We'll see you soon. Yeah, I was looking for that for a second there. You screwed me up, Rob. I'm like looking, I'm like, wait, SE said goodbye? Like, it didn't come up on my chat screen. I'm going nuts. Well, I mean, realistically, graphic design, if he was doing like art major, they usually include graphic design in there. Because he said he did something that was all like video game art or something. And that, I remember him saying that he got an F on it because they said it wasn't real art. Which, I mean, if you just drew Mario and Luigi jumping over some mushrooms, but he always said he was going to show that on stream, and I never remember him showing it on stream. Like, I pay attention to shit. Like, that's just it. The problem is, I pay attention when people are talking. So, like you guys said, I must have missed that fucking show. But I believe Sheree is always my voice of reason, and Beans, you were the first voice of reason. So if you guys tell me something like that, I'm going to know that you're not lying to me, right? Same thing if Devin was here and Devin said that to me, I would have thrown her some extra popcorn with some extra butter. Because she keeps my history on that show pretty straight. Just because it has guns in it, Jesus Christ. It's art. It's subjective. You're not going to get a strike for it. Like, I mean, unless it's got a real Glock fucking attached to the damn thing. Even that you can show on stream. Like, it's not going to get you banished, banned, or kicked off of YouTube. Hell, you guys pay for those memberships. Are you paying for the memberships for slow mode? Or is there actually like membership streams I don't know about? Because that was one part I never understood was like, oh, well, then you don't have slow mode. It's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You want to slow down your chat interactions? Great. I get it. I'm also shocked that he doesn't read the chat the entire time either. That always screws me up. Yeah, in a liberal school, that could, I get it's a no go. I'm not saying why he failed. I'm saying why he didn't show it on stream, Sheree. Like, I get it because presenting video game art in the time frame he's talking about when he went to college, video games were not considered art. They became considered art. It was actually a whole big argument. But there's a game called Shadow of the Colossus for PS2, and that was the first game that was actually like kind of accepted as artwork because it's a beautiful open world. You're taking down these giant colossi and everything else, and it really is a beautiful game. Yeah, Essie, the chat's fast and you can't talk to everyone. Yeah. Well, here, even if the chat was fast, I'd slow it down by like 5 seconds, not 30. You know what I mean? Um, it's more the fact that when I'm slowed down to like 30 seconds, Rebel will say hi to me. Beans will say hi to me. Mister will say hi to me. Sheree will say hi to me. You know, I'm just throwing those names out there. Just there's a whole bunch of people that'll say, "Hey, Gam, what's up? E-Rock, whatever," and they'll come in single filed, but it might be like a space out. So I'll be like, "Hey, Beans, what's up?" Then I got to wait 30 seconds, say, "Hey, Sheree, what's up?" And then somebody else will say, "What's up?" And I feel like it's like it's hampering, it hamstrings you where you can't answer back fast. Um, I mean, I agree, Beans, to an extent, but I disagree to this extent. I've yet to see Sheree miss a swear word. Now, when I'm doing this, I'm painting, right? So I'm looking at what I'm doing. I have to take my eye off of chat. But if I were just playing videos and talking into a microphone and it was my face you guys were looking at the entire time, I would have one eye on the chat. Maybe not reading everything in depth, but definitely catching everything, if that makes sense to you. Farts in a jar. Here we go with the jar farts. It's going to turn into that stream again, isn't it? Shit. I'm trying to debate what color I want to do next on this guy. I mean, I guess I can go into the black on him. Or should I go into the blue? The only thing is that fucking goddamn thing broke. Let me see. Let me see how these arms look. I mean, the arms are solid on that. His gloves. Get the right glove in there. See how the gloves look. It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, but it depends on the curse word too. Like if they say ass, you're pretty good about that, or shit, one shit maybe, or bullshit. But if they're like fuck, ba 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 ba, like that's when you usually cut it. Yeah, we had a whole discussion one stream about farts in the jar and how women make a no pun intended, shit ton of money off of it. Yeah, IG. I don't use Instagram. Can't do it. Not my thing. If I farted in a jar and capped it, they would use it to basically like cause a plague in like China or something. They'd just drop it off the plane and just let it hit the ground, and it would just the mustard gas effect of it alone. Like the paint would peel off all the buildings. It might even damage infrastructure, if I'm being honest. Yeah, IG I don't do. I never even thought about linking up anything to do with Facebook. I stay the hell away from. I like even my Facebook account. It's a shame because there's a lot of people that wish me happy birthday and stuff because your birthday comes up or whatever, and I didn't even respond because I just stay the fuck off Facebook. Last time I was on there, I saw basically just the horror, and Twitter's right there too. That's why I stay off of Twitter because it's like, oh, I'm seeing the absolute worst of people. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, with you, Bob, you actually do. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't know if I'd do that on a call in. Maybe a super chat, but yeah, yeah. I mean, this shit really bothered Bob, though. We can definitely say Bob is a man of honor because shit didn't line up to him, and he was just like mother trucker. Don't you bullshit a bullshitter kind of deal. Like I ain't here for this jibber jabber. And I mean, I'm not here to bash ABL either. I, I, I hope he, keeps going with his millions of subs and, you know, keeps it up. Keeps it up. I also hope he learns to pay Sheree. But that's just me. I want Sheree making a paycheck. I want her making a side paycheck. I want her to be like, yep, I'm the best mod on these interwebs and I get paid for that shit. Nah, even a lady will if somebody says, "Hey, bottle a fart in a jar, I'll pay you $100 per fart." Yep, yeah. I'm not saying that it's not morally gray, but I'm also saying you're a fool for not taking that loot. Like, take that money with both hands, because some weirdos willing to. You don't even have to fart in the jar. You can just tell them you farted in the jar. Go find something that smells like a fart. Go get fart spray and spray it in there. Okay? You don't actually have to fart in the jar. You can just pretend to. Okay, is it false advertising, or any of that stuff? Maybe. But, there's ways around it. Just some weirdo wants that, you hook them up. Nah, you've been all you want, Bob. Trust me. Like I said, you weren't the only one who was confused on that. When you first said it, I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up a second. I just know that when Sheree and Beans are telling me the same tale, it's not like they colluded on the side and are like, "Hey, I'm going to stick up for this guy." I mean, Beans just got banned by him on Twitter. He was just like, "That's that Beans the Truth girl. She was my mod. You know what? She don't get no voice where I'm at." And just shut her down. Like, I don't even want to hear her talking. Only good part is at least he didn't call Beans a big back or something. That would have been ugly. That'd have been real ugly real quick. Yeah. Yeah, no worries, Bob. I mean, the good thing is at least you got like Sheree and Beans here where they can clarify stuff like that. How? You were his goddamn mod. Like, so you're just telling me like he'll let anybody be a mod? Like, what? How does he not know who the hell you are? Like, for fuck's sake, you're in his chat all the time. Look, you got 10,000 viewers, right? At a tick watching you. If one person out of, several are your moderator, how do you not know their handle or anything else? Now, if you had a completely different handle, like was your actual name, okay, maybe you don't connect dots. But if it's the same exact handle, how do you not say at least, wait, weren't you my moderator? And then when you say yes, oh, okay, and then let shit slide. But like, I don't get that. You don't give a fuck. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I'll tell you what, Essie, that's a very brave thing for you to do. And either you're going to get like 1 million views on that video or you're going to lose 1 million subscribers. It's going to be one of the two. It could go either way. My question to you is, did you keep your ass sexy? Because if you kept your ass sexy, you're going to, get those 1 million views. Bean is in stealth mode now. It's like Sheree. Like, I, I don't know. I just maybe I don't have a big channel. That's why. That's got to be it. I tend to know who my people are. And if not, I'm going to ask a clarifying statement. Like, Jay earlier, and you guys are like, "Oh yeah, it's Jay from, Discord." And I'm like, "Jay from Discord?" Oh, Jay. Like, it took me a minute. And then I'm like, "Oh shit." And it's like, "Oh yeah, Q out of the blue. Yeah, I'm Jay from Discord." As soon as he said that, Sheree's like, "Oh, it's this person." I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool. Welcome to number 100, bud." I mean, I find that actually hysterical because I've actually had to tell somebody, yeah, that is Bina. So it's like, I do know what you mean. But at the same point in time, you had your picture next to your name change for a while before you changed it to Beans of Truth with the three beans. Like you had Beans of Truth with your actual picture and you look the same. So, only difference was one picture went from black and white to color. Well, I mean, that's just it, Bob. You can still just call her Bina. You don't have to call her Beans. Just call her Bina. Yeah, that's what I mean. Exactly. Exactly, Rebel. Here's one I haven't seen. I'm curious if you guys have seen. Anybody ever see what happened to Medi? Just out of curiosity. She was there like constantly and just disappeared. Like she fell off. Yeah, and you guys probably didn't know this about Beans, but she was actually a teenage witch. Like she grew up learning the occult when she was younger. So that's why she goes by Beans and Bina because she she was a teenage witch. She doesn't want people from Massachusetts finding her and burning her in Salem. Yeah, her and Bina, or well, Bina, her and Beans talk all the time, back and forth in like Swahili or whatever language they're speaking in. Yeah, teenage witch though, can't make it up. She was definitely on trial, and then just ran away because she didn't want to get burned at the stake. So she changed her name to Beans. So this way, if they catch her, they'll only roast her. They won't burn her completely. You're kidding me. Is that actually a true statement right there that you just made? It's my fault. Jesus Christ. I guess be glad I didn't start calling you sugar tits or something. That would have been awkward. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I had no idea. It's kind of flattering, but I had no clue. I didn't know it was my fault. I'm sorry, guys. Apparently, that shit's my fault. Oh, shit. Next thing I know, people, just stop calling SE Wolverines and just call them SE. Why? Wait, everybody already does. People start calling Rebel without a reason Reb. God damn it. Yeah, the more you know. Yeah, that definitely threw me off my thing. I mean, hey, look, you got a cool icon out of it, right? You got basically to be incognito, so I guess it worked out. Yeah, I mean, well, a couple things wrong. One, my wife would come in here and just grab me by the root and take the berries. That's one. That's what's wrong with it, Essie. She grabbed the twig, cut the berries. Wouldn't be good. Two, I think it would be we were calling somebody were named Sugar Tits. We already got one guy we call Turkey Tits. We might end up playing with him. Um, but yeah, my buddy Twisted, his brother's name's Johnny, and I call him Turkey Tits all the time because he is a big fat fuck. Like, as a matter of fact, if you guys ever hear David say, you'll hear it sometimes when David and I are playing. He's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I was in a party with Twisted and Turkey Tits." He's talking about Johnny Twisted's brother. SE filled it up with turkey. Yeah, I love that, dude. I love Turkey Tits. That is a great name. I hit him with it one time and it just stuck. Like, "What's up, Turkey Tits?" And he was like, "Fuck you, Cam." Like, you'll hear him because I'll break his balls on stream and he'll be like, "Fuck you, Cam. I fucking hate you." He'll be like, "Oh my God, here we go again." Like, it's funny. Wait, really? Like, you mean just common people or like celebrities? Celebrities or common people, Rebel. They're doing that shit with the AI. I mean, it's no shock. It was bound to happen. Like, I downloaded a an AI to my PC. I still haven't unpacked it. I've left it there because I'm kind of afraid to use it and unpack it and let it loose on my shit. But it even said that, like, not for safe or not safe for work content is enabled on this shit, and I'm like, oof, this could be bad. Like, if the wrong kid got his hands on this, next thing you know, his teachers are doing naughty things and all that kind of stuff. Like, I would have been in so much trouble when I was a kid if we had this AI shit. I really would have. I wonder if you AI somebody like an ex girlfriend, have her showing her boobs, if that's considered revenge porn. Wow, regular people. See, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. In some girls' cases, it might be a blessing, but in a lot of them, it's going to be a curse. Like, oh, I actually had one of my nipples is up by my chin, the other one's down by my knees. That girl, and she's got perfect boobs when the AI does it. She's just like, oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. False advertising, full effect. But other people, that's going to be seriously detrimental, especially a teenage girl. It, we should do a Henry Cavill one, guys. Send it to Beans, and then give him like a micro penis. Like, either that or else just make him like a Ken doll, like just smooth. Do him like a Ken doll. Do him like a female. Like at the bottom part, like he drops his pants and he's just a female. Beans will find out where we live and murder all of us for that. She would just be like, "I'm killing all of you in your sleep." Actually, to tell you the truth, Henry Cavill might come and kill all of us too. Like, in his British accent, like, You guys think I got a micro penis, huh? Let me show you something. Like, oh shit, Superman's about to. He's coming for me, and not in a good way. Yeah, Rebel, I like that one too. That one was hysterical. Is swinging like Zelensky between them. That's just it, man. Like, legitimately, like at this point, it's messed up to say because it is dude's fucking country that's getting decimated. But at this point, it's kind of like it really is kind of that. Like, yeah, you need to shut the fuck up and let the grown ups speak. It's definitely kind of come down to that. Yeah, I said the same thing. I think it's like a gangster run country basically at this point. Reb, I'm thinking I still don't want to see anybody dying though in war. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to see all those people die. Sound like fucking Jar Jar Binks when I say millions of people going to die. Let's see. So this is blue in here. Of course it would be. What a pain in my ass. See, I could have been real lazy with this one because this is what the new Invincible suit looks like. That'd have been so much easier to paint. So this part's black. Let me see. His crotch is black. Let's see if I can't get the black on here. Might do the black and call it, and then do the blue because I'm gonna have to fucking redo this goddamn boot. That shit pisses me off to no end. I mean, I guess I can glue it. No, that is so flimsy. That little bump out. I'm afraid if I glue it, once I put the leg back on, it's gonna break again. Yeah, that's real flimsy. And there's a chunk missing off the side too, so that doesn't help. Let me look at the other leg real quick, see if I break that one. Oh, that one went right the hell on. No problem there. Just the other side. Piece of shit. God damn it. Yeah, because of the fucking bend in the knee. And it's still linking up. That shit's still like banging into it. God damn it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reprint it this leg this week. I'll reprint the entire leg. Shit. I can see why it broke too. Fuck. I don't know if you guys can see like the joint in that knee is way loose. I'm gonna have to redo. So I'm guessing it's the left leg. Fuck. So I think the rest of it all lines up too. Let me see. Although I'm not liking, I might even flip that leg when I redo it. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, definitely see his toolbox. This leg doesn't look right though. I did the thing up the side, the actual supports up the side. This one I did it on the front of the leg, and it's definitely way more noticeable. His ass is smooth, but that's about it. So I'm gonna have to redo this left leg. Fuck. Oh, I can believe it sold for that much. I even said this earlier, Rebel. I don't think you were in the. Yeah, you definitely weren't in the stream for it. Because I actually showed the subway scene from the Amazon series, which might end up getting removed depending if I get hit with copyrights or not. Invincible wasn't one that I read. Like most comic books and stuff like The Walking Dead, I didn't read that until the show got hot. Like when the show first came out, then I tracked down some of the books and started reading them. And was like, wow, this shit's a lot different, right? Invincible, I knew nothing about going into it. Like I went into it raw and was like, oh, this is some knockoff Justice League shit. Right up until like Omni Man takes everybody out in the first episode, and I'm like, what the fuck did I just see? Holy shit. Never mind, I gotta watch this show. Like completely changed my entire perspective on it, where now I know, like I've read through all the omnibuses that are currently out and then looked up all the digital versions of the comic to see how it plays out. And it's super interesting. I told you, Gemini. Gemini, your dual issue. Your dual issue. Yeah, you got two personalities. No, I'm just kidding. Or am I? No, I'm just kidding. Well, see, that's just it, Rebel. Did you see this past season of it? Because, I mean, I can tell you where the show goes and what ends up happening, and it is not a happy ending. Because basically, the next season is probably going to be them traveling to Viltrum. Mark, his younger brother, and Omni Man end up going to Viltrum to go take the fight to him. Yeah, the Walking Dead deviated from the comics so severely. Um, Walking Dead deviated from the comics where Andrea, she died on the show. She's still alive in the comics. They killed Carl, or Curl, as Rick used to call him. They killed Carl on the show. Carl's alive at the end. That's how the comics end, is with Carl, Maggie, Andrea. Like they actually reestablish, because I have the last issue, the very last issue of The Walking Dead, and they reestablish basically like life. Like they pretty much take out all the zombies and stuff and just start reestablishing towns and everything. Michonne makes it all the way through. Daryl doesn't exist in the comics either. Daryl and Merle, the brothers, they don't exist in the comics at all. That's something that's only in the show. So there's a lot that's changed. They killed Glenn. Glenn does the voice for Invincible, by the way, Beans, which is funny you say that. Stephen Yoon, or whatever his name is, Yun. He's actually the voice for Mark on Invincible. And in the comics, Glenn is who Negan kills. That's who he bashes in the head with Lucille. He actually does kill him in the comics, and everybody was shocked that they actually followed the comics on that one because they've been killing characters that are still alive in the comics, and other ones that don't even exist. Like I said, are getting spin-off shows and shit. Yeah, Daryl is. He became a fan favorite. I actually like Merle. Merle was actually one of my Michael Roker. I always liked him on that show. Because he was like one of those guys that you hated and you kind of wanted to see his get his comeuppance. But they could have done an amazing redemption arc with him too, and just didn't, for whatever reason. I hate when there's a lot of black in a character like this, like on their suit, because I feel lazy just painting it with the sparkle black, the sequin black or whatever. That's your that's your choice, Bob. That shit is still bothering you. So I mean, you could just put it to him simply. You know, you can say, "Look, I don't want to pry into your personal business, but were you raised in a one or two parent household?" And see what he says. And then, because you already know what he said on Jubilee, so you'll have your answer like immediately. If he says, like, "Oh, I was raised in a two-parent household," you'll be like, "Motherfucker." But yeah, like I said, be respectful because his dad is dead, like Beans pointed out. You know, um, but yeah, that shit is obviously bothering the shit out of you, Bob. Like honestly, I've never seen you ask that many questions, that many different ways about one topic. Just remember, you can always kick him in the jimmy. He might ban you and call you a big back. And yeah, Michonne's awesome. She's actually at the end of the story. So in the actual comics, Michonne is still alive. But I always liked it when she came in because, well, I'm a sword guy. Actually, to tell you the truth, and I can never pronounce the actress that plays Michonne. That was the same thing. Me and my wife said that about Black Panther, like the movie Black Panther, when Chadwick Boseman died. We're like, they should make her the Black Panther. That would have been so much better if she was the Black Panther because I could actually buy into her being the Black Panther. Now in the comics, it's Shuri too who takes the mantle. She ends up passing it back to T'Challa, but she takes the mantle for a while. She becomes Black Panther for a minute. And then the comics started to fail in sales, so they changed it back to T'Challa. No, I've never played Project Zomboid. What's it about? I mean, obviously zombies, but yeah, I'm going to say obviously zombies anytime it's Zomboid, anything like that. But it sounds familiar for some reason. Is it a Steam game? You know what? You guys can probably see it a lot better on the leg than you do on the actual suit. Not those little dimples. Can you guys see the cross weave in the cotton? No, I can't see it. There's actually cross weave in his costume. Like you might be able to see it right there a little bit on that crease. Yeah, Beans is right. Like seeing it at a store, wanting to buy it, Bob, you can always just like let it sleep on it and then decide. Or like, when you're going to pick that girl up in the bar and it's like 3 in the morning and the lights haven't come on yet and you're about to make that move and you're just like, maybe I should wait till tomorrow. Go and charge in full head of steam. But don't let it eat you up either, Bob. Like, don't let it get to you. Because it definitely seems like it's eating at you. Bob's been a big supporter for a long time, too. So I get I get it. That's part of my ire with Tim Pool. I actually thought he gave a shit about like what he was talking about and the people he was talking to. And then he started lying about Philadelphia area, well, New Jersey, but about stuff that was going on. And that was my first clue something's fucked up here. So I started scrutinizing him the rest of the way. And then it was just the grift became apparent. And then I got confirmation by Adam Krigler when he did his stream and exposed everything about living on the Beanie compound and all that stuff, and how Tim was banging Lydia even though she was married behind the scenes. And that kind of ruined Tim Pool for me completely. Then he just became like a set of clown shoes. Then it was just like, yeah, you fucking Grifton son of a bitch. Damn, dude, that sounds like actually kind of awesome, SE. You'll definitely get viewership playing something like that. How long ago did it come out? Is it like an older game, newer game? Because there's, like Helldivers, like I said, when that drops, it's actually an old game for PlayStation. But for Xbox guys, it's going to be like something brand goddamn new. So I'm definitely going to have to stream that just because of the shit that's going to come out of our mouths. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I'll definitely watch too if I get the fucking notification for it. If not, I'll watch the replay at the very least. Try and get you some grinded in hours. I definitely want to see you get monetized. As I want to see you get monetized way before I do. Speaking of which, thank you again to everybody because 100 subscribers by December was the challenge, and yeah, we blew past it. And I couldn't thank everybody enough. We did it in under a year. Essie, you were at that finish line for the 100, brother. Thank you because if you hadn't kicked it up those three, I don't know that we would have gotten the next batch of them. You put a little bit of momentum on there and it grew. So I thank you for that, man. I don't know who would bang Tim Pool either. Well, I mean, he is making $4 million a month, so I'm guessing a lot of people. Um, I mean, realistically, like he probably has, an adult toy that's shaped like his head, has a beanie on it that you remove to make it smoother. I could believe that. I'm going to start spreading that rumor. Word on the streets is that kind of thing. Sheree's laughing. You're right. I wasn't going to do a live tonight. Like I said, I was like, I'm Thursday was the rough one. I really didn't think I was going to be able to do the live Thursday. I thought I was going to pass out and just sleep till like 9:30, 10 o'clock and be like, oh shit, right? Because I got like an hour's worth of sleep the night before and then passed out for a little bit, woke up in time, jumped right on the live. But I was like, maybe I should take a break Sunday, cut the grass, all that, if it's not raining, which it rained. Um, but I was like, yeah, Sunday viewership, I don't know. I don't know if I should bother with this or, people have an interest, people have to work, people, you're busy with the kids and stuff. Sure, I understand. You got other things going on. I was like, I'm not even going to have the greatest mods on these interwebs there. Stranded goes to sleep early, stuff like that. Shout out to her. Shout out to everybody, really. You guys are amazing. But I was just like, yeah, I don't know that maybe I should just stop doing Sundays. I'm also running out of stuff to paint too, to be honest with you. I've got to print a lot more. And now I've got to go back and reprint this asshole's leg. But I'm debating it. And I was like, no, I got to do it. And goddamn, am I happy I did. SE, we got you, man. Like, and I've told you this. I told you this before. And it's not just because you helped out with those subs or what have you. I've told you this before you ever said, yeah, let me talk to a couple people or what. I got you anytime you need, just because you're a good dude. Like I've watched your content. You 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 speak openly and honestly about your feelings on things, your views, everything else, and I respect the fuck out of it. And I think you got good takes. And I think you're a good guy. And I want to see people like that rewarded. And I said this earlier too, before you were even in here, SE. You and I had a whole discussion about people that get monetized and it goes right to their fucking head, right? You're not one of those people. So in that case, I really want to see you get monetized at that point. It's the ones that are like, I'm the king now. Like, you can go fuck yourself, right? Yeah, okay, big whoop-de doo-dah. But, you're not one of those guys. You're one of those guys that you're a good dude. And I'm going to help you any chance I can. Yeah, yeah, Sheree, you always do. You're like, just run your fucking mouth. You just say it in a much nicer way. Just run your mouth. Well, now I know that I've got people like Q out of the blue that are out there and they're driving and all that stuff. And he's like, I don't even watch the show. I'm just listening to it like it's a talk show. Well, now that I know 110%, there is somebody out there that just listens to it for the talk show aspect of it. That kind of that helps. Whether it's games, whether it's me painting, some people watch for the painting, turn off the volume. I got somebody who messaged me and said, "Yeah, I don't care for what you talk about. I've subbed to you. I don't care really about your talk, but I do love the painting." So I'm like, okay, cool. There's at least one person out there that watches for the painting alone. Then I got the guys like Joe Anon, shout out to him, Christian, shout out to him, that drop in and they watch the gaming end of things. Um, all that kind of bit. Shout out to little Leo. Like I've got a couple of the younger guys that like to watch when I'm painting like superheroes and shit like this. And I'm sure they don't listen to a damn word I say. They'll watch the video. Yeah, I've unloaded plenty of trucks with you babbling in my ear. I mean, that's just it. I have to, there's a couple things when it comes to me and SE and I have had this discussion too. I hate the sound of my own fucking voice. right? I have to get over that, especially I have to start reading that story again because it's crazy that I picked the star as the story I wanted to read when it's about a comet headed towards Earth. And now we got this Apophorus or whatever it's called. I think it's Apophorus, right? Coming close to Earth and might hit us and all this and then change direction or what have you. But it's actually it's pertinent. The story actually fits in what's going on in the real world, and it's crazy. Yeah, Sheree knows. Mr. Young Midoriya and Leo. And shout out to Leo's brother, too. I'm glad he comes in. He checks on things, stuff like that. And I keep telling Midoriya and Leo, keep being creative, guys. Keep being creative. Do your thing. Do you. Be creative. Keep working on your art. You're starting out now. You're young. You're an amateur. It's fine. That's great. Keep going. You'll get better. It takes time. You'll get better. You get better. And you're in a better position than I am as an old person. Story time with GAM, baby. Yeah, I tell stories when they come up, and something reminds me of some old shit that's funny. It's even better when I get people from real life that drop in here and they'll remind me of a story, like my chubby little buddy, Mr. Giggs or Sir Giggs. He will remind me of stories that I've forgotten years and years ago. Or Bagum D, we got a whole set of stories and adventures. There's a lot of different guys. Frogzilla's another one. Every live is a story time, to be honest. It kind of is. We're writing the story as we go. That's awesome, Sheree. I mean, shout out to you too, Sheree. Um, on a very personal level, shout out to you because you're here for me every time, and you're always terrific. You're always fantastic. So shout out to you. No matter what's going on in the background, you are always fantastic. Okay, so his suit cuts here. It's going to look weird without the blue. This video will become a part one. Part one of two. I still got to reprint that boot, everything else, so there's no point in hammer finishing them. But the next round will be the blue, the face, the goggles. The goggles, they do nothing. Up and at them. Up and at them. Up and at them. Up and at them. Wouldn't be anywhere else. Well, hopefully we keep that energy, Sheree, and I don't piss you off or you want to go somewhere else. God damn it, you need a raise on the other channel. Hell, you need a paycheck on the other channel. You really do. You earned one. And if that praise keeps going not your way, then just say, fuck you, I'm out. Oh, so you want to be the main mod? Well, I mean, you won't. I doubt you'd do that, but just in case. Oh, shit. How the fuck does that work? Okay, so it comes in up here is blue. Then it would go down the lat to here. Does that? I gotta look at them from the back. God damn it. I gotta look at this son of a bitch from the back because I'm like, I was just all about to just paint the whole body black and leave that one strip, and just realized if you're looking at the top picture of him, the blue comes down into the middle of his back, like in here somewhere. And I have to figure out where. His lats are there, so his lateral muscles are there. I just got to figure out, does that blue go down to his ass cheeks? Doesn't look like it does. Yeah, Smurf's, he's at work right now. He may or may not be plugged in. I can't even do his voice because he's not in chat for me to make fun of. Yeah, Smurf, he's probably at work right now. He's probably chilling. He might have some earbuds in. He definitely didn't smoke no doobie. And he might be chilling, he might not, but I'm sure he appreciates that shout out. Man, I'll tell you what, everybody thinks he's doing some kind of skit with that too. So many people have got to think, oh, he's just pulling some kind of, like doing like voice actor kind of shit. And it's like, no, that's his actual voice. But the thing that always screws me up is when you tell him like, yeah, you sound like Sly Stallone, right? And he turns around and tries to do like an impression of Sly Stallone, and it's like, yeah, you don't sound like Sly Stallone anymore. It's your normal talking voice that sounds like Sylvester Stallone. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was watching the stream the other night, Gam. I heard what you were talking about over there, and there's pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff. I like it, Gam. I'm still looking at this thing like I got to figure out where the blue hits. Like I said, this guy designed this with the new version of his suit in mind. So it's kind of got me off base a little bit. Mother trucker. I got that black in there too deep. That's what she said. Hey now. I'm going to have to tighten up that yellow. It makes sense. I mean, I like to break Smurf's balls, get him amped up. Oh, you died again? Yeah, I died again. What like, what the hell? I like teasing him. He gets all that. He gets fired up sometimes. It's just like, all right, you die again? Yeah, I died. They fucking ate me. I didn't even have the food ready. But now we are in Smurf's wheelhouse. Like you saw how he started to lay out the building. So he's got to envision it, and then once he does, and starts building our actual like hall and all that, because he's thinking about how the last time we built something like that went, and it came out bad at. Like Smurf's really good with the building aspect in it. I suck at it, but Smurf's actually pretty good with it. So I just leave him with the building. I'll go out and scout and go find all the goodies. I mean, I could cheat and turn on the deb commands and just summon shit in if I wanted, but a lot more fun when you go out and scout for it and find it yourself. Much more rewarding on that game, in my opinion. The only thing it's going to be brutal is I think he wants to do flame metal doors, and you guys, anybody who's watched anything to do with the Ashlands on that game, y'all know what it's like when we get in there and like the shit sinking and all that stuff. Pain in the ass. But yeah, I definitely like winding Smurf up sometimes, especially when I'm tired. Sometimes I'm being a dick and don't mean to, but I definitely like winding him up at times. He's more into the building and like adventure aspect of the game. And I'm always just like, well, let's go fight this boss. We don't even have no food made. What the fuck are you thinking? Like, come on, Smurf, let's go. We got him. Come on, no problem. Hour and 20 minutes later. Jesus Christ, I just cooked up whatever meat I could find, whatever I could kill. We're eating good. Yeah, I have no idea where Six is. I was talking to him last night in Discord, but I haven't seen Six tonight. I'm happy to see the roving reporter Revel in. Again, missing my boy Stevie. Stevie right about now is usually like he falls asleep, I think, listening to the stream sometimes. Or else I bore him to sleep. One of the two. One of the two. He usually cuts off. All right. I need to look at this back and see where this blue comes down on it. I can probably paint his hair with this black too. Being quite honest. Oh, so this is where the suit cuts out in the back, or how the suit looks from the fucking back. What a pain in the ass. Let's get the head on there. Flip him around. So we are looking at load up this brush so I can kind of draw a line here. Not that loaded. Okay, that means it would come down from here down like that. Can I even see my own line? I can barely see the line. I can see it on my end, just not on camera. And down like that. I need more paint. Comes down to a point pretty much rounded in. So the blue will come down into here and here. And it will actually come to a point, which means we're hitting about here with the blue. All right, cool. Kablam. Who the fuck is Kablam? I have no idea who Kablam is. Reb, you're amazing, Reb. Oh, you usually keep me up to date on crazy ass Twitter shit. This fight, I was saying this earlier. You do. You come in with like just news stories that I'm like, wait, what just happened? You and Steve both. You guys are definitely like the news has been suffering because you've been missing. Like people are like, I'll be like, anybody got anything that happened in the news? There's a cat stuck in a tree down in western Kentucky. They used a shotgun to get it out of the tree, and there's a big argument over over it because it was a black cat. Like, oh, well, shit. KC. Who the fuck wants to go to Kansas City? Wait, hold on. I reversed that statement. Is weed legal there? Yep, Mister's going to pay for it. Yep, go to, I mean, honestly, best place to go would probably be somewhere in Florida. In the winter time. This way, if somebody pisses us off, we can just feed them to the alligators. Weed's not legal in Florida, but that's okay. Florida's fun. Well, don't worry, because AVL's doing a world tour, remember? You guys can catch up with him and hang out with him. And it'll be cool. He'll tell you all about hood life. And I'm never going to let that shit go. I just really am not. Can you imagine that shit? Like Bob all pissed off. Like say that Jubilee shit happened and like they had a meetup tomorrow or something. He just walks in like, tell me something. Your dad really died. Like or some shit like this. Like, oh God, don't do that, Bob. Don't do that, brother. He really upset Bob. Like Bob is actually upset about it. Yeah, I'm not going. Yeah, go somewhere with sun, fun, beaches, stuff like that. You guys don't want to go Midwest for that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, the weed's legal, but we can always go to Baltimore. Go, go where SE is. Go hang out with him. I'd hang out with SE. Go to the campfire. Weed's legal in Baltimore too. I tell you guys like South Carolina, but I'm telling you now, if you drive around here with out of town plates, they're definitely going to pull you over some for some bullshit, like guaranteed, because that's where the police departments make a good chunk of their revenue. Yeah, you go to leave the heat to go to more heat. Yeah, nobody wants to go to a place where it's cold. I don't want to live in the cold. If I wanted to live in the cold, I would have just moved north instead of south. Hell no. Sun, fun, all that stuff. I mean, I do live outside one of the top vacation destinations, but like I said, South Kakalaki can be interesting when it comes to out of towners. Like, there's definitely parts that make the revenue, but none of us have the money for it. For those parts, shit gets expensive real quick because not just like law enforcement and all that kind of stuff, because this is where they hold, is it the Masters? Heritage. That's what it's called. PGA tours and shit. So you got a lot of rich old farts that come down here for the golf. You got a lot of people that come down from the north and everything else. And the police pull them over on purpose because they know you're going to pay the fucking ticket. Because, yeah, Why are you going to stay here to show up for court? They know you're here on vacation. It's one of those unspoken rules that the people of South Kakalaki understand. Hey, we can always hang out in Mister's. Yeah, he's not even going to be home, so I say he leaves us a key. We can all crash in his apartment. Yeah, there's some putt putt here. There's a lot more actually in Myrtle Beach. But Myrtle Beach, if you're in the tourist areas, it's nice. Outside of them, dangerous as fuck. Like it's a lot of crackheads, meth heads, all that kind of stuff. They do a lot of motorcycle weeks down in Myrtle Beach. South Carolina doesn't have helmet laws. Poor Mister, volunteering his house and everything. Fucked up. I saw this video the other day, and it's a short, and it was this homeless dude, and it was like I swear, like a 3 second video. He's standing there. All of a sudden, he just drops his pants and like it's hysterical. He just shits right on the sidewalk while standing up. Like he bends forward a little bit and just shits all over the sidewalk. And I'm like, oh my god! Like it had me. I was in tears. I must have watched it 4 times because I couldn't believe what the hell I saw. Oh, it's so terrible. I gotta look and see if I can find it real quick. Oh yeah, we go to Mister's. I'm smoking indoors. Just saying. Like I'm gonna bring like a big ass cigar and smoke it indoors. Just to watch his eyes bug out of his skull. You feel like I fucking hate you. I'll kill you. He hates cigarette smoke, and I understand why too. Actually got a backstory to it, which I can appreciate. So I can't blame him on that one. Too many bugs and snakes. I mean, if you camped in South Carolina, yeah, there's too many bugs and snakes. You'd be freaked out by some of the shit crawling around out here. Not to mention, like, you hear a hiss out in front of your tent, and you're like, what the fuck is that? You unzip the tent a little bit and look down, and there's, a descendant of dinosaurs staring at you with its mouth agape. Yeah, the bugs. Bugs bother you guys. Honestly, that's a lot of females. Bugs bother them. Bugs don't bother me because I can just squash the fuck out of them, including black widows. Right? Like I've killed like probably about 2 dozen black widows since I've been living down here on barbecues, all kinds of shit. Matter of fact, it makes me wonder if one of the kittens, or one or two of those kittens that I buried, might have gotten too close to a black widow nest or something. Not that I saw any bites or anything like that. It was just weird the way they went. Essie, are you suggesting we go to a cabin in the woods? Um, uh, Sheree and Essie, you guys mind if I make a semi-racial joke right now? Is it all right, Essie and Sheree? I'm going to ask you guys first. Go for it. Okay. Well, the problem with the cabin in the woods is then we'd have to be worried because Sheree would probably be the first to get killed, and in Essie you'd be the second if a serial killer shows up. Like we'd have to be on guard and protect Sheree the whole time because serial killer shows up. You know, he's going for her first, and then Essie second. That's my semi-racial joke. I'm still going to ask permission first. It's true. It's true. Question then is who's the final girl? Because it always comes down to the final girl. Would it be Devin or Beans? Which one would be the final girl? You think it would be Beans? Yeah, Beans would be like bitching at him the whole time. Like, is that blade clean before you stab me with it? That's not the way you use that damn thing. Sheree, one of my favorite scenes in any of the parody movies is from God, I almost called it Scary Movie. Wait, is it Scary Movie? Is that what it's called? Yeah, it is Scary Movie, the first one, right? Where they're parodying like Scream and all that kind of shit. So in the first like in the first Scary Movie, when Drew, because I can't remember who's in it, but they get taken out right at the beginning of the film, and then it goes to the high school, and they have all the newscasters out there, and like the first van is like ABC News, and they're like, young blah 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 was found, stabbed to death and all this kind of stuff, right? And then it goes to the second news van, and they're like it's like CBS or CNN or something, and they're like, a young woman was killed on the front lawn of her home, blah blah blah. And then the next news van, it says BT on the side. The reporter, it's a black reporter and a black cameraman, and he's like, white people are dying, we're getting the fuck out, and they jump in the van and just take off. Yeah, but you got to remember height, SE. So like Beans is like, aren't you like 5'2", I want to say? So she's got them short legs, right? And if the killer's got a stride of a 6'1", 6'3" size dude, he's going to catch up fast. Yeah, Sheree. But you guys remember what I'm talking about with that scene? Oh my God, it cracks me up every time I see it because that's it. You don't see them for the rest of the movie. You see the other two broadcasts going off every time somebody dies. And it's like, but the BET network, it's just like white people dying, we getting the fuck out. And they just like hop in the news van and they're gone. Yeah, but I swear to God, dwarves are, according to Gimli, dwarves are good in short sprint and short distances. They don't run long. She'll shin them to death, like kick the shins till they're dead. Let me see. I'm looking. Let me see if I can find it. I might have to go to shorts and search for it. I definitely want to find. I gotta find this goddamn movie or this video. Uh, guy shitting in the display toilet. No, I gotta go home and look at my. I gotta look. I gotta find this. Like this thing had me dead, and I meant to save it and didn't. And I don't know why I didn't save it. I should have saved this damn thing. Your videos, no. Privacy. How the hell do I get into my? See, I hate the app. I love the damn. When I'm on my PC, I can just search this shit up. Wait, here we go. History. It was like one of these shorts. Uh, ba, 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 ba. I think it's this one. Is it this one? No. God damn it. Trying to remember what day it was I saw it too. Because this shit just had me like dead laughing. See, sorry guys. Sorry I'm boring right now. You guys are probably saying some funny shit too. Hmm. Unless I watched it on my other. Let me look at the other account. I don't want to try your premium, damn it. I just want to go into my history and see the fun stuff. Holy skunk. Yeah, he subscribed. Awesome. Great. Let me use my strong hand. Man, that yeah, scary movie is like they were great. First couple of them were great. Jesus Christ. I I'm looking at my history and like one of the things. I mean, granted, there's SE Wolverines live. Third time's a charm came up, right? But it then not long after that is YouTube is dead. They just rolled out brutal new feature we must fight against, and it's the quartering, right? And that's about the kids not being able to watch your content. Why the fuck does the quartering have kids watching this content? Like, what is the deal with that? What is the deal with that? Um, dude, Tim Pool saying that Fantastic Four was the worst movie of the year. He's a fucking idiot. Best anime intro. Why is this not coming up? I don't see it. I didn't watch it on fucking TikTok. God damn it. I know I didn't watch it on like it was definitely a short some maybe I saw it on like a Facebook short. Let's see. I And I'm afraid to keep looking for homeless man poops videos. I mean, this isn't one. This isn't one that I saw before, but this one's pretty nasty too. This one's actually kind of fucking hysterical as well in its own right. Ready? Like, what the fuck? Like, can somebody explain that one to me? Because I don't understand how you do that. Like, I can't stand up and do that. Oh, no, I wouldn't have. I got friends that do that. My watch history isn't bad, though. They're going to see a bunch of like meme videos and people I follow and stuff like that. Wifey has passwords, everything else. So if I watched any kind of fucked up shit, she'd already know and kill me for it. Yeah, so like you guys watch that video, right? Like that little short. It was like that, except for it's like an older black gentleman. He's standing there and he does kind of the same thing, except for it's like three or four. It looks like he shot cigars out of his butt, like two or three of them. And like he looks back and forth real quick and just drops his shorts like to the bottom of his butt cheeks and bends back a little bit, like arches his back, and it's like pop, 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 pop. And then he pulls up his pants, and I was dead laughing. I was like, what? It's the skill. Like, how do you do that? I can't do that. I think I would be like, oh God. Like, no, I got to sit down, like, put my tablet on my lap, like all that kind of thing. I couldn't stand up and do that. That's amazing to me. Like, how do you develop that skill? Like, those are life skills, guys. Like being able to stand there and make a two that way. That's insane. Yeah, how do you like? And that's just it. Like you saw what he did. Like he legit like just hiked up his shirt and just let it fly, and it like flew out. I'm like, dude, you have like some kind of magical pressure valve that you hit it, and it's like, oh, I built up to like 500 psi. Let her fly, and just nuke the ground. Like, how do you pull that off? See if I can at least get this rock stuck in here. I could if the nozzle came free for the Gorilla Glue, but of course it didn't. I am done with this rock, so it can go on the base. Poor Bob. I'm kind of upset that Bob's upset. I feel bad. Oh. I mean, yeah, even my dog squats when he's making his two. You know what I mean? Like, how do you just like he let that fly? Like that was some nuclear shit flying out of his butt. I don't understand how he did it. I'm amazed by that. That amazed me when I saw. I was like, holy God. Huh. Time to bust open new glue. Yeah, I mean, so that's the other thing, right? Like in that one and other ones, like they do it all discreet. Like I'm just like, how do you like he looked around first, like, is anybody looking? Nobody's looking. Okay, time to let this shit fly. Like, how do you pull that off? Oh, what the fuck? Like, how, what miracle of science did he use to shat like that? Because I can't figure it out. Like, watching it like 2 times back, like, it was just, like I said, does he have like an air tank built into his ass cheeks that he just like opens it up and it's like pressurized? Psst, poof. For people cutting grass on YouTube. Oh, man. Well, the whole thing was when I watched it, like the other one I watched was actually like, it was a compilation of funny videos and it started off with that. And then there was one part of the video that had me laughing too, where this woman was sitting there with a bald black guy, like they were both black, and she has her arm around the dude's like shoulder. And I don't know if it was his buddy or whatever, but she's got like one arm over his shoulder, so her hands kind of hanging free. And he turns around and he takes her hand and puts it in the like dips takes his coffee and brings it up to her hand and hits her hand, and she immediately goes, oh, and then slaps the bald dude she's got her arm around in the head. It was hysterical though, like he did it to her or something. What the fuck is up with this? Do I have it in backwards? Like, what? Why isn't this staying? I will try putting you in this way. See if it'll stay this way. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean that's just it. You're not wrong. But anything that's funny, I'll watch. If it's funny enough, I will watch it. What the fuck is up with this? I'm about to like go no bullshit on the glue on this thing. The rock is so heavy on this. Like, you son of a bitch. Yeah, it's arts and crafts time for you, motherfucker. Haha! Hot glue gun. You can find this in any woman's toolbox. If they have their own toolbox, they keep them hidden. I had to steal this one. This is the no fuck around. I am gluing the shit out of this damn thing. Gun. Hey, I know you're homeless. We found the man with the golden voice once. He was a homeless man. He became a famous sportscaster. Show us what your special skill is. Okay, everybody watching? Here's the magic trick. Ta-da! There's a shit on the floor. Yep, that was me. I'm gonna walk across center stage, hit dead target, or hit target dead center, and keep walking. Man, I'll tell you what, judges should give it to him at that point, because come on. on, heat up. And man, oh man, oh man. Give me a second stick just in case. Just in case. I got this shit set on high. I do. There we go. We're getting there. Goddamn hot glue gun. Yeah, you're getting glued now, you son of a bitch. I got like little vines of this stuff coming off everywhere and everything. Get rid of those spider webs real quick. Actually, the spider webs might add to the appeal. Get a solid bond. Oh, fun, fun, fun. There we go. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, I could kill the guy who cut this. I really wish he let somebody else key it for him if he didn't know what he's doing, because the keys are too big in spots and too tight in other spots. So it requires like a ton of glue, a ton of shaving. Pain in my ass. Ooh, I almost cut the hell out of myself right there. You guys would have seen me bleed out on camera. I'd had like turn everything to black and white on the camera real quick. I wonder about that. Can I actually? No, that's tracking control. I can't remember where it was. I don't know if it's available. No, it is. It's got to be. I've done it before. I was gonna say, like, sit here and oh, I got the gun excited. It made a mess. I got it on my fingers now. Oh, yep. Se, I'm right there with you. Yeah, I'm a baby wipes guy. I don't use normal toilet paper. I use baby wipes. 110%. I definitely do not mess with anything other than baby wipes now. Yep, Gorilla Glue gun. Like I said, when you're not fucking around anymore. Yeah, it's Gorilla. Yeah, I don't screw around. That's it. If I can't get it to glue with regular, like, Gorilla Glue. And plus, like, if you need to style your hair real quick, this thing comes in super handy. Just kidding, everybody. Just kidding. Do not try that at home. Yeah, it's so far it has not failed me. Anything I've hit with this thing, it's done. Their little super glue packets of 5 though fail me all the time because the glue dries out in the nozzle and sticks the cap to it. For some reason, crazy glue is better for that. But when it comes to the hot glue, the Gorilla Glue gun never fails. Just wham, you're done. Yeah, exactly. I said allegedly, I think. I think I did say allegedly. Damn it. Wife's going to come in and look at that and be like, what the hell were you doing on stream last night? God damn it. You can all. Man, one of these days, I got to write it down. I'll never throw it up on YouTube or anything else. That's one of those. I would tell somebody offline about my idea for a horror movie. It would be like kind of comedy, dark comedy, horror movie, but it would be called One Last Good One. And I definitely I would love to tell you guys the idea I have for that, and I think you guys would enjoy it. Like definitely the right crowd, especially because I know like Se Sheree or they love their horror movies. I think you guys would get a kick out of it. One last good one. This thing, Jesus, he's going to be big. I forgot I even had this connecting part here. Like the legs are up so high that I can't even. Dear Lord. Things like a foot tall. It's going to look really cool when it's done. But yeah, this statue is actually a foot tall when it's all assembled. I'd like to paint further on it, but no point in wasting the blue or anything else. I guess I can use up the rest of the black and nail his hair real quick. Like touch up his hair because he's got black hair or whatever. Any blowouts or what have you, I can kind of wipe them out. But I don't want to do the blue till I have the other leg redone. I have to hit the blue, the black, and then the ears, the face, and the eyes. And I'll start assembling them. I'll do a part 2 on him. Gives me something to do for Thursday, buys me a little bit more time because I'm going to have to print so much crap. Like, first, I'm going to have to print out his legs and the Batman Who Laughs face again, like the head part to him. So they're reprints. I think E-Rock wants one of these mimic teddy bears, he said, for his kid, which I'll do a different style on it than I did for the other one, but I'm not sure. I really want to talk to him about color scheme if I'm going to do it for his son. So it's not like super freaky to him, like, oh, it's a monster fucking teddy bear and you could lose this as shit. But I know I got those to print. I definitely, like I said, the Hulk bust, that guy, he did a bunch of them. And I think I'm going to print out a couple of those. There's definitely like a Loki one. He's got some really cool busts. That's what she said. I'd print out. Matter of fact, if he's got a Lord of the Rings or two, I might even do those. Because my son loves the Lord of the Rings shit. It's like one of his big things. So I would do them. Good old Mark here, Invincible. One more shot with him and he should be done. Shouldn't take that long either. Well, now I say that blue will probably layer like the yellows do, so might take a bit. Let's get his hair painted at least. So make him look a little fancy. All the blowouts with the yellow there, I'll clean up when I do the skin. I can't believe I just did that shit. About tore the fucking headset right off my face. I don't even know how I did that. I just knocked down my airbrush assembly. Thank you, Beans. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, like I said though, it's not just me. It's you guys. Um, you know. So shout out to you guys. This channel is you guys. If you guys weren't talking to me, what the hell am I going to do? Sit here and just talk while I'm painting and all that kind of stuff. But we're definitely not going to be talking about farts and jars and homeless men shitting on the side of the street and everything else. That's all inspired by you. Essie, true story. So one Halloween, I decided to watch Aliens. And yeah, before I put on the movie, I allegedly may have taken a psychedelic substance, allegedly. And my buddy Guido was supposed to come over, but he was a couple hours delayed. So he got to my house late, and Guido walks in my room, and there's Aliens on the screen. It's at the part where Ripley's fighting the Queen. And he's looking all over for me, and he's yelling for me. He's like, "Hey, man, where are you? Where the fuck are you?" And then he's like, looks under my bed. And there I am under my bed with one eye kind of on the TV and looking at him. I said, "Shh, shut the fuck up. She'll hear you. She'll get us. Jesus fucking Christ, she's right there." And all of a sudden, the alien queen was like, and I'm like, "Motherfucker, she's going to eat us now." And he's just like, "You're tripping balls, aren't you?" Yeah, that was a fucked up one. I fucked myself up good. But he made fun of me for like a month over that one. God damn it. I really did. I ripped the whole fucking airbrush assembly off the damn desk like an asshole. Yeah, I learned my lesson. And it's a good thing Guido's a bigger guy too, because he just grabbed me by my like arm and just drug me the hell out from under the bed. He's like, "It's a fucking movie, man. Look, check this out," and paused the movie. I was like, "Oh, thank God." Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You're tripping balls. All right, that's fixed. God damn it. Yeah, it's stupid shit you do. Stupid shit you do because you're like, "Hey, man, that'll be a lot of fun." And then, maybe not. Maybe not so much fun. How solid is that? That's pretty solid. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Nothing. Yeah, he is actually going to be pretty big. That gap, though. That gap is going to piss me right the fuck off. I mean, it's not super noticeable. Yeah, it is. Kind of is super noticeable. Well, if I glue them in a certain direction, maybe it won't be as noticeable, but it still pisses me off. Get the blue there. That's everything else is just blue and it's done. May actually be able to do this with the arms because the arms are technically. What the hell am I doing? What the fuck? Okay, there we go. That one goes in there. That's got to be the hand. And oh, you got to be shitting me. Do I got to saw this down too? Son of a bitch. Oh, that's got to get worked out because because that is not, that's an ill-fitting joint. Let's see if I can, let's see if the other one goes right. Yeah, see that one? Perfect. What the hell's up with the statue? It's like everything on the left side of the statue is goofy. Actually, that one's a little long too. I have to cut it. Let's see. Have a good night, Beans. I'm gonna glue these two joints. I'll probably call it a night myself. But thank you again, and thank you for believing in me in the beginning. We still got a long way to go because next goal is 500, then 1,000. But Jesus Christ, if SE is right at all, then he said the first 100 is going to be the bitch, and we just hit that hurdle, and actually we got over it. Got over it well, 102, and shout out to those people that subscribed at the end. I don't care if you come in at, sub 101 and you sub to me. I don't like, thank you for subbing and watching and listening and everything else. God damn it. That'll take like 2 months to saw through. Oh, that's going to be a lot of noise. And it's way late. I got to bust out the old Dremel. Sand it. Actually, like, cut it down. Like, these joints are fine here. Going in, but I can't glue them in yet because this has got to go blue. So that's a no-go. These joints are sloppy, to say the least. Unless I got the arms on backwards or something. Let me see. I don't think so, though. Nah, I had them right. Yeah. But man, the guy who keyed this pisses me off. He just keyed it all fucked up. I think I'll hold off because I got to drill stuff out. I got to sand stuff down. I got to cut it. I got to reprint it in certain cases, which means repriming, but I got to do that head anyway on a reprime, so that's not that big a deal. I definitely got, like, I mean, I got to say this again. I have one of the greatest communities on these internets, in my opinion. Just how amazing all the people are, how nice everybody is. You know what I mean? How honest everybody is too. And thank you guys. Like I said, this shit would not be possible without you guys. Like it would, but it'd just be an old guy in a room painting stuff and talking shit to himself. Thank you, SE. SE, you're part of it, man. You're a big part of it too. Like 3 people subbed immediately because of you. You said something and 3 people like hammered me. I do believe it. I believe that 100%, SE. It's real easy to quit. Real easy to walk away. Like, you got to remember, I was doing videos and I was getting some views or whatever, and I quit for like a year. Like, I just stopped. Maybe even 2 years. I don't know. Actually, no. More like 4 years now that I'm thinking about it. I'd have to go back and look, but I think I started my channel in the end of 2019. So it'd have been, and then I started live streaming almost a year ago. September will make a year. I can believe it. But I had, again, I had really good people have my back, and that includes losing 10 subs too, because of everything I've told you about SE. I lost 10 subs, went away. 10 subs just disappeared. And it was like, and I knew exactly what happened. I knew exactly why. And I was just like, okay, but I'm going to keep going. Like, that's not going to deter me. You know, you just keep pushing at that point. Like that should make you, it reignited something under me too to push even harder. Where I can see where somebody's a small creator and say you're up at like 50 subs and you lose 10 of them, 6 of them, or whatever, it's going to hit you right in the gut. Like, God damn it. What'd you say at the beginning of the stream, Messi? I mean, I probably saw it and probably don't remember either. I mean, I've been talking shit for what? Since 8 p.m. and we're at 3 in the morning. So that's like 7 hours. So unfortunately, it's like, I don't remember what you said at the beginning of the stream. You know, my full belief is that you will, you should, by all rights, man, you should have already been monetized. It kind of pisses me off you're not. If I'm being quite honest with you, it does piss me off that they should have just given that shit to you. Oh, you, yeah, I did see you say something about that. You can't sub back to people or you're going to lose subs. So if like, say like I'm following ABL, I unsub from him and then sub back, he doesn't get that sub back. Is that like that's pretty much how that shit works? Because they just consider it like, oh, well, that person unsubbed to you for some reason. So now it doesn't matter if they sub back to you. So you're saying if I sub to ABL and ABL sub to me, it wouldn't count him as a sub? I'm like confused on it a little bit. Because if that's the case, that's fucked up. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, SE sub to me, I'm sub to him, and it doesn't count one of our subs? That's fucked up. Uh huh. I do. You're saying my sub won't count on your count at that point. I wonder why the fuck they're doing that. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it would explain why you gain 10 subs and they wipe 10 subs off. Shit, they might wipe 5 subs off me then if it's people I'm sub to. Oh, shit. So basically, like, you're sub to me, I'm sub to you, and it's going to cancel out and be like, nope, those don't count. You have to get random ass viewers. That's fucked up, dude. Because, I mean, here's the thing I enjoy your content, you enjoy my content, right? Let's say we did a team up, we do a dual stream or whatever. We're both hammering out subs. right? But yours and mine to each other aren't going to count for shit. That's fucked. Okay, we're grandfathered in. Good. Because honestly, I'm not unsubbing from you, even if that were the case. I'm just going to be pissed off my sub doesn't count for you. Yeah, I don't agree with it either. I mean, I could see where people are gaming the system on it, but that's some bullshit. Like, YouTube is trying to make it harder for people to get monetized on purpose, right? And I get it, but the whole thing is, all right, I have 102 subs. Let's say all 102 watch my show religiously. Every time I stream, I've got 102 people watching me live, watching replay, whatever, right? They're getting, if they run an ad before me, I don't get AdSense revenue because I'm only at 102 streams. There's content that somebody's going to tune into and watch. And it's like, that's why I said to you, like, if there is a way I could give you my hours watched, I would just hand them to you at this point. So you're insta monetized. Like, and not even just partially, you'd be full monetization and getting the AdSense because at this point, you are getting people's shit and it's entertaining people and you're not paying anybody for it. Yeah, I mean, I don't trade subs with people. I tell people, you know, I can suggest people go and check out Beans. People check out you. People check out Rebel. People check out, and I do like Sheree's got the list. She'll she'll fire them when people come into the chat. So this way, you know, everybody that I watch and watches me and everything else, it's kind of like one of those nice things that you do for one another, right? Um, yeah, man. I that's brutal. That's brutal. You've got content creators that actually collaborate and stuff like that, and you're going to kind of fuck them up. Yeah, I mean, if promotion's fine because it's not going to stop me from promoting everybody else's channel either. Even if I drop down to like 90 subs right now because of that shit, like I look and it's like, oh shit, we're at 90 subs, right? And I'd be like, either I pissed a whole bunch of people off, they unsub to me. Okay, bet. But if it's because of that rule, it's not going to stop me from advertising other people. It's just not. It's not going to take me away from going Eugene's music. Go check him out. Or SE, he does great stream. It's not going to stop. That will not stop me from suggesting other people's content. Because if somebody like is good and I find their stuff interesting and everything else, I'm going to send you to their channel. Go check them out. I don't like that though. I don't like that at all. I find that to be kind of bullshit. Let's see. God damn it. I still can't believe I broke that little tip off the other leg. So leg's got to get painted. This leg's looking good. He's going to be a tall bastard when he's done. I mean, just looking at him on the table with his leg half on there. What have you. Jesus Christ. Once you put that leg on, that shit gets long as like I can't even get it in the whole camera shot. It's longer than the paper towel. Yeah, I think it's messed up too. It's definitely. I mean, I can kind of understand why though. Like I get it too to an extent. It's because people will go, and I'm sure you. Well, I get it all the time on my GAM catches up channel because it's a creator channel. but I'll get videos on how to be successful at YouTube and shit like this. And in the comment section, it'll say, this is my channel. Like, you list your channel down below, and then everybody in the comment section is like, okay, I sub to you, I sub to you, I sub to you, and like 500 people, right? So it's, I guess, to counter that. Yeah, that's fine, Sheree. I don't know if you can't wipe it all. Like, don't wipe out his entire conversation, just that part. If not, I can wipe it. Like, I can go in there and play slapjack. All right, let me get in there, SE, and wipe it. Yeah. I went through and nailed a bunch too, Sheree. Thank you for the heads up on that, though, Wolverine. Well, SE. Yeah, we got them. They're all retracted. Yeah, I got you. I got you. You don't want it up there, I'll wipe it for you, brother. Sheree even wipe some of her own. Yeah, yeah. We'll wipe out that whole little conversation there. And SE, this is why Sheree is the greatest mods on these interwebs. Yeah, we got that cleaned up. That's that's not for public consumption, I guess. I mean, I actually show my creator's screen here and there too when I'm switching between YouTube videos and shit like that. Which I'll probably get a naughty gram at the end of this, if I'm being quite honest, about showing the Terrence Stamp clip and the other clip. But if I get hit with it, they give me a copyright warning, and I can use the AI now to digitally remove it. So it's not that big a deal. The SE Wolverines make sense. That one, is that what you need wiped? Yeah, I mean, it's the same way if I get close to monetization, I'm going to have to wipe, like, I'm going to have to change some of the language I use. Like, I'll have to say things like deleted instead of the M version of that, things like this. I think retarded is still, it's allowed to fly nowadays, though. I've seen a lot of creators using the word retarded. It used to be, what's funny is, um, and it was actually Ricada Law who figured it out, that after 3 hours of streaming, you can talk about anything and they stop monitoring you. But with AI is probably going to still monitor you after 3 hours. But after 3 hours of you talking, they stop monitoring you. I'm definitely doing better on my language than in the beginning. Um, I have my times. Some nights is much better than others. And honestly, shout out to Leo and Midoriya for that one. I am going to just go. That's you're not wrong there. Like that's the whole thing. I can't change that part of myself. It's just a natural way I talk, and it's going to be unfortunate at times, but it is what it is. Um, I still can't believe we're at 102 subs, right? We fucking thank you, and Essie, like seriously, thank you, man, because you did help. You came in the clutch position right when I was close, and you pushed it because I started this stream, or like I was at 93 or whatever. You knocked it to 96. Next thing I know, this stream was like, what the hell? I leapt through the roof. Yeah, one night Leo did have me beat. Like it was like, oh, well, it was like same thing with Midoriya. Like I noticed my entire language, everything I was saying, switched the moment we realized. Like, wait a minute, you're talking like you're young. Like, oh shit, you are young. I mean, Se, you being here, like even if you can't be here, you've done more than enough. Like I just want you to come here and enjoy it. I don't want it to be like a crusade or anything. I want you to just enjoy the channel and enjoy the chats and the people here and all that stuff because you fit in. Like I don't know. I shout out to Rebel without a reason. Shout out to Eugene. I don't know. I can't remember which one. They both agreed that like you're like, what did they say, Sheree? You were on that stream, and they're like, yeah, we need to get Se Wolverines in here. He would love this place. And I was like, Se, it sounds familiar, but it had to be because you must have been in an ABL chat and I saw you in there, right? Something like that. And they were like, yeah, we got to get him in here. He would have fun. You'd like him, Gam. He's a really good dude and everything. And then you came in, and the first time you came in, I was like, that guy's legit. Like, took me like 10 minutes of talking to you, and I'm like, that guy's actually legit. Thank you for bringing him in. Seems like a really cool dude. And then you did your straight, like, I started watching your videos and stuff, and I'm like, I really like this guy. He reminds me of somebody I used to like hang out with back in the day. And I mean, Sheree, like, you told me this a while ago. You told me this when we were at what, 50 subs? You're like, Gam, you're gonna get there. Trust me, you're gonna get there. And I'm like, I don't know. If it does, if it doesn't, I'm not too terribly worried about it. I'm still not terribly worried about it. I love it. Don't get it wrong. I love the fact channel's growing. But I even told you, Sheree, like I'm not worried about it. Like people will come if my stuff's good and everything. And you were like, no, I believe in you. You've got the it. Like I'm telling you, it's gonna start catching and taking. And Thank you, Sheree, because you did. And you were a forced upon mod, apparently, and unfortunately, but you took it and you were just like, yeah, cool, I got this. I'll keep doing what I do, Se. The only, okay. So one of the beauties about being old is you're set in your ways. One of the punishments of being old is you're set in your ways. I'm just me, and since I've gotten on this mic, since I started this stream, I've just been me, and that's all I can be. If I try to fake it to make it, it's gonna blow right up in my face, and yeah, you can't lie and you can't fake things forever, right? Eventually, you're gonna expose yourself. That's one of those things I've noticed, which is why, like I said, with Tim Pool, it took a while, but he exposed himself. You know, um, like I said, I think ABL is actually the genuine dude that we think he is. But you saw Bob's reaction tonight when me, Rebel, and Bob all had the same take. We were like, wait a minute. I thought he grew up in a two parent household. Like, wait, what? His parents were divorced or he was raised by a single mom or something like this. It was kind of a gut punch to Bob because Bob's followed ABL very tightly for a while, calls into a show, everything else. And I felt bad. Like, I genuinely felt bad for Bob. And I'm like, kind of don't meet your heroes because that's what's going to happen. And yeah, you are a bigger deal than you let on, Se. I think if you did streams on a pretty consistent basis or set a timetable and did your streams, I'm like 1,000% sure you're going to blow my hours out of the water. You're going to be monetized within 3 months of doing it. When I go into your streams, here I think probably peak might have been like 14 people watching, if I'm lucky. Your stream, I go in, there's 14 people that have been there for like 6 hours, and that's down from the 28 that have been there before. You know what I mean? Like, you get people that come in and you've got a good message. This is the best part of you. You got a good message, you speak from the heart, and you're not full of shit. And because of that, people have gravitated towards you. They're already subbed to you and they really enjoy your stuff. I really do. I'm a brand new watcher for the most part, and I enjoy the hell out of your stuff. And it's because I actually see the dude behind the mic. Like, I don't ever need to see you on camera. I can hear your voice. I hear the sincerity in it. I hear what you're talking about. You do this thing when you're talking. The struggle is real. Like, you're hearing it in your head and you're just talking what you really fucking think. And I respect it to no end. And that's why I think if I were to bet on any of us on the streaming end, I think if you could lock in your Wi-Fi, never have it drop, and keep doing what you're doing, you're going to be at the million subs way before anybody else. You're going to be at you know what I mean? I'm betting on you. My chips, I push my chips in on you. But it's 100% about the man that's behind the camera with that campfire. It's 100% about the content you're throwing out there, the positivity, the actual true nature of the discussion, everything. You nail it. Sheree and I have this thing between the two of us. Real recognizes real. And it's as basic as that. And you're as real as they come. There's no bullshit to you. Like, I can tell jokes, I can spin yarns, I can tell tales and all that. There's no bullshit to me either. But there's no bullshit to you. And you got it. Like, you got it, man. You got it. Like, and that's just it. I can't picture having somebody with me on my journey doing this YouTube shit that isn't Sheree, for example, right? Like, even when I threw the fucking mod thing on her, she was just like, "Yeah, I got this." Like, it fit, and that is like full disclosure. My wife likes Sheree. She's like, "Yeah, Sheree's awesome," right? Which is a big thing. Like, what? I was like, what? She's like, yeah, I get it. I completely get it. She's basically, it's like Howard and Robin. You guys are like that, right? I'm like, yeah. She's like, I love it. And everything, like, my wife is like she's setting up her nail art and all this stuff because she's going to start selling them on the side. She's like, it's like 100, $200 maybe coming in a month. I'm just going to do it on the side because that's her relaxed time. She likes doing that stuff. She likes painting the nails and everything else. And she's like, tell Sheree, once the site's up, whatever she wants, whatever style, whatever, size, like the blade, the long blade fingers, the short one, whatever style, whatever art she picks out, I'm sending her a set for free immediately. Like, yeah, Sheree is, but that's just it. And shout out to Sheree's husband, Rick James. Like, he's a great man. Like, nothing but respect for that dude. And I'm not saying that because he'd slap me, I'm saying it because he really is a good guy. And shit went down one time, and like Rick James jumped in and just started talking smack, and I appreciated it. I'll never forget it because one, it had me dead laughing because I was like, oh shit, there's an actual troll. And then Sheree's like, that was my husband. I was like, oh shit, that's even better. Yeah, and that's the other part too. You have a really good community of people as well, SE. Like the people in your community, they seem real down to earth, salt of the earth, like sit there and have conversations with you. Matter of fact, I was joking back and forth with somebody in your chat for a while. And now I'm not going to go into your chat. Like ABL, I have no problem shouting out my shit in there. And even then, I don't say yeah, Catch Me GAM catches up on 8 p.m. on Thursdays or whatever. But I will say, yeah, when I do my next stream and somebody asks me about it, I'll tell them about it. Your stream, I don't do that shit. Like at all. I'm just like there to have fun and relax. But the whole thing is, here's one of those damn things I'm starting to realize too, being on this end of the microphone, on this end of the camera, all that kind of stuff. The community seems to be built around the creator. If the creator is kind of an arrogant asshole, a lot of the people following him are arrogant a lot of times. If the creator is like a know-it-all, the people around him are know-it-alls. I've noticed this. If the creator's kind of down to earth, self-deprecating and joking around and stuff, you get those type of people in there. It seems to be whatever kind of content you're putting out. If the creator's like a younger kid that likes to like edgelord shit, you get a bunch of people in there that want to talk all edgy. It seems like the communities of people gravitate towards each other. Oh shit. I mean, I'm not going to rip on him. Yeah, I got you. I got you, SE. Um, shit. I'm not going to rip on. You know my stance on it. Wish him nothing but the best. I won't be there to see it. And I'm going to leave it at that. But that's one of those things where, yeah, I get why you didn't need receipts in that case if he said that. I'm not a popular YouTuber. I'm just some Joe Schmuckatelli that, gets on here and has fun with friends. Yeah, I mean, if he was talking about you, I'd understand. Like, legitimately, if he was talking about you, I'd be like, all right, yeah, you're not wrong. Because, like I said, Essie, I think you're the dude. Like, I put my chips in on you. I think I'm gonna. I'll keep chunking at it, chunking at it, chunking at it, and I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Right. I think I'm slowly gonna grow. Yeah, I'll get monetized probably in like 4 years, 5 years, something like this, maybe. And I'll slowly build and all that stuff. I think you have a rocket strapped to your ass and you got it. Like, I think you do have this where you could do this as a second job or something to that extent. You know what I mean? Like, not make it a job, but I think you could just naturally get on the mic and do this and grab the world by the balls, so to speak. Like, you could be the next big creator where we're like, yep, I remember when he was at 1,000 subs, he's at 500K. Like, I believe that about you. I believe that too. I believe you struggled, but I also think that's why you're good at it. Now the other guy, I think it's basically like a bottle rocket, maybe 3K, and that rocket's going to burst and fall back to Earth. And you're talking about somebody who spent 15 years working at it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're never going to hear me talking about shit like that, though. You're never going to hear me big deal anybody. I can tell you that much. Even if I were like on a plane where I'm at like a million subs or whatever, you're never going to hear me. If anything, I get somebody who is a smaller YouTuber. I'm going to tell them pretty much exactly what you've told me, to be honest with you, because you're up there. You're 1,500 and plus subs, right? I would tell them the same thing. Look, you're going to struggle. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard work and everything else. Keep going. Keep doing you. Keep going the course. Try and improve things where you can, but you got it, brother. Hang in there. Don't, it's not easy. It's not going to come overnight. It may if you go viral or you're a really sexy girl. Those are the two ways that you get, it seems like you slam out a shit ton of subs is you're a really sexy girl or you go completely viral. That's the two ways of getting there really, really fast on YouTube. Either that or else you know somebody who's a big time YouTuber. So like going on, like for me, I always love Nerd Erotic. I've been watching him since Doctor Who started to go south. I actually watch a guy named Bolstrick too, and I'm still sub to him. I still watch his content and everything. He doesn't post all the time, but Nerd Erotic, I remember he had maybe 100K subs when I got to his channel. Like he was like right around there, not yet 100,000, and now he's like way over a million. His whole life changed. He's been on news shows, all kinds of stuff. But I remember when he had just finished doing like comic book reviews and was mainly talking about like, yeah, we got to talk about Doctor Who and reviewing it and everything else. And he blew up. So it's like I've watched somebody and he worked at it for a very, very long time to get there. Very, very hard path, everything else, but he did it. So I look at him, that's actually like inspirational to me. He was like, he's got felony charges and shit, in and out of rehab, like all kinds of stuff happened to him. And he found his niche, he nailed it and did it. And he's still true to himself. Like the shit that comes out of his mouth, I've watched like 4 or 5 other people ape it and basically just mimic his content and everything. And they get kind of up there a little bit because people like to hear other people shit on things. But he was shitting out on it from a place of love because he was a comic book owner, or a comic book shop owner. He was like, you know what I mean? Had ties to Hollywood, everything else. But people go on his show, and that's where a lot of their subs, like, he'll bring them on, and bam, that's like 100K almost instant when you go on his show that you're going to get in subs. Just because everybody in the chat and everything watching them will sub to you. Nice. That's awesome. Shout out to that guy, and I hope he continues. Um, Now, the whole thing is, once he hit it, did he go like douchebag mode on it? Because that is, like I said, that's the big fear. I said it in the beginning too when we first hit the 100. I said this to Sheree, I said it to SE, and now I'm telling you guys, if I get monetized, I get here and all this, I start getting bigger or what have you, and I forget the people that brought me to the dance, or I start acting like a douche, then that's when it's time for me to either step away from the channel for a while or completely shut it down because I don't want to be that guy. Yeah, kinda. That's a shame. I mean, I guess that shit kind of, it's a reward for your work, your hard work that you finally get there to get monetized, right? But I don't understand. Maybe it's me, and maybe I'll understand better when I get there, if I get there. Um, what changes your mindset from when you're first starting out? What makes you go like, oh, okay, well now I'm important? Because the rumor was ABL had said this, and I went back and watched, and I couldn't find it. And I don't think Sheree, I think you even said I don't remember him saying that ever. But ABL supposedly, and I'm saying supposedly because I couldn't find it, but he supposedly told somebody, "Oh, fine, you're going to unsub from me. Fine, for every subscriber I lose, I pick up 5 more." And I was like, "What the fuck is that? Like, what kind of mindset is that?" You know, you don't have to beg somebody to leave, but you don't have to be a dick like that to them either, you know? I mean, it could be that too, like, but I don't know. I mean, we've had those discussions before, brother. I've definitely seen people get monetized and instantly just completely. I've seen people, and not just that one case, but in other cases in just life in general. I've seen people become successful and then immediately shit on everybody who got them to the dance. Like they were the unpopular kid, and then they got popular, and because now they're popular, they're too big time for you. You know what I mean? That shit bothers me. Yeah, dealing with 10,000 people has to be hard, but at the same point in time, and this is where this is where I'm always with the, hey, look, chill on super chats, chill on this. If I ever do get monetized, I'll still read your chat or try to, you know. I can imagine with 10,000 people, that would be very, very hard to read every fucking chat and all that stuff. A matter of fact, I've watched guys like D-Day Cobra, where he has so many super chats that he would have to roll them over to the next day because it got too late for him. But he read every fucking super chat that was sent to him. Right? He made sure he read every last one of those super chats. Nerderotics, same way. He reads every super chat. Like there's not one that he doesn't read. So I imagine it's difficult. But at the same time, there's certain names, if they come up in my feed, like it would still be like, oh, SE, what's up, brother? You know what I mean? Like, or Beans, or Mr., or Six, or Sheree. Well, Sheree would be with me anyway. But Rebel, Steve, like I see these names, it would be instantaneous because I will never forget who had me in the beginning, who was here in the beginning, who went for the ride, took the ride with me, and took the journey. because it's just as much their victory as it would be mine. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're not wrong, Sheree. You're not wrong. I mean, could be an idle threat too. Like, I'm never watching you again next week. You know, dude sitting there in the chat talking shit. Yeah, I know what you mean, Essie. I do know what you mean about that. Like the only one that I'm slow when I comment back on now is pretty much Sheree. And granted, Sheree's probably one of the only ones that really sends comments a lot of times or whatever, or most of the time. But that's because I'm going to talk to Sheree later on Discord usually. So it's like, hey. And I mean that, but it goes back to, it goes back to an appreciation. It's the same way I show up on time. I'm going to show up on time every time if I can help it, unless something major has come up. I'm always going to show up on time. Like I'm always going to be 8 o'clock unless there's some kind of crazy shit that happens. Power's out, computers updated, something bad happens, and even then I'm going to put it on my Discord or whatever and let people that are there know. Won't help with the major show if it's people that aren't on the Discord, but that's why Sheree's always like join GAM on Discord. Um, and I do that because I do see it as 8 o'clock. You're not rolling an intro or something like this. I mean, okay, 8:01. All right, 30 seconds past 8. Okay, 10 minutes every fucking show. You're kind of disrespecting the people that took time out of their day, showed up at 8 o'clock on the nose to watch your shit. And it feels disrespectful to me. Like I'm disrespecting the audience at that point. But it's the same thing for people who comment for the most part. You want to reply to them. And like the only other one is like Stranded will say something to me in a comment. And I'll either be streaming later that night or whatever, and I'll jump in when I'm on the stream. I saw your comment and blah, 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 and we'll discuss it real quick. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Essie. That's the same way I look at it. Like I said, people have busy lives. I don't expect people to take 5 minutes out to watch me have conversations and bullshit. But everybody seems to, and even Devin. Devin was here for like 20 minutes, maybe, if that. But she dropped in to see me, probably left a like, said hi to everybody, and bounced, right? She's got to work tomorrow. What am I going to do? Like, oh, well, you're not my friend. You don't support me and all this other stuff. Yeah, you don't just help my algorithm, you also help my ego a little bit, Sheree, with that. Because I'm like, oh, a comment. I get excited. Yeah. And Sheree's not wrong about that. You really are a kind person. You're just kind. That is probably the best way of summing it up. You're kind. You actually give a fuck. And it comes through in your content. It comes through with the way you reason things out too. Like even when you're talking politics, that shit comes out reasoned to me. Like kind. You're looking at it, you're not just taking a giant shit on people for voting a certain way. You're like, I can understand why you'd vote this way, but listen, you got to realize they're both evil. Like you reasoned it out and you're kind about it. And Sheree's always right. I'm gonna make a T-shirt that says "Game catches up." Sheree's always right. I know you do, dude. It's because you're genuine. That's the whole thing. You know, like you get people that talk about things like, I don't know, how did you put it earlier, Sheree? Alpha energy and shit. And you're like, brother, I've watched enough of you to know that you didn't even have friends when you were a kid. Like your mom probably had to hang a pork chop around your neck to get the dog to like you, you know? Like, and and it shows because when you have a whole bunch of people around you, you you feel special about it. And it's like I'm used to having a whole party around me, you know? I'm used to having all these adventures with friends, and I'm telling you about these adventures with friends. I'm not talking about like house plants and shit because I didn't have any friends. Yeah, we are getting fucking ripped off, brother. We really are. And yeah, like Sheree says, real recognizes real for real. But that's just it. You can also tell, like it's the same way. And Sheree and I have had this conversation. You can always tell who's gone through those hard times, who built themselves up from nothing and fought for it. You know what I mean? You can also tell those who can say like, "Oh, I had a hard life and all this other stuff," but they're probably full of shit. You can tell. You don't even have to look them in the eyes. You can just listen to their content for long enough and be like, "Yeah, this dude's totally pissing on my leg, telling me it's raining," or he must have had it a lot easier than I did when I was a kid. Shit like this, and they're telling you how hard their life was, and then you look under the hood, and yeah, you see that the engine is like brand spanking new and built last year and set just for an algorithm or a grift. It's like that shit pisses me. That always bothers me because you're not going to hear me say I had a rougher life then, except for maybe a trust fund baby or some shit like this. I made my life rough. It was my fault. It could have been an easier, you know, easier going life than what I made for myself. But I decided partying and ass kicking was a way to go, and chasing tail, definitely chasing tail. I made it way more difficult than I needed to. I put it all on myself. Like I take that responsibility too. It was my fault in a lot of cases. At the same point in time, I also owned my mistakes, corrected them, and fixed all of them. So it's like I screwed up. I didn't have a guide. I fucked it up, and now I fixed it. And I don't know if it was, if you're religious, you can call it God. If you're about just science, you can call it results from skill and trial and error. Right? I don't know what it is, but my life has been fortunate for the past couple of years. Now, granted, it could just be I married the right fucking woman. She kicked me in the ass the right way, and I straightened my shit out. But and we do have to give credit to the missus for that because she really has grown me up. Peter Pan grew up. You know what I mean? Like that whole old saying behind every great man is a great woman. Man, that shit is fucking true. And it's a shame. I there's there's stories that I really wish I could tell everybody, and I can't because I promised my wife I wouldn't discuss her background, her life, anything else on stream outside of us being married and her being a good woman and everything. I have to keep all the rest of it down, and someday maybe she'll change her mind on that, and I can tell you guys a whole bunch of shit. But yeah, my wife deserves a fucking medal. Actually, she deserves like a platinum medal, not even a fucking gold for my ass. Yeah. And that is the other thing. It's funny because my wife encourages me, and then I come online and there's Sheree, and Sheree encourages me the same way. Beans too. I got to give her a shout out too on that end. She's always encouraged me. But they're all. It's always it's the women. They say the same damn thing to me. Like keep doing you, keep doing you. I believe in you. You can do this. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and the shit I couldn't figure out, I ended up like having to figure out because it was either that I had a choice at one point, SE, and I told how my whole life fell apart before on here, right before I met. Well, as I was reintroduced to my wife, basically, because I met her in kindergarten, and we, separate paths. Everything else came back together when we were adults. But I've told the story of how I fell down, and it's fucked up because legitimately having a doctor look at you and say you were consuming how much alcohol, consuming how much weed, and you were working like this and doing this, and what were your eating habits like? Okay, what was your exercise regime, everything else? And then looking at you dead straight, doing the blood test on you and running all the numbers and everything, and coming back and saying, all right, come back in. And going back to that doctor and having him say, yeah, so the way you were going about it and everything else, you had about 3 to 6 months before one of your major organs failed from your lifestyle. Like you were that close to some kind of massive, my liver failed, my kidneys failed, my heart failed, whatever. And you would have been, name it, hooked up to dialysis for the rest of your life or had this or dead. And he's like, and honestly, the way, because I was honest with the doctor, and he was like, yeah, you've had about 3 to 6 months or what have you. He's like, come back in 6 months, see me again. We're going to run your numbers again and everything. And I came back. He's like, you're in the shape of a 26-year-old. He's like, if you didn't smoke cigarettes, your lungs would be there too. That's about the only part that you really hindered. He's like, but the rest of you has bounced back and was shocked by it. And it was my wife. My wife changed my diet. My wife rebuilt me from dog shit into an actual functioning human being again. So I dodged a bullet. Like you know, I can say that. I dodged a bullet. I was given a second chance, however you want to say it. God saw something in me and kept me going or whatever. But I don't thank God for all that. I thank my wife. I always will. Like, I'll always be indebted to her. Um, it's true. Like, like just looking at it from a medical science point of view, it's true. I should have been dead. I should have been dead years ago. And kids keep you honest. That's true too. I never thought I'd have a family. I never thought I'd get married. I never thought I'd have a home. Like even when I was a kid, I didn't feel like I had a home. And as a grown ass man, I have all that and more, and I'm grateful for it every day. And I never want to forget that. But I also use it as a second chance and try to pay that shit forward into the world, if that makes any kind of sense. In little ways, like taking care of the cat colony, the feral cat colony, all that kind of stuff. Um, or just getting on here and having a conversation with Bob, who's going through some shit. If I can have a conversation, not make him feel so alone for 5 minutes of his day, I've done a good deed in this world. Yeah, I mean that's a possibility right there, Wolverine or Essie. That is a possibility. You know, we dated we dated when we were in grade school. Um and then just went different high schools, went our separate ways and came back as adults. That part of it I'm allowed to tell, you know. But and she found me right before the bottom fell out of everything too and stuck with me through the bottom falling out of everything and then rebuilt me after. And everything we have, the house, everything else, that wasn't a one person show. She didn't do all the it was a two-man job. I couldn't have done it by myself. She couldn't have done it by herself. It took both of us. And I got lucky. I'll always say I got lucky. And maybe you're right. Maybe it was God throwing some, you know, throwing something in my path. Um, but I'll never forget it. And I'll always, no matter what, she could come in here right now and be like, I fucking hate you. Get the fuck out of the house. I'd be like, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and just bounce and be like, it's all yours. Keep it. Because, truth be told, you know, I'm fine with it. I'm like, it's okay. I owe you my life to begin with. That'll never happen. Well, I can't say never. You never say never, right? But that the possibility of something like that happening would be rare. Although if she hears me talking and like heard that part of the conversation, she would come in here and say, "Get the fuck out of my house right now," as a joke, just so you guys heard it across the mic. She funny like that. But that's definitely that's part of what, you know. If I can help in any way, Essie, with your stuff with your watch hours, I'm there. Because that's one of those things about me is, again, as Sheree says, real recognizes real for real. And you're real and you're good and you're a good person. And helping you out, I don't have a problem with it. Like at all. And you don't have to ask. I'm just going to do. Nah, it didn't save humanity. Um, I mean, it could have destroyed humanity though, because it's fucking dangerous. Like my children are fucking too intelligent for me. Like they scare me. Like my daughter, like I said, I don't ever show my kids and all this other stuff, but I can tell you my daughter's been on Full List with Penn and Teller doing a magic trick, and it's complete mathematics and everything else, and it's unfucking believable. If I ever, maybe I'll do a show sometime. Maybe when she comes to visit me next time, and if she comes on to stream day, I'll put her on the fucking microphone and make her solve a Rubik's cube in front of the camera in sub 5 seconds. She's fucking brilliant. Odd little boggin, but she's brilliant. And the boy is more the old ways are best. He's more into like camping, hunting, fishing, um, all that kind of stuff. I mean, for fuck's sake, he owns a vacuum cleaner store, repairs vacuum cleaners and shit. Like, what the fuck? What kid at 26 goes, yeah, I bought the people out of their own business. You know what I mean? The people that own it. Like, what kid does that? It's just crazy. Yeah, definitely help out against the war against humanity. And then my estranged daughter, I guess I'll call her, she's fucking like, whoa, life of the party. She's got a lot of the old man in her. But guys, it is 4:08 in the morning. I'm finishing up my cigarette. I think we're going to call this a wrap. I'm going to reprint that leg. We got the blues, the face, and some touch ups to do next time. And Invincible will be done. You guys are amazing. Every last one of you. Shout out to every last one of you. And shout out to Stranded and Beans who are watching this on the replay. Guess you guys made it this far, and you can hear me jaw jacking. Special shout out to USE for being an amazing ally and a good friend and helping, and just a good dude in general, man. And shout out to Steve wherever he's at. Hopefully you're all right, brother. We miss you. Shout out to the greatest mod on these interwebs, Sheree and her husband Rick James. Amazing people. Fantastic. I couldn't do the show without you. Shout out to E-Rock who tuned in at the last second to say goodnight after waking up. Thank you to everybody who is a new sub, and hopefully you enjoyed it. Q, I hope you're still driving your bus and this kept you entertained on your ride and you had fun with it. Maybe I'll figure out some way to make it more like talk showy in some way, shape, or form so that we can keep you up on those long rides. And thank you for being my 100th. Damn, if I was a girl and said that, I'd sound like a slut. But thank you guys. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A million times over. Thank you. I will be back on Thursday. No store other than Tuesday, so I'll be back on regular schedule, all that kind of shit. And everybody enjoy your week. Everybody take care of each other. Try and pay it forward. Hang in there. And until next time, don't take shit from anyone. Good night, everybody.